no. Did I just do that?
Yeah, you just fucked it up.
Shit, I just fucked it up.
Redo it.
I just totally messed it up.
Cheers.
Howdy, y'all.
Hello.
Playing with some new graphics.
I have to go. Sound for me. Be right back.
Oh, okay. Okay, Alicia.
Cheers.
Oh, cheers, everyone. It's been a couple months. Let's see. What should we do right now? Maybe let's wait for everyone else to show. Oh, wait. Bump. There she is. Hey. This last year, we've done a lot of work. I'm pretty proud of converting liberal vegans to anarchism, carnist to vegan, and we spent a lot of time keeping natural law and Mark Passio relevant. I did that with a group of awesome people that are vegans because of Mark's work in natural law. I was able to speak about Mark and natural law on several YouTube channels with hundreds of thousands of followers this year. So when I was approached by Mark's best buddy about being onboarded to the One Great Work Network to bring some accountability to the network, I was mildly intrigued. Not so much about being on his network, but what Mark thought of our work here. And if Mark had enough care and discernment to see the value of what we're doing over here. I was asked to submit my work, raw, authentic, experienced, rooted in principle, not popularity, along with a dozen other references by people within the great work. And what did I get? Nothing. Silence. Ghosted by the master of shadow work because I'm not part of the personality cult. His friends don't like me because I've held them accountable. I'm not a woman with nudes all over the internet. I didn't come handing out stacks of money like Justin Pedini. I don't have a polished pitch to feed the algorithm. I came with truth, and that apparently isn't what sells anymore. Mark begs his students to go out and spread the principles of natural law with their own voices in their own unique ways, but then refuses to support his students that don't mimic him exactly to a T. The man who once screamed about the dangers of cult mentality has gone and built one around himself. If you don't worship his lexicon, mimic his cadence, or genuflect before his self-image, you're not welcome. Meanwhile, he's put people like Derek Bartolocelli on the network, whose contributions amount to little more than ego-saturated music playlists and cringy interviews where he mostly talks at people, not to them. Pure emotional dysregulation masquerading as righteous anger. When challenged, Derek doesn't engage, he interrupts, publicly even. Criticism is met with ad hominem attacks, defensive rants, thin-skinned tirades, and theatrical displays of wounded pride. This isn't the behavior of a leader or a seeker. It's a tantrum of someone who spent too long in an echo chamber where no one dared to tell him he was mediocre. Sounds like a running theme in the One Great Work Network. And let's get something straight. This isn't just about Derek, Will, Logan, or me. It's about a brand. This is about Mark being asleep at the wheel. He's preaching objective morality while turning a blind eye to the actual moral relativists slithering through his network. Does he even realize that Will Keller and Logan Hart, so-called truthers he features, are running a thinly veiled multi-level marketing scam on his audience, selling lies to his students while calling it empowerment and sovereignty? That's not freedom. That's snake oil dressed up in spiritual language. These guys can't make money with their own great work, their so-called great work. So they decide to grift people by telling them in order to be healthy, they need to be strapped to a Chinese device plugged into the wall. And you could buy this device from them for $4,999.99. Sounds like true enlightenment to me. People tell me, but Jeffrey, maybe they don't know they're doing a scam. Leave them alone. Stop attacking them. We need to just all get along. Kumbaya, new age bullshit. All I've been doing, I've been shoving this in front of your guys' face for a year. They've seen it. Y'all have seen it. No one said anything about it. Still, they know damn well what they're doing. So much for discernment, petty tyranny, and foreshadow work, right? Who needs accountability in the natural law community anyway? And Mark doesn't just tolerate it. He either doesn't know or worse, doesn't care. Because at the end of the day, it's about who brings in the traffic, who boosts the numbers, who aligns with the brand. Mark has become less of a truth teller and more of a gatekeeper, guarding his digital temple not from evil, but from anyone who might actually challenge the mediocrity he's letting fester there. This isn't great work. This is a great performance, a network of half-awake performers convincing each other they've reached enlightenment because they read the same books and nod at the same diagrams. Mark talks about natural law, but he's violating its spirit by turning his platform into a marketplace for grifters. He warns of new age deception, but enables moral relativists as long as it flatters the system he built. He preaches discernment, but just like everyone else on his network, can't seem to figure out who is friend and who is foe. And worst of all, Mark clearly is more interested in monetization than having a strong network. Remember that one eye? This isn't great work. This is a great disappointment. But here's the thing. Truth doesn't need Mark's blessing. It doesn't need a flashy network, a stylized logo, or a clique of emotionally unstable wannabe spiritual gurus. Truth doesn't bow to brand management. So no, I don't need Passio's network. I don't need his approval. I never did, and nor do you. And I stand by these words, regardless of in the future if I end up on the network or not on the network. It doesn't really matter. This is the truth, because the real work, the actual great work, happens out here, where truth is spoken without permission, without profit, and without ego. And if you're listening to this now, that means you're part of the work that matters. You're the ones that truly get it, and you know who you are, and I salute you. As always, this show is open and live, giving anyone the ability to come up here and speak or defend themselves. How's it going, everybody?
Woo.
Awesome.
Jeez.
Cool.
So, yeah, we got a lot of stuff we're doing today. I heard another clip. Oh, Alicia got followed up. Yes.
Sorry, I had audio setting issues. Sorry. Fixed.
Were you able to hear everything?
Some of it.
Yeah.
But it was, wow.
Yeah, so I don't know. We got a lot we're going to talk about today. It's been a pretty dramatic week. Here's Oscar. Oscar, you there?
Yo, yeah, it's
Buddy.
I'm kind of going to bed, but I thought this was an interesting conversation.
Come on.
So is Ariane.
I'm here too.
He's going to bed also. But this has kind of been a topic that's been getting kicked around. And it's kind of like what we've learned in this last year.
Yeah.
And what are we going to do next? Because, yeah, and then the other day, Oscar mentioned Jana ESP, who's a friend of the show. She's awesome, and she wrote an article, not an article, an essay. There it goes. And Oscar mentioned it, and I was like, hey, that would actually be perfect to go along with the awesome thumbnail Allie made this week. So, yeah. So we've been reading, Oscar and I and Allie are on a show weekly, Europa Natural Law, and it's been kind of chaos over there a little bit. And yeah, we've been reading the Kabbalion, which is really cool. Me and Oscar did Oscar's book club. We read, I think, the 3rd chapter last week and had a great discussion to nobody because no one ended up coming to that class, but it was awesome. Yeah. So,
Yeah, I'm glad we do those readings. There's something really nice about reading to each other. It's like a love language.
yeah, it's pretty fun. So Rose here, Rose 777, Allie and I just realized is friends with Jana, and she was the one in the video with Jana. They were both responding to moral relativist comments on one of Jana's videos. And we didn't even realize we've known Rose for a couple years, from other panel shows. But that was super funny. We just figured that out yesterday. Yeah, Jeffrey, you're going to go on Jim Bob's live stream. He wants to debate vegans. Yeah. I will definitely. I've been wanting to debate Jim Bob for a while. We just need to come up with the right premise. So anyway, yeah. So it's been, I don't know what, 56, 57 episodes of this podcast. And we've learned a lot. Not too much to show for it. Some stuff. We've learned a lot. And I haven't been doing as many shows, obviously, recently, just because, I don't know, once we hit 50, it was just like, oh, man, I need to maybe do these every 2 weeks or maybe do them when I'm feeling motivated instead of just trying to smash one out every week, which, it's good for if you're wanting to start a channel and get it credibility to have a lot of podcasts or whatever. But anyway. So I'm kind of in a transitionary mode of what do I want to do next? What do I want to do with the next 50 episodes? Do I even want to do this podcast anymore? I'm starting my own network called the Eighth Principle Network. And I think I'm going to be spending more time promoting other people's work. And because I feel like, especially the group I have around me, I have straight gangsters around me right now. And I feel like, I have my way of doing things, but it's not always the best way. I'm really into the heavier, like foreshadow work, petty tyranny stuff, obviously. But I have so many people around me that are so smart, and I'm pretty good at promoting stuff. So I've been thinking I want to just spend more time doing that, promoting other people that I know do this way better than me, which is like 10 people around me right now, everyone present company included. I mean, Oscar's like my favorite dude that it doesn't hang out on the show. He's a super good teacher, yet, we're spending all of our time in a tiny, tiny echo chamber. So I really feel like this next year, I just want to focus on doing more stuff like that. But I'll probably keep doing the show, probably less often, just every couple of months like this, or just like when I'm really feeling like it, when the need arises. But yeah, how's everyone else doing? Ariane looks
Good.
tired.
I'm good.
Oscar's got his hair back. Earlier today, you had it down, and you did a great job earlier, Oscar. By the way.
I appreciate that. Thanks for the support, Alicia, at the European Natural Law Forum.
Yeah.
And that's a really big compliment you're giving me, that I'm a great teacher, Jeffrey. I find it a bit difficult to take it in, but I mean, it's probably because it means a lot to me. I do want to be a good teacher, and I think it's also true what you're saying, that it's important to have a big outreach. But as I said, yeah, I came to the show here today because I thought it was a cool topic, to speak about the One Great Work network, and I think also it's interesting to kind of know how people perceive it, like what is their perception of that network, what is it, what it is. I think I always like to have that as a foundation for a conversation.
So when I first started the show, not meaning to interrupt you, we did a bunch of episodes, and I was not into natural law yet. I'd known Mark Passio for a decade, and he helped me become an anarchist, but I was not into natural law as much as Ali and Braxton and Devin and the other vegans that showed up on my podcast. I did 20 episodes before we ever started talking about anything really Mark Passio or natural law or anything. And then Ali, shook her ass in a certain way to make me watch the entire natural law presentation, and I everything clicked, and so I simply started a vegan podcast, and it became a kind of natural law Mark Passio thing naturally, organically, because of everyone who showed up, who cared about it, and including Jana and Bolin. There were like lots of people that have been on the network before and left the network, and like I realized, I was like, damn, there are a lot of people really upset about what's going on around this network for some reason, and this just kind of organically went in this direction. I never like set out. I think it started off just us kind of like watching stuff, and then it became what it is now, because of everyone who came here. And we've lost a lot of people. Like, a lot of people aren't around anymore, come and go, but it's been quite a lot of people that feel so strongly about Mark and the network, but are kind of like frustrated with what's happened in the 8 years it's been around, or 7 years or something. And it's like, and I'm seeing so much energy put into this thing that I just don't know. It's like, that's why I'm kind of questioning everything right now. I'm like, I don't know if I want to even spend any time focusing any energy on necessarily the network anymore, because I spent a year doing that, and I don't know what I necessarily have to show for it outside of experience and kind of like interesting things that have happened on the show. But we're still in an echo chamber, and I've always been very outspoken about outreach, like you were mentioning. There's just a lot of socializing going on and a huge social hierarchy. And the people in this social hierarchy protect it as if it is natural law. And it is, you know, something that we need to be spending that much time on. So, yeah. So, I mean, just to mention, you know, you're interested in people's opinion of it. Before, like when Allie and all of them were talking about natural law and making the connections with veganism and stuff on the show and all that, I was like, oh, I didn't realize Mark was even vegan in the beginning. And so I thought the One Great Work Network was full of like straight up ninja gangsters, right? And so I was a little bit shocked once I started looking at it to be like, oh, like I know half these people. These people, you know, like I know these people. These people aren't even into this kind of thing. They're just clout chasing, you know. And I was scrolling down, and I'm like, who are all these people? You know, like, and I was pretty shocked to see and then learn, oh, you know, it's a pretty easy. You can basically pay to get on the network, just like Justin Pedini paid to get on the network. So it was pretty disappointing, and it was just disappointing to see Mark or just so many people caring about something that just seems to be like this entity floating in space with like, I don't know, nothing going on at it. And I don't know, it's just, you know, things just organically happen this way.
I'm glad you're sharing your perspective on what it is. I mean, I just wanted to clarify more than, because our opinions are also interesting, but I'm more interested like in also defining it, like what is it, and even maybe like distinguishing between what is it ostensibly and what do we actually think it is. I think what I got out from you said is that it's something a lot of people care about, and it's not really what you think it's supposed to be. That it's supposed to be some network of like these ninja activists that have their rhetoric and their knowledge and understanding in order, but that there's also people on there that are not that. And I think I mean, like the idea of if I had to say what I think the idea about the network is, the One Great Work Network, is that it's supposed to be this place where you can find content creators who are speaking about objective morality and natural law, and doing the great work in their own work, and then you can find multiple content creators who are doing that. But it does seem as though like it can also be more than that in people's heads. That it can have a there can be this idea about the One Great Work Network that it's gonna accomplish a lot, or it's gonna be like this. Like, let's get all the content creators who are doing great work, teaching objective morality and natural law on that network, even though that some of those content creators don't want to be on that network, or that maybe that wasn't necessarily what it was meant to do. I'm not sure I actually can say that I know what it was meant for, but I think the general idea might have been this, to have like a voice or like a choir of, as you're saying, ninja, or like people that are able to teach the truth regarding morality and natural law, and have that as like a choir, as an element, instead of only having, you know, choirs of deception through the mainstream media and also the alternative streams and so on.
Yeah.
But then whether or not it actually has accomplished that, I think is also a good question. But I think that might have been the general idea with it. and I think that's a really cool idea. Like I like that.
It is. I have a question, but first I want to say hi to Jeff Hammond. Holy crap! What's up, dude? How you been?
Hi, thanks. Can you hear me?
Yeah, that's a much
Okay,
better
great.
camera angle for you.
Yeah, it's on my steering wheel. I'm in the car.
What up, Jeff?
How
That
you
beard
been,
is
man?
getting longer.
Yeah, sorry, it's been so long since I've participated. I'm going to try to do it more routinely, trying to just get my schedule a little bit more organized.
Cool. Oh, what's up, Jules? Jules is in the chat. There's the link if you want to come up, Jules. So, Oscar, 2 questions. Did you end up looking into the Ostara hydrogen thing that I sent you the links to? And then how do we hold accountable bad actors in our community?
Okay, well, first answer is no. I did not look into the Ostara hydrogen pump, or sorry, I don't even remember what it was called. But that thing, I did not look. I didn't. I don't.
The
even
water
know
machine.
that you sent it to me. The water machine.
Yeah.
But I'm assuming that you're talking about this health device that's been being promoted by some on the One Great Work Network, or
multi-level
specifically
marketing
Will
scheme.
Keller and Logan Hart.
Yeah.
I haven't really looked into it. I just seen that they've promoted it as saying that there's some health benefits to it, but I don't even know what it is.
Yeah. So do you, when, like, if me bringing that up to you and being like, I believe they're pulling a full-on scam within our movement, you know, that doesn't interest you at all to maybe look into it? Because I asked you about maybe 4 or 5 months ago. I showed you this stuff and was like, hey, you might want to know this about what's going on. It's definitely for sure a scam that's like kind of established. And that didn't interest you enough to look into it. So like, I
guess I probably just guessed that, like, maybe if it was the case, then that wouldn't really change the fact that I kind of like a lot of the work Will Keller has made. I think he's made some really great graphics. I know he's also been part of helping the one, like making the the graphics for Mark Passio and helping him with the seminar. And I imagine, like, okay, that this device, it might be a money grab. It might be something like, yo, okay, I gotta make a living, and I found out this is something that I want people to know about and maybe even buy. So I'm gonna sell them this hydrogen machine that I don't even know what it is. Sorry, so I haven't really looked into it. It's not that it's not interesting. I think I haven't really.
The problem is you kind of gave me a perfect example. It's, Will Keller did this stuff for Mark, so we should allow him to be a little bit immoral. And we should turn the other way while they literally try to scam our friends. I can't find an inkling of anything in myself to want to like ignore something like that. Like, I don't understand why nobody cares and no one's willing to say anything to these guys. Like this Europa Natural Law, like Darren pointed it out. Nemo's willing to shut the whole thing down, you know, to keep him to, instead of just telling, what are all their names? Derek to chill out, you know, like that whole thing was like, I just went, hey bro, like work on your presentation a little bit, you know? And I don't know, I'm getting off track.
That was a reference to like another thing, but with me giving you an example of me kind of allowing Will to do his promotion and selling of the water machine. I mean, I think there's something in that wording where I'm thinking about that. I'm thinking, like, what does it mean that I am allowing him to do that? And
I'm not saying you're allowing.
You're just the second question you had is how do we how do we confront, or like how do we hold people accountable in our community? Maybe you can restate it, the question, but it was a good question.
And it's
I
fair.
remember talking. I talked to you about that. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Jeff.
I was just saying, I talked to you about that several months ago too, and I said I would do my own research, and I haven't. I haven't done it yet. I don't plan on looking the other way. I do also like some of the work Will Keller did. That makes me sad to hear if he's doing a scam. I'm disappointed in him if it's true. I think you would lie about it. I'm assuming it's true. I'm not going to know until I do my own research. But if you tell me the details, just simply like until I look it up. Also, if you send the link again, I'll look it up. That would make it easier. But
do you know what multi-level marketing scams are?
Yes.
Pyramid, right? Yeah, that's what they're doing.
Oh, so okay. So it's not that the product doesn't work, or
the product is complete bullshit also.
Oh, okay.
Many levels. I interviewed a actual doctor on the show, an actual practicing Harvard MD on the show, and he said that it's extremely dangerous device and he would never recommend anyone using it, and that the only studies that have been done about hydrogen therapy have been done on mice, and that's it. So there's literally, you can go join the Ostara Hydrogen group on YouTube and go watch their videos and simply fact check them. They've verbatim used some other guy's whole platform or whole method for doing this, but this multi-level marketing scams have been going on for thousands of years. They're very known things, and the scams always are based off of some scientific device being sold. So Will and Logan are trying to sell a $300 machine that you could buy off of Temu for $5,000. It's a Chinese machine that you're supposed to breathe through. And they say, if you breathe through this device, you won't have to go to the hospital anymore. All the money you spend on health, you're going to be saving because you're breathing this device. I'm not even joking when that was a direct quote. These guys make all these wild claims that are absolute BS pseudoscience in their presentations, and they're literally the dictionary definition of snake oil salesman. Like,
do you think they're purposely lying to sell it, or do you think there's a chance they might believe that it works?
I have been calling them out. They have seen my videos about it. So whether they were just willfully ignorant in the beginning, they know now it's a scam, and they're continuing to put out videos, and they're continuing to try and sell these things to all of Mark's
new age
students.
bullshit.
Yeah. Dr. Peter Rogers said if you're because you're supposed to breathe these in through a cannula. Mm-hmm. And like, what if that device starts going bad and you breathe in molten plastic for 6 weeks?
Goes into your brain.
Very dangerous. It's not. They try and claim that it's hospital grade, but it's Chinese garbage that you can buy on Temu for $300. It's an absolute dictionary definition multi-level marketing scam. And nobody's willing to say anything but me about it. I've been showing people one-on-one, sending the links. Hey, please look into this. This is something we need to know about, someone who's being held up in our community, but no one cares because the social hierarchy is worth more. Everybody, Will's done great work. Really? I've seen him, try and emulate Mark a bunch, but I don't see what he's done being justifying him scamming and continuing to scam when he knows he's scamming. They don't know they call themselves hydrogen water specialist, hydrogen ionization specialists. These dudes know jack shit about what they're talking about. They've never taken a class. They've never gone to school. Not that these are things, but you have to learn stuff before you actually go out and teach people. And paying $6,000 to get into the Will and Logan Hydrogen Club, where you can possibly make passive income. These people are into this stuff not because of the hydrogen therapy. They're into it because it's a money making scheme. It's passive. It's the idea of passive income, and it's complete new age bullshit, woo woo nonsense. And like I said in my intro, Mark doesn't seem to give a shit, because I've told Mark about it too. And I've told Mark about, and it's like, nope, nobody cares. Nobody cares. And everybody just fucking, I get yelled at and kicked out of every group that I go to.
Did
Well,
Mark give
Mark-
any reason for justifying that, or for not
No,
caring?
Mark doesn't respond to any of his students unless you spend a bunch of money.
Oh.
I mean, you remember the Slav incident where Slav, his Mark's best buddy, right-hand man, went into a racist tirade on my podcast, dropping
Yes.
N-bombs and talking about how his people, you know, like just absolute nonsense, racist douchebaggery. And this guy's Mark's buddy that's in his house every day, you know? And I'm like, what's going on over here?
Is he with the
Luke?
beard and long hair?
Yeah.
Oh, man, he also like wrote me a bunch of stuff. Like he
Yeah,
doesn't
I'm
even
sure
know.
he did. Considering where you're from, I'm sure he wrote you a bunch of crazy shit.
Crazy, man.
So I'm seriously suspect. And then, you know, Alicia asked Mark, hey, you know, like, are you going to do any like more advanced stuff for like people that are really into it? And Mark's like, oh, I don't know how I would vet that. And it's like, dude, go to the person's Facebook page, scroll down for an hour, see the things they read, see the things they write, see the things they post. It's the easiest way to figure out what someone's into. It's very easy. And, you know, and I just don't get it. I don't understand why moral relativists are allowed on the network. I don't understand how anti-vegans are allowed on the network. I don't get that stuff. And so it's hard. You know, I spent the whole year championing Mark, bro. Like, I was promoting Mark like crazy all year, all his classes, everything. Like, it's hard promoting something that you care about so much in your heart and have a bunch of, you know, flunkies end up in there and, you know, with no discernment on who's friend or foe. Derek, I've supported Derek so much. Derek has so much potential. He just needs to work on his temper a little bit. That's all I said the other day. Yet everyone shits on me for 2 days because I'm simply pointing out the fact that, hey, Derek, you're going to be representing natural law or Mark Passio, everything we believe in. You can't be losing your temper, not to be confused with righteous anger, losing your temper on podcasts, which I have seen him do several times. My first impression of Derek Bartolocelli was him literally screaming at me through text. Like, I don't even know the guy, and he's yelling at me for doing something that me and Nemo agreed on doing. So, and ever since I've been in Europe and natural law, Derek has, like a child, tried to get me kicked out. Oh, Will Keller won't come on the show because Jeffrey's here. You know, regardless of how busy Will is, he won't come here because Jeffrey's here. Like, but then I'm the disrespectful one, and I'm the childish one who's just trying to. I mean, I don't even know what these people think I'm doing when I'm talking to Derek about his temper problem. Like, and I wasn't even a dick about it. I was like, don't forget your shadow work, Derek. Like, you had a temper tantrum. And I know, Oscar, you're like, oh, it's my bad, I apologize. But that doesn't mean how he reacted to you was right. That was a pretty crazy outburst. And I've seen him do these outbursts. I've seen him do them many times, and I have not seen that much content from Derek Bartolocelli. And I've seen him have full, not righteous anger, Mark Passio, angry, yelling at stuff. I've seen him full on lose his temper on the show. And I don't think Derek's a bad guy. I fucking love the guy. He has a ton of potential. I've seen him spit fire sometimes. When he's in his groove, he starts like rapping and he starts making sense, and he doesn't cuss a million times, and he doesn't yell, and he's concise as shit. And I've fully supported him when he was like that. But like, I'm not going to not say anything when someone who is supposed to be of high profile within a movement I am in, that I spend my blood, sweat, and tears on, I'm not going to not say anything when someone has a emotional flip out. And when they're supposed, and whenever anyone says anything about shadow work or ego, they get really bent out of shape. It's very strange. But I think Derek's great. I wish he would come here. I invited him here today. I invited lots of people here today, but of course they don't come here because everybody just wants to talk shit and not actually say it to me or talk to me or come to my show, which has been open for a fucking year. Any of these people could just talk to me
But
about
this is a public arena.
Yeah.
I mean, some
you not
things are better
detained?
resolved in private, and
none of these guys have hit me up privately.
I don't know what they have done privately, but I'm saying that some things are more like you're saying that they don't want to talk to you because they're not coming here, but they might want to talk to you just in other like in not a public arena. For me, this place can be like a place where we take up work of people and do our best to criticize it or like say this is what it really does get right, and I don't think it is that I don't know. I feel like it is good to be honest about what is it that where someone falls short, but I don't think it's important to focus on who it is, or like I think it's more because it's more about understanding the mistakes we can make when teaching and then doing our best not to make those mistakes in our own work. I do feel like it can be. It can also be a trap just to look at other people's work and say, they're not doing it right there, or they're not doing it right there. I mean,
is that by de facto, is that giving them a hall pass? And so at each juncture, if you ladder up what these people have in common, the names have already been discussed here. What it is there have been situations which are not singular, they're systemic situations with each of these individuals where they are demonstrating that they are operating outside the morality sphere here. And so they've fallen on the side of darkness and not light. And it's our responsibility as a collective to say, hey, to help support one another. And it's seen as anger, but it's actually care. We have and I want to say something to you, Jeffrey, when you say I don't have much to show for having done this show. And I beg to differ. I think that this show has actually helped. It's helped people witness when we do foreshadow work amongst ourselves and on other people. It's helped us learn about. So you've had such incredible guests on. You've had Scott Gordon, you've had Peter Rogers, you've had people whose lives have been changed, and even dietarily speaking and from a health point of view. Like you're not blasting tunes on your podcast here. You are literally helping people reframe, connect, learn more, have a deeper grasp of natural law, and really apply that to our lives. And so, Oscar, I would beg to challenge you, actually, is the word I would use on this one, to not give hall passes when you see situations like this. That is what true care, that is what holding people's feet to the fire is all about. We're all here because we've seen Mark's work. Mark's work is phenomenal. It's phenomenal. It's mind-blowing.
I met you guys because of Mark's work.
There you go. Like, I mean, this is the red thread. We're all here because of Mark's work. And then through some of these either interactions, we meet other people. And then, I mean, that's how it's because of Slav that I'm here. And I wasn't even vegan when I started, and now I am. And it's been a complete life change, but it's also, and yet it was both, personally speaking, when I took the course, it was both good and horrifying in equal measure. And what I saw was an absolute abuse of privilege and power on the part of the people who are the leadership of Mark's network, which is Will. We'll call that one. I'll say that. And I've said it many times. and then people who have psychology master's degrees who are giving people a hall pass, and especially around children. It's like there's a lot of things. Like, at what point do the exceptions become the rule? And that's what we're seeing. A lot of these exceptions are with people who are in places of privilege and power and visibility. People, and I've seen it with the Europa Natural Law Group, where people toe the line and go all tribal, and then they try to defend the very thing that if you just fix the root of the problem, which is an emotional management situation in one of the instances, then you would be so much farther ahead. Like, have the ball sacks to kind of have these moments of difficulty. And we've had them on the show, and we've turned things around full 360. It's been phenomenal. And we've got demonstrated evidence where we can have very difficult combative situations, which when you really like let the person or people and it hurts everybody involved, by the way. Those who are holding people's feet to the fire, those who are going through the motions of that, it hurts everybody. And in the hurt, there is growth. And so with this shadow work, I'm not trying to diatribe here. I'm just going to say it helps everybody grow. And if you're not growing and you're just pontificating as like the Emperor of Rome, there's a goddamn problem. And we're seeing a lot of that. Okay, I'm bowing down for a second here, but your show does make a difference, Jeffrey and Allie. And like, I beg to differ on that one. And I think that, you know, when Oscar's like, well, what is the litmus of the One Great Network? What is the litmus of what should be on there? Isn't changing lives a good litmus? Isn't that a good enough reason? Or is it because you've challenged the de facto leader? And so therefore, I mean, I've been blocked off of things, and all I did was try to show truth. Like a student network. Like, it's very highly politicized, which is shocking for a natural law network. Okay, I'll stop.
Can I say something
earlier? Go ahead.
I was going to say what happens is a lot of people in the natural law, Mark Passio sphere, give precedence, like their highest value is friendship and congeniality and decorum. And so that's their highest goal. They basically are natural law pacifists when it comes to dealing with others in the freedom movement. Okay. So what happens is when they feel uncomfortable and their feelings are hurt, they say, let's just handle that offline. Let's handle it privately. And then what happens behind the scenes, Jeff? We've gotten literally death threats in a private message or in a private group, like a non-public Telegram group, because these people say, you know what, guys, we're here. I mean, they told me this in the funnel conference. We're focusing on the problem of human slavery. And I would say, how can you not be a slave when you yourself enslave other sentient beings? You are literally preventing the air balloon from lifting off because you are pulled down by immorality, and therefore you are not polarized with the moral fabric of reality that is the universe, called the generative principle. When you don't care about beings that are weaker than you, you are going to be oppressed by archons, gods, demons, emperors, warlords, mafia, etc., because we are creating the dynamic for this seed of evil to flourish.
Can I get an amen?
Law of correspondence, baby.
Can I get a tablespoon?
Can I get on
this a tablespoon?
What was it? Meat eaters that were giving you death threats about calling them out?
Oh, it was your friend.
No, it was a vegan.
It was your friend.
Or no, she's not vegan. She's plant-based.
Yeah, you mentioned Jerry gave you a death threat.
Yeah.
Meg's friend.
And yet she's allowed to teach natural law around children. And the person who is like mentoring her or working with her and supporting her is like has a master's in psychology. Like, go figure that one out. How do you not vet that this person has emotional issues that they need to deal with, that they're so not regulated that they're sending death threats? Like, what the hell is that? And she's done, voodoo spells or attempted thereof. Like, it's been, and I have alerted everybody I can try to alert within the network, and nobody wants to listen. And what did I get? I got blocked. This is what happens. And I'm not even an outlier. It's like, so sorry if I'm telling you the truth. So sorry if I'm trying to keep it safe for your other students or anybody coming in.
Don't act like that.
Sorry if I want to protect the children. Oh my God.
Yeah, and Oscar's here because he's got a level head, and he didn't do what most of those other people did. He's actually thinking for himself.
Yeah, I don't want to give.
I think I kind of get the whole idea. Sorry, I do want to respond. So give me a minute, and I'll say this.
I'm just saying I didn't hear the whole story. It's another thing I need to look into. But go ahead, Oscar.
It's the story isn't that important. I think what I'm getting, like what I'm boiling this down to is that you're making a point about conflict and criticism as nourishment for growth in a community that claims to be all about growth and freedom, but of course can be guilty of stagnation and of echo chambers and socializing. But I also it wouldn't sit right with me if I didn't at least say something about, because the way the story is being presented is that that Derek has had like some emotional outburst or like flip, and I can't really say that I agree with that. I have to say the opposite, that I don't think that, even
Should we watch it?
It doesn't take a genius to I doth protest on that one. I
haven't seen it yet.
Oh my God. Do you have it? Show it.
Yeah, we'll pull it up.
I think it's around 1 hour in the
He's
show.
got it memorized.
Yeah, popcorn.
But while you find it, I want to say I am here to specifically go through this essay by Jana ESP. She also write another essay about community and the great work and money and anarcho-capitalism and spiritual business, which seems relevant to mention, at least, and maybe even go through. But yeah, I mean, I think there is some value in reflecting upon what is our responsibility when it comes to confronting people in our community. But I think it's also dangerous to believe that there is like some collective responsibility, and that we have to hold some people accountable, where maybe we don't need to hold some people accountable. Like maybe for if it's things that they didn't do, like we have to make sure that what we're trying to hold people accountable for actually is immoral, and it isn't just us that are getting a kick out of being that discipline, someone who's giving someone discipline.
Disciplinarian. I don't think that Jeffrey Phillips is getting a kick out of that. I the first time I came on the show, I said I want to give him constructive criticism about doing destructive criticism, and he explained it well. He has a good intention. He's doing tough love, trying to correct them when they're wrong so they could get better. And I want to say something. We're talking about the function of the One Great Work Network. I think the intention of it, I think he's fulfilling it very well. It's just to help people who want to do the great work get started. And Mark is the only one that maybe I would give a pass to not do things, not because like he should if he takes the time to look at something, he shouldn't give someone a pass. But I'm saying to be the one that's policing the One Great Work Network, I know he's very busy. He's done a lot of great work and promoting the One Great Work Network. He's doing so much. I don't want to criticize him for the things he's not doing, because the things he's not doing, I think he might not be doing because he's doing so much more of everything else than, you can't expect him to do anything. Maybe like it's a good role to have this show to police the One Great Work Network. Maybe Mark doesn't have time to look into all these things because he's so busy with all the stuff that he's doing.
Absolutely. Competition strengthens your brand if you can survive. If not, people will realize you're bogus. I mean, I think VGT is good for the natural law principles.
Yeah, I've never heard Mark criticize this show
or anyone. This is like a unique thing that this show does, is it brings up the work of content creators in the freedom community or in the truth movement, and it looks at them and it says what are they actually doing. And I think that is the right way to go about it, is to look at them individually instead.
But constructive criticism isn't a bad thing. It's a whole
network, and it has to be like that it somehow is something else than just a collection of individuals whose work you can check out if you're interested in some of these subjects, because there is a common theme in these individuals' content, and that is these themes of natural rights, veganism, and
but we don't want to be an entertainment channel. We're not infotainment. We're action oriented, right?
I was trying to say.
Yeah. So go ahead.
I was trying to say he's never criticized this show for doing the constructive criticism. I don't think Mark is against constructive criticism. I don't think he's afraid of confrontation or anything like that. Yeah, maybe he doesn't criticize anybody because he doesn't have time for the constructive criticism himself. But yeah, having this show doing the constructive criticism, I forgot. Go ahead, Darren. Sorry
Mark told us that he wants us to do the work, and if he respects our work, then he will take our criticism. And we have the audacity to call people out in the natural law movement. And let me tell you this: what do you think tanked Mark's ratings? He went in on people, and he lost 99% of his viewership. And you know what he said at the end of his final season of his show? To all the people who woke up and did the work, I'm paraphrasing, this cheers to you.
This is not
you
for
are
you.
The ones. The people who cared about their feelings, and the people who were, too scared to do anything, or the people who didn't want to listen to him raise his voice, they're the dross. So we are taking the risk. We're putting skin in the game, and we are risking having 10 followers instead of 1,000 because we say shit people don't want to hear, but we get results. Alicia lost 50 pounds. I became vegan. I'm happier. 66. There you go. Like, you see what I mean? Name one.
Maybe it's a good strategy for him to let us take the bad attention.
And Darren was Derek at one point. We were all going after Darren at one point. Now he's right, one of our best friends.
I thought because of so many bogus people that this was just an entire bogus forum. You know? Yeah.
And we went after Darren hard, and he
I
thought
couldn't
about
refute what you said, and therefore I yielded and corrected.
Yeah.
And you had a breakthrough, and you had a massive breakthrough. And even from that, you've had other personal epiphanies. And there's so much value in you, Darren, that you are and can apply and share and teach all of this. And it's been phenomenal seeing that. And I was the one who you went against way back when. And we're completely cool. I fully support you, and I'm proud of you. So what is that?
Because when you have the objective that's in common, then the other things can yield to that. I've heard of the analogy of a stake and an elephant. If an elephant is chained to a stake in the ground when he's a baby, then he can't move the stake because he's a baby elephant. And then when he gets older, anytime he's chained to the stake, he will assume that he can't move because that's just how he was trained. But if you have your moral principles in the center staking you back, something that holds you back, kind of like your religion is what is correct and you don't do what is wrong because you are tied to your moral values, then these interpersonal conflicts become irrelevant when those people are tied to the same stake.
Right. And well said, as always. And it would be great if we could turn this situation around and Derek becomes like a Darren and even Slav, and it occurred to me, listen, you can shake your head. That's okay. I get it. And I'm not supporting the whole, I get it. But the thing is in that one video, I did see something, and it's like that shadow work could probably really help. And I'm just going to say that, and I say it respectfully and back out. Where is Mark to support his friend with some shadow work to help him heal and break through? That's the point I want to say. And so it's coming from a place of care and compassion. We've got some really cool people in this network. Looks like we're a bunch of haters, not haters, just truth tellers. And it's just like, listen, just, people's GPS navigations. And I'm not saying mine's not off, and I'm working really hard to autocorrect wherever. But it's the easiest thing to do is to change yourself. But it's like we're really trying to say, hey guys, I don't want to say hey brothers and sisters because we're clearly not, but like we're all linked as humans. And it's just like trying to help each other do the good work and do the right thing. And this is very hard work. It's hard and draining being on and being exposed to it, but it's also deeply fulfilling, and you learn and you grow. And so, to other networks that are in the throes of this, it takes a lot to just kind of help the links in the chain be stronger and better.
Yeah. So another question, how do we teach conflict resolution if every time something happens, we go hide in the private? I don't see, like, anyone who has a criticism of me, they can come on my show and rub it in my face, and I welcome it. I don't understand the hiding thing.
But it's not. That's a false dialectic. That's not what it is. It's not a hiding not to come on this show.
If someone blocks you, if I ask someone a question and they block me and then go talk shit, that's hiding. Like I've never come at any of these guys with some bullshit, and this all started from Will talking shit about our show on his podcast, yet I'm the asshole, I'm the disrespectful one when Derek earlier today called everyone on this podcast a fucking idiot. No one said shit to him about that, but I'm the one, leave Derek alone. And I'll say it again. You mentioned, you ad hominem him, which I didn't ad hominem. I said, you guys treat Derek like he's an autistic child, and you guys do.
That's just extra steps. Extra steps. Come on, that's what you're saying. You're calling him an autistic child, then.
Yeah, you're never going to say he's doing anything wrong. He can do no wrong, even when he screams, when he has a temper tantrum.
This is the danger that I'm talking about, is saying that we should be at disciplinarian influence, that we should be that those who hold others into accountability and say, yo, you're not doing this good enough, you're not doing this good enough. And I disagree with that. I don't think that is
how do we progress
what we should identify with. We shouldn't. That's not. It's too easy to say I'm telling the truth, therefore what I'm doing is good.
How do we progress if the network's full of half-assers?
You can be honest and still be wrong. There's such a dynamic that can happen, that one is convincing themselves of something, which is in a way not honesty, but they're being honest. They're saying, yo, this is what I'm seeing, but it becomes like the only thing that they see, right? And it's a danger. We have to have both that which Derek actually has really much. He has this energy of life and of like a lot of vitality, and this approach that we're speaking about, which can be really good for growth, is more like this elder, the disciplinarian, like the structure, and saying things have to be in order, and we need the balance between the two. And of course, it's good to teach, or to tell someone, confront them, oh, this is something you can improve upon, but it can also become stagnating and even deadly if we don't balance it with going out and actually creating something and being, you know, what can you say, like being weird, or like being, you know, that like what the opposite of that, very structured and you know, disciplinarian, but more like kind of wild and
unorthodox.
Yeah, I'm kind of speaking
I
more
think
than
they
I'm here, so I'll
exploit.
just stop.
If we try to be nice about it, they exploit it and they result in silence. That's the problem. When they say, "Hey, bro, like, what you're not understanding this topic," and they say, "Okay, bro, but we want to actually be constructive here." It's a sidestep. They're actually, and I'm not talking about Derek specifically. Like, I'm more so Will. Like, basically, when I was like, "Hey, will somebody tell these people that waiting on extraterrestrial messages to free humanity is the opposite of natural law?" And it was silent. And then I was like, "Hey, Will, don't you teach natural law principles?" Silence. And then when I called him a bitch, he blocked me. And then he blocked somebody for agreeing with me. So he has a shult cult, a guilt cult of decorum that is preventing him from, like, he basically ignores you until you get mad. And then when you say something out of anger, he blocks you and uses that for fault finding. So what I'm saying
I
is
didn't even have a
being
warning
a
right
slippery,
away.
slimy toad. Slippery, slimy toad by Will Keller. By he blocked me because I said something rude. But he was being a rude fucking bitch for like 3 months, you know, ignoring me and not speaking. So I baited him and I said, "Hey, Will, this is Dunning-Kruger force. Is it immoral to be silent when somebody is misrepresenting natural law?" And he agreed with me. I sucker punched him, dude, because it's work avoidance, you know? It's like sitting in the bathroom and pretending to be taking a shit while you're at work. You know, you do that an hour a day. At the end of the week, you've stolen a day's worth of labor. So he's a snake. I don't think Derek is a snake. I think Derek disagrees, and Derek wants to be friends with people, which I respect. I understand you want a community, but, like, bro, make sure your community is correct. You're only as strong as your weakest link.
Yeah. Well, Oscar came here to read this thing with me. I know he's in European time.
Come on.
So he's
it's
late
3
in the
a.m.
night.
here.
Do you want to
Can
start?
I make one comment with regards to
final comments?
All right. And this comes down to emotional regulation, okay? Because I think that there's a misinterpretation from different people, or an interpretation from different ways, of what emotional regulation is. Your body regulates its temperature from a high temperature to a low temperature. You can get a fever, you can get chills. Emotions will clue you in excuse me, when you're getting the high and the low of emotional regulation. So and part of the whole thing that triggered what happened this week with your group was also a conversation about why do we need emotional regulation? It's like, what? You know, and so and I even suggested a code word when these moments are happening. So it doesn't have to be confrontational. It can
what moment? I mean, now we kind of even have to watch this, because, like,
Oscar,
there was no moment.
His reaction to you interrupting him was way overboard.
No,
Without a
no,
doubt.
no,
Just because you
no.
think you did something wrong doesn't
Let's watch
justify
it. Come on, let's
his
watch it. Like
flipping
he
out.
was,
All
he
right.
was really calm. He was super calm.
was
He might have
not
been passive aggressive.
You've gotten
but he was
used to being
calm.
around him, and you haven't seen
You-
his.
Are you
calm.
sure you're not from Stockholm?
Wow. Like
That's
that
funny.
is
That
it
is
was-
funny. But
it
come
was
on, come on.
abusive, Oscar.
Let's watch what we're all referencing to, because Jeff hasn't watched this.
Was it correspondence?
Yeah,
You said
yeah, I
it
know
was
what
at
you
an
mean.
hour?
Like, I mean, we don't want to
It's
like
around 1 hour.
rehash
And you
it,
can
but,
see on
like,
his face that I've interrupted him. It's like it's bothering him.
So
And then
I
he
just
tells
wanted-
me,
It shouldn't
Cole- he
bother
tells me-
him though. If he was
Come
emotionally,
on.
if he
Of
was
course-
in tune with his
come on,
emotions,
that's
it wouldn't
not
bother
true.
him.
Of course, it bothers people.
I'm able to
They're in
do
the
it and
middle of
not
a story.
scream at you.
It's not about not being bothered. Again, what Alicia is saying, it comes down to emotional regulation.
Exactly. And if we're talking about someone who's not here being emotionally,
You just interrupted Allie.
there's a video of him actually regulating himself emotionally. There's no like,
and that doesn't take away. It doesn't mean that he hasn't in the past. It's kind of about like judging and evaluating actions on their own merit rather than based off of what people have done in the past or what they may do in the future. Just looking at it objectively and sort of in the moment. I mean, there were just hearing from other people, they were turned off from the show from watching that moment. But here, I mean, we can watch it again. It could be us remembering it differently, but I think it's up for people to judge. But and that goes back to Will too, just as you bring this up. Let me just say, like, when we criticize Will and even Logan about their new pursuit of this hydrogen water thing, the actions have to be evaluated by their own merit. Will could have done, it doesn't take away from his previous work that he's done and the good graphics for the network and for Mark. I think there's value in judging their pursuits currently, and it doesn't take away from the good things that they have done.
What is
that
the
makes sense.
hydrogen water thing that you're talking about? Who's trying to sell some people bullshit? What's going on?
We have one of the guys that's in the circles we run in. Him and his buddy are selling these $6,000 hydrogen machines and telling people that in order to be healthy, they need to be connected to one of these machines all the time. And I don't know. I guess no one knows what a multi-level marketing scam is. I've known about him my whole life, and I could see him a million. Yeah. So. I
don't want to forget this idea. I thought of something. We should have a Christmas truce where we literally just hang out with them and we don't even debate or discuss anything heavy, where we just hang out like a Christmas truce, except we don't have people forcing us to go back to fighting each other the next day. Like, if it happens, it happens. But I'm just saying, like, it would be nice one day to literally just have a beer or smoke a joint with them.
Dude, I'm pissed. Like, these guys we're not friends with these guys. I'm so pissed. It's been so long.
Reconnect with each other as humans, like, in silence. See, if we're not really talking, like, and we're just like being around each other, like, it may bridge the gap. Like, silence may bridge the gap. Like, it, just to rehumanize each other in our own mind's eye. That's just a suggestion.
Dude, I went on Europa podcast a bunch of times with Derek, and we were fine. You know, we'd go back and forth. We have the same thoughts and ideas. It's just his presentation is often really bad, and that's not good for our movement, and it's not good for teaching, because it's been too often that I've seen him present himself badly. And
no
I'm not talking about
there.
Like, and that's all we were saying, and that's all I ever said was, hey bro, you got to work on your presentation a little. You're often having emotional outbursts on the show, and your emulating of Mark looks really bad and is really kind of, no one wants to see that shit. Fucking this, and this fucking guy, fuck. Like, that's not Mark. That's not righteous anger. That's someone, I don't know what it's doing, but
yes, Darren, that's a good idea.
It's a good idea, Darren. But that's why the show's open.
Either. I agree. Like, and that's what these people do, especially like Sarah and like the toxic females in the movement. They're like, oh my God, he was disrespectful. He kind of made fun of you for a second. We should censor him. you know, and it's like, bro, like we need a balance, and we don't need uniformity. Some episodes can be fiery, some discussions can be heated, and some can be so relaxed that you want to take a nap, like friends do, like coworkers do.
Yeah.
Right.
Some can be like,
Yeah, probably
you know,
consciousness a minute or so back, so that you can kind of get the context.
Okay.
Because he's like in the middle of a story.
You interrupted him hard, bro.
It doesn't matter if he's in the middle of a story. That's not.
No, but just to have the context. Like I see you're at 59. That's probably all right. Maybe even a couple seconds before that.
Just gonna smash this bone cheese guns. I'll
Yeah.
turn my camera off so you don't get flame on it.
How's it going? How you feeling, man?
Yeah, I'm not too bad, bro. I'm not too bad. How are you?
Good. Sorry, we're kind of in the middle of something, but
No, you're cool, bro. You're cool.
Ineffable, because you know whatever language that any.
Because
Yvonne,
yeah, there's
I miss Yvonne.
Yeah, I think I'm going through a lot at the minute. I'm going to shut up, but I seem to be alchemizing a lot at the minute. I think that's what the problem is.
Yeah, it's all good. I wanted to bring it back to what Nima was saying. It's like, sometimes we just have to throw out the word ineffable, because whatever language that any person throughout any nation, with their articulation throughout any situation, sometimes we don't have the words. We lack words for certain things, and that's okay. What matters is being present in the moment and feeling the value of that moment, and actively being mindful of that, I guess, and using it for the betterment of yourself and others, I guess, I suppose. So how is your oh shit, press the button on my computer. Your art of communication, persuasion, and the articulation, take it to the trivium, your rhetoric, coming up with better shit to be better equipped to. And it takes me back to when I was out living in France in 2008. Things were quite great and whatever, even though my level of French was far from great and whatever, and I wasn't trying to make France or America great at that time or any time in my life. I ain't about that. Just God damn it, gotta throw in some silly fucking whatever. But
I think we all.
Is that the interruption?
Yes, that was it.
Is that the interruption?
Yes, yes.
You were saving him, dude. You were helping him. He had nothing left.
Keep playing. Let's.
Oh boy.
Let's watch not the whole thing, but like
he was struggling and going nowhere fast.
Yeah, not telling a story, not deep in any deep conversation.
I know what Oscar means though, because Oscar went on. But go ahead. It's like a couple minutes. You'll see.
All right.
Where's Oscar? Oh, there he is down the bottom corner.
Whatever.
We got a haircut.
But
yeah.
I think we all. You want maybe to bring that thing up with the when we're kind of triggered, right? Yeah, about when. So this is the ironic thing. Is that the thing we see in others that bothers us.
Very ironic.
Is what's happening.
Yeah, that happens often on this show.
Thought more about that thought.
Up there right now. Okay.
Oh, sorry.
What was that?
So yeah, she apologizes there. My girlfriend apologizes because she realizes, and I still haven't got a clue. I'm like, what the fuck's happening?
What does he say?
Thought
up there right now.
Others that bothers us.
I just thought more about that thought.
Up there right now. Okay.
I don't know, but
he didn't.
She
didn't apologize.
It's bothering him. It's bothering him that he's being interrupted, and she's noticing it, and I'm only realizing like too late that oh shit, I actually interrupted him.
Okay, so what he does here, that's an emotional outburst right off the bat. Him not being able to keep his mouth shut about getting interrupted during a live podcast where other people are watching and other people are taking their time to be on the show. Just that one, so far what we saw, that was already one emotional reaction that is not righteous anger.
Or that could have been the point.
Or your mic's cooked out, bro. You're silent.
Oh.
Yeah, one more time, Ellie. Go ahead.
So that would obviously hindsight's 2020. Looking back, that right there would have been the moment, talking about emotional regulation, where Derek could have been like, hey, you know what? I was in the middle of something. Can I just finish my point? Right there, that would have been the time to do that. But the emotion came up. You can see he's frustrated. And I'm speaking from I understand this. I understand it's not about suppressing emotions. Again, it's emotional regulation and healthy expression of those emotions and feelings. And like you said, okay, he was in the middle of a thought and you guys sort of jumped in. But again, it's how that is communicated. Is that what's important? You can keep playing it just because I think it's important to further to show the example here.
I just thought more about that thought.
You want to interrupt me right now? Okay.
Oh, sorry. It was just this that I remember once, maybe I just bring up an anecdote, but I remember once I was really angry at a friend, and I actually ended up writing a whole poem about this anger I had towards this friend. I think a month went by and I was reading that poem and it hit myself.
I just wanted to mention that's a really cute outfit you're wearing there, Oscar.
Okay.
And I realized in a way
she's telling the story, right?
Yeah, I got it.
And we can watch that.
That I kind of, the reason why I got maybe so angry at her, it was maybe it was something in myself I couldn't deal with, and then I was trying to fix it in her. But in reality, I should have looked within and then started confronting this in myself. But it was very interesting writing this poem with the anger towards someone else because of the anger that was in this poem, it really hit me hard when I was reading it myself.
I kind of want to hear one of these poems, man.
Yeah.
And I think that's something you meet also though a lot
that's
actually the where it's people don't want to this topic of accountable
being triggered
for
we get it
for what you confront within them, because you should look within yourself. You can't really it's all, everything you see in others is something inside of you. And I think it's that speaks a bit to we can't really separate ourselves from what bothers us and what we're angry about, but there is such a thing as personal accountability and individual responsibility. And that's something we were speaking about earlier in the roundtable discussion.
What about taking accountability for cutting me off? I was telling the story and you guys just cut me off. So you didn't even mention that. Thank you. No, continue. Sorry. Go for it. Yeah, you're doing great.
Yeah,
and then I actually
there's this thing that's
quite weird. But as you see,
wait, hold on, Oscar. Let everyone react.
He's not raising his voice.
Far, yeah.
He's making a good point. He's saying, "Yo, come on, you interrupt."
No.
Oh, you didn't catch it, bro.
Absolutely
you didn't catch it. I seen it.
Any person that
you see my point that he's not
might have had a
raising his voice.
microaggression where they might have made a little snarl with their face, at the most.
I mean, it's not over too. There's more that's.
Is there more?
Said.
Okay. Yeah. Well, after that, when I then keep on going, and then he has a go, but when he raises his voice, it's not about this interaction. It's about a topic that's
flat Earth. Yeah, I never thought it was about flat Earth. I never was complaining.
Is more important than you, boo. That's why.
Yeah, exactly. I never thought it was about his rant on flat Earth. It was absolutely this reaction to his friend. So if he can't control himself with his friends, what's going to happen when he goes out in the world and spreads natural law on different podcasts and stuff like that?
But the same goes with me. Then in that you can take the same argument. Say he's confronting.
You didn't interrupted him. You saved him when he was bumbling and had nothing to fucking say, dude.
But even
he did have something.
If you did interrupt him,
I just thought that
you're
he did.
seeing it. It feels like Stockholm syndrome. I feel like this is a Twilight Zone where you literally can't see. You know that thing on Ellen DeGeneres? It's a blue dress. It's a green dress. It's like you just can't see the color of the dress that we can all see. And we're gonna have to agree to disagree here. But
yeah, that's a particular tone, bro.
If you've been exposed to this enough, you're giving excuses and you're giving him a hall pass, and this is wrong. You actually did save him. He was bumbling. His thoughts. He couldn't gather his thoughts to land the plane on what he was trying to do. Whether or not he got upset with that, internalized it, and it puked up and like, how dare you, as the king, the Emperor of Rome, interrupt me? But then you've got you all. Sure, you can say, oh, sorry, but he could have done this in a different way. There are better ways. You're smiling. You can agree to disagree. That's fine. But like, it is shocking to see that you're responding to it in this way, and it's concerning. I've been in abusive workplaces where people literally go like this, and go like this, and that's what I'm witnessing here, where there's a prevalence of abusive conduct, and you can smile and laugh all you want. Been exposed to it enough.
But how am I being abused? Sorry, how is that even
Well, it's in the
relatable?
tone, bro. It's in the tone and the way he just spoke to you then, right? The way he just said that. Yeah, it was a bit passive aggressive.
It may be a language or cultural barrier where he doesn't get it.
He wasn't degrading in any way. He was just
I actually did
sort of upset because he feels like maybe what he had to say, what he was thinking, was more important than what you and your girl were speaking. So
yeah.
Well, no, it's the other way around. I thought what I wanted to say, I thought that was more important than what he had to say.
No, you
that's
saved
why
him.
That's why he's got
lost his
upset
train
though,
of
because
thought
he's
and-
thought the same thing. So by the looks of it, at least.
But
anyway,
you
he
you
feels
by
like he's being
definition
interrupted.
didn't interrupt him. You picked off where he left off. There was dead air and he had nothing. And the 5 things he said up to it had no connection to each other. He was just saying words. And Derek does that a lot on the show, where he'll kind of get an idea and he'll lose it, and he'll laugh and he'll cuss and he'll say something else. He was not in the middle of some deep conversation, and you didn't just jump in over him. And I get that you feel like you did something wrong, therefore, but this is the whole thing. Like, I'm not even really concerned about Derek. I'm concerned about everyone's reaction to me simply pointing it out, and that you guys are like what Alicia was saying. It's like, I'm shocked that you think. I mean, you're such a nice guy. It's like, I'm scared to see what you grew up with if you think this is normal.
Yeah.
Because
Exactly.
I grew
They're
up with some
giving
crazy
Derek
shit,
a
and I
free
know that
pass.
this isn't normal. What's
So
that?
there's one
Yeah,
thing.
they're giving them a
Keep
free
pointing
pass.
it out.
What?
Go ahead.
Derek himself.
Yeah, they're giving
He
Derek a free
eventually
pass to be
eventually
like,
apologized, but it was
condescending.
definitely after the fact. It was way after the fact. And even the apology, it's like,
I
dude,
think
wait till
you're
you're
right.
off the air. You're in public to the world. You have to work on your we are our reputation, our presentation when we're doing this shit, And so it's like, that's why public ostracization is all we have outside of looking to the government to control bad actors. The only thing I can do when I see someone scamming someone in my community that's aligned with my principles is publicly call them out. Because I don't call the cops. I don't call the government for anything. I taught Darren that about 6 months ago. Darren was calling the cops. Darren, are you ever going to call the cops again?
I don't do that.
Thank you. So
I think there's a. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Alicia.
Continue. No, continue.
Or do you got
Sorry.
something?
No.
Okay.
I
was
wanted
looking
to
something up.
like this is I'm Canadian. I'm Canadian, okay? And Canadians are the master of I'm sorry. I'm sorry I exist. I'm sorry I'm in the line with you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay. So I almost want to give you an honorary key of being an honorary Canadian, but you can't abuse it. You can't use the key of I'm sorry when it's inappropriate and when you actually shouldn't be saying I'm sorry. Okay. Yep. I want to give this to you because you're so kind, you're so lovely, you're so well-mannered, and you want to show respect, and it can be a cultural thing as well. but not when it is not deserved. So remember,
what other phrase, Alicia? What other phrase could you use instead? Like, instead of saying "I'm sorry," would you say like "my bad," or is there another? Like, is there another way you
I
could
don't. As
phrase
a
it
Canadian,
to
we're
be-
ingrained. It's like, I don't know if that'll ever come out of the culture. Like, pardon me, but I'm not mad about the word "I'm sorry." But I'm saying if there's one person on this entire, panel here today that like lives by the "I'm sorry" thing, who gets it most and can like understand it the most and have the biggest reach of it, it would be the Canadian. And I'm just trying to say, like, read it, like listen back to it, listen to the comments, Oscar, and just hear it out, because maybe this is a moment for you and you can agree to disagree. That's okay. You have your free will to do that. I'm concerned that I'm spotting patterns of like giving people a hall pass and putting yourself first in the line of fire when it's not your fault. And you deserve better. You deserve to be treated better. You deserve to be exposed to better. That's what I just want to say. And that's what part of all of this is to have a more unified, caring, loving, supportive place to like share ideas and learn and all of that. I can see the smile. I want to call it a smirk on your face, but and again, we can agree to disagree.
Oscar smiles when he's uncomfortable.
Okay, well,
it's something we've seen.
Like it's more out of concern than anything else. I got this. Okay.
And,
well,
and
then,
Oscar, Jules over here, the Australian guy, he's not into natural law. He's not a Passio head. He's literally, you got an opinion from someone literally off the street that has nothing to do with anything we're talking about.
Super based sort of Christian from Australia,
Yeah. And the guy's like 19.
23.
23. Yeah, he's really young.
Yeah.
So he has no pull in this drama game that we're in right now. And he gave you a very, very accurate opinion of
I do advocate for natural law. I understand the morality and the side of that. Even with the vegetarian veganism side of things, I can understand it.
Can I say what's the best sorry to say?
Man.
I wasn't trying to say you didn't know. I was just saying you aren't in the circle.
Not fully
definitely
not. I know like snippets, you know what I mean, just little bits and pieces. Something I read from a Terence McKenna book in the Archaic Revival.
We got to get you into Mark Passio, bro.
Sorry, Oscar. We know Derek's your friend.
So do you want to watch more of this, or are we going to watch the
of course. I came to read Jana ESP's thing, and
let's do it.
I'm listening to what you're saying, and you're saying you all think that I'm wrong for apologizing. I actually didn't interrupt him.
No, I didn't say that. No, you're straw manning now. No one said that.
Am I straw manning?
Nobody said that. What happened? What you did is irrelevant to the conversation. Like you could have done something worse. You do not control his emotions.
Yeah, it's not your behavior.
He controlled his emotions.
No, he did not. He had an outburst on a live podcast when he was representing the one great work
of self-control. And it's not. I don't see that loss of self-control. I see someone.
You wouldn't have heard anything from him if he had self-control. He would have never said a word, and he might have said something to you after the show. That would have been the self-control thing. He can't control him. Most people would have like a microaggression. They'd be all, "Oh, that was kind of annoying," and that's it, But he can't control his expressions. So he had, and this isn't the first time it's happened. This was my first impression of the guy, and I've seen him do it several times since. One of my first shows he was on, he threw his microphone across the room because it wasn't on, and he was on live and it wasn't working, and he threw it and he was like, "God damn it." And like that's not a good presentation. You are not presenting yourself as a one great work shadow work warrior. And the fact that he gets so irritated when I say the words shadow work or someone says the word ego, it's kind of telling. He gets verbally upset and starts shaking his head and
with
stuff.
The shadow work stuff, Jeff, would you ever consider taking psychedelics to go through that experience with the shadow?
I'm pretty old. I've done a lot of stuff in my life. I definitely have had several phases of psychedelics.
DMT?
No, not DMT though.
No, not DMT, not yet.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I had some very good
audio. You're muted, bro. The universe cut you off.
No,
Is that better?
He bumps the microphone.
Is that better?
That's better.
Am I back? Okay.
Yeah.
Oscar's up at 5 a.m. right now because we want to read this.
I'm 5 a.m.
Yeah. So who wants to read first?
Everyone, think about me. I'm in the center now. It's all about me.
All eyes on Oscar.
Is that big enough to read? You have it on your side, don't you?
You need to zoom in. You can zoom in.
How do I zoom in?
Command plus or something. It's kind of bigger. Yes, even more.
Are you gonna read this out for us, bro?
We're all gonna read it. Yeah, I mean,
yeah, let's all read it together.
A couple of us will read it.
Wait, a bit smaller, maybe. No, perfect.
So, for context, for Jules, Mark Passio is one of all of our teachers. You've heard of him. He's a natural law guy.
Self-proclaimed Satanist as well.
Used to be ex-Satanist. Was in a really good death metal band called Insanity, like really good death metal. If you're into death metal,
yeah,
he was
I'll check
sick.
it out.
Yeah,
you heard Snot then? Yeah, get sidetracked. Sorry.
Yeah, so he made a network
since he's been
and he's kind of let some flunkies on the network, and we're just talking about it.
He's got a great band since he's an ex-Satanist. The founders.
The founder, yeah, he has a pretty rad like heavy metal band now that has like bass lyrics and shit. But anyway, so you want to go, Oscar?
Sure. Let's have the title as well of the essay. So
Concerning the One Great Work Network,
and it's written by a woman,
Jana ESP.
Yes, and this is from her website. So there's a note, and it says, "This is for people who have followed Mark for a long time, who have been watching his latest podcast. I don't want to deter people from getting into his work, especially his earlier work, as they are some of the greatest occult works of our times. Is the goal of the great work for you to, after you've done proper shadow psychological work and have a sufficient understanding of natural law, become a public figure and teach the world? To become, quote unquote, someone important who can be looked up on Google as a prolific content creator? Even if you do this, you can never measure to, and you will always be a lesser version of Mark Passio, who is the only person in the history of the world that has created information in the best way according to Mark Passio." And there's a truth to that. However, we don't have access to all occulted works created since the beginning of the human species. Many great works are inaccessible, too obscure, no longer published, or destroyed to ever know how true this is. So she's questioning this here. But we can say that the way in which Mark Passio has put pre-existing information together, hermetic, philosophical, psychological, conspiratorial, has been brilliant and the groundbreaking zeitgeist of our age. At the same time, is it right of him to be constantly telling his followers that they are not living up to the great work unless they become like him and attempt to do what he does and has done? At this point, it is important to properly define what the great work is. Does someone else want to read that?
I'll go. The great work is an ancient and timeless hermetic idea that goes exceptionally beyond Passio's conception. It is properly defined as the evolutionary journey and cycle of the individual and base matter, least conscious, to the infinite all highest consciousness. This is achieved through reincarnation and embodying many types of being in many planes of existence through evolutionary principles and laws. In this way, I would consider the Kybalion superior to Passio's work because it hashes out the relationship between the absolute and the relative and goes deeply into origin and infinite all. And the great design of manifest relative realities. This understanding is a philosophical prerequisite for obtaining a holistic perspective of the world. Passio defines the great work as becoming a public natural law teacher following his example. And he adds the important caveat that this should be after we all have changed ourselves enough through shadow work to understand natural law information. But there are still problems with the first problem. There are still problems with ... with this, sorry. There are still problems with this. The first problem is that Passio makes it seem as if his unique purpose is everyone's purpose, who of course understands the material. He believes that if we were all doing as he does, the world would be a changed place and slavery solved. But if sovereignty is the answer, how can you activate your own sovereignty if you are following a leader and doing the work someone else has done or has requested of you? Everyone has a unique purpose, and not every hermetic student, neophyte, initiate, or adept is learning to be a public presenter or content creator. Some are, and some may feel inspired to repeat the natural law seminar, which is great if it is driven from within. Mark's work played a role in awakening my own purpose to content create, and I'll be grateful for him. I'll always be grateful for him. He was significant. He has significantly helped change the lives of many people, and that is a wonderful thing. But there are many individual purposes as there are people, and this diversity is, in final analysis, complementary and should be nourished instead of trying to create one template. That is the great work. Fostering judgment, non-content creators. Fostering judgment against non-content creators or non-public figures is a poison for the community and reductionist in its perception of value. To say that everyone's end goal and singular purpose is to be this one thing, to be like Mark Passio, falls into collectivist thinking and ultimately supports a social hierarchy that defines the great work, what the great work means. And that is exactly what the One Great Work Network is, making it a potential cul-de-sac for individuals who take Passio's work as gospel. For others aware of these issues, it may not be a problem. You want to go?
Sure. Now, what Mark did with the natural law seminar in 2013 was phenomenal. While the information is quote unquote nothing new, being eternal wisdom, the way he delivered it was the new, fresh, inspiring, truly original, and incredibly helpful to make a shift in consciousness. I remember listening to it a dozen times to fully understand it, feeling that all my previous studies of inner transformations led up to it. Having finally found the philosopher's gold, I was blissed out for months after.
Me too.
Same. Mark Passio was an anomaly who made a difference and captured the spirit of our age, but we can't live in the past. Others can never repeat what Passio did, nor can Passio repeat the same revolutionary event. And there is no need to. The information is out. It is accessible and available now, having been revealed and unveiled. The apocalypse already occurred, and as much as we want to ride that moment forever and wish that it made more of an impact, we have to move on and accept the dark collective fate ahead of us. While there have been highlights and some new ideas since, Mark has generally been regurgitating and rehashing the same work as he even admits. From the audience perspective, nothing has changed about his consciousness as he clings to a static and rigid role with the same tone, expression, style, and content where you can almost predict what he's going to say next. When we have become predictable and static, we have stopped growing. On his podcast rants, he has continued to yell, criticize, and embarrass his audience for not doing enough, for not becoming public figures, for not being as great as he is, using his past accomplishments as a leverage on power, making them feel ashamed at how little they've done in comparison. He plays the paternal, Saturnian coach, saying whatever he needs to get people's butts in gear to create his army of teachers. As much as he denies being a cult leader, this type of abuse and manipulation that cult leaders put on their followers to recruit them. This is the type of abuse and manipulation that cult leaders put on their followers to recruit them. Even if the actions one is manipulating another to do are seemingly good, the ends don't justify the means. And I'll repeat that. The ends don't justify the means. Sharing natural law content because of external pressure, fear, shame, guilt, inadequacy, insecurity, etc. is not aligned to natural law. If someone is putting pressure on you to do something or be someone with their narrow definition of spirituality, then you will not be motivated for the right reasons. You cannot be sovereign if you pursue what others want you to pursue. Consciousness isn't just about action, but thought and feeling, and getting that aligned too, not just to objective reality, but one's true identity. And regarding the latter part, no one can tell you what that is. If we're not living in alignment with natural law, but putting out natural law content, then what is the point? Holistic living is the goal, not content creation from a contradictory consciousness.
I can go. People who need Mark to give them. Oh, do you want to go, Oscar?
I heard someone say that they can go. Was that you?
Yeah, I can keep going. People who need Mark.
I think this is quite a long read as well, so I'm gonna take some notes while we
do it. Everyone should take notes all the time.
I mean, I don't feel like we're reading this to say this is the truth, or like it's really well written, and I think it does have some interesting points that we can talk about. And I'm also
we can have commentary after if we agree.
If someone else is, that's cool as well. Does anyone else want to read?
I don't mind. You want me to go now?
Yeah,
I can read
cool.
also.
Yeah, okay. Let's do the reading together.
Is Jeff's mic crackly for everyone else?
I don't know if that's me or not.
Yeah, the mic is crackly.
It's a little crackly.
Where have we left off?
Okay,
maybe
Ariane reading then.
Sorry, dude. Love you. You want to go, Ariane?
People who left. The people who need Mark part.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
People who need Mark to give them motivation to become, quote unquote, someone, have not really discovered their own sovereignty and internal power, and may be seeking approval from a later and often father figure. This fosters an unhealthy codependent dynamic. Finding our unique purpose happens at different times and differently for for each person, connected to the principle of rhythm. For it to happen right, it must come from love and freedom. The expansion of consciousness, also a principle as all seven are involved, being inspired to do something driven with purpose comes from within and cannot be forced into existence. It's spontaneous and organic. I recall searching for my purpose for many years, but I had to do enough inner work to find it, and the vision came to me when least expected. So by purpose, my purpose even changed in a matter of years, from art to I don't see from the orangutan.
Writing.
Writing and I lost track.
There it is.
Okay, from to writing and feel as if I could sustain this purpose for the rest of my life. That's how my light burns bright in my heart. It's a beautiful experience to feel you have something special to offer the world.
Uh-oh, someone's feeding back.
Is somebody?
Can everyone meet up?
Yeah.
Yeah. You, Jeff.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, go ahead, Arya.
So that's how much the light burns bright in my heart. It's a beautiful experience to feel you have something special to offer to the world that only you have discovered for yourself, and to nurture that. But what is not beautiful is being shamed into taking an action that isn't genuine, even if it is emulating a person of great works. So just this more. The great work is about discovering the self, and once we conceive of it as one particular mission, we fail to see how it is connected pardon me, to discovering what we are uniquely meant to do here. Okay, so that's, want something to continue, or should I finish?
I can
the
keep going.
last one?
Or if someone else
Okay.
wants to go.
I'm up for doing it again, unless Alicia or
Okay,
Jim
yeah.
wants to do it.
Yeah, sure.
He's
I can
all
do a
good.
little
I'm
bit.
rolling
Yeah,
a
go for
joint.
it.
I'll do a little
I'm
bit.
happy listening, learning.
Sure. I'll jump into a little bit just for okay. For someone to do great works in the world and make an impact, it has to come from original inspiration of one's true self. It has to be your specific calling and your specific voice. The integration of your life experience and knowledge from an eclectic array of sources. This will look different for everyone. The path of sovereignty is about becoming more of an individual, not less. We shouldn't want others to be like ourselves, but to be the fulfillment of themselves. To turn the great work into a mechanical thing, a technical endeavor, a format of instructions, a chore that people, quote unquote, should do as dictated by a leader, removes the living intelligence and spontaneous desire that should be involved in our actions and creations, directed by ourselves. There are near infinite ways to be engaged in the great work. Just need it to scroll. Where are we? A great work. Thank you. And many have nothing to do with the public sphere. There are many types of right actions to be taken that should align with the individual's soul personality. Passio leaves this out because he is focused on one agenda and one way of doing things, his way. And he will distort spiritual ideas to serve this. His approach is fine as long as it is properly contextualized in a larger correct framework. But gatekeeping needs to be called out, as some individuals will really suffer from this. Being on this network is fine as long as you can critically assess the spiritual errors he may be propagating that could cage your potential. I write this for those who may be confused on the matter and maybe help those who aren't able to articulate the situation better. Being holistic means being balanced in all aspects of life, which is a unique expression for each individual in which the great work is part of. However, this exclusive focus on content creation encourages workaholism and using work as an addictive drug. Hustle culture, social climbing, narcissism, using work to feed the ego, identifying with your work, reducing the value of people to their accomplishments, linking approval to quote unquote followers, linking power to views and likes, reducing consciousness to action, spending too much time on harmful electronics, etc. The focus on a network encourages social hierarchies, competition, comparing people's work, a materialist conception of spirituality, as being what you tangibly produce, reward and punishment systems, social credit points and awards from Mark Passio, etc. All of these are traps for further evolution when one steps into the cage Passio has designed, probably unconsciously. We are meant to digest and incorporate natural law information into our lives, but it will be expressed at different times in different ways. Limiting the great work to a materialistic, agenda-driven conception and or as tangible products on online platforms removes the infinite multi-dimensionality in how spiritual evolution actually unfolds beyond our perceptions, conceptions, and even creations, and much beyond the digital world itself. Should I continue or hand over?
Yeah, this is your job now from now on.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying being read to. It's really, really cool.
Bedtime stories, folks.
Yeah.
A second problem with this narrow definition of the great work is that Passio's material is only a beginner's guide to the occult and alchemy that provides a basic conceptual structure, requiring further education and refinement from other sources and inner work. Self-knowledge cannot be taught, but is equally necessary. His formula gives the impression that at a beginner's level of understanding, one should now turn all of our attention to enlightening, teaching the world. But the truth is that there is so much more individual growth needed to be really considered holistic and at an initiate level, which is not the end of growth either. People who get caught up in content creation and its ego payoffs can easily conflate the growth of their platform or body of work with the growth of consciousness when they can be diametrically opposed. The public persona can be a trap. Public figures often remain the same their entire lives, having crystallized their social hierarchy and following, while private individuals may go through intense transformations, free from the restriction of these things. Ultimately, the content creator matters more than his content, and he shouldn't even identify himself as content creator, for that is not the true self. Personally, I have done more work on my consciousness when not content creating, but through contemplation and reflection. And that work is the gold, not the content I create. Even initiates and adepts have more inner work to do after going all the way, since there are levels to quote unquote going all the way. This reflects the vast nature of cyclic, upward spiraling, transformative movements of evolution. If we're still in this body, then we are not yet a master. By only focusing on action, Mark's great work formula leaves out the necessary continual refinement of thoughts and feelings, the casual factors for action, and the more subtle aspects of inner work that just keeps going. We should be talking about mind and spirit as much as we are action. By holding one type of action as the great work, we make it easier for individuals to bypass the alchemy of thought and feeling and obfuscate seeing action in a more holistic, multidimensional way. I've experienced 4 major transformations in my life, and my last was many years after learning about natural law. Intellectual understanding is vastly superficial to understanding its application in consciousness, both yours and others. Philosophical understanding of ideas isn't equivalent to psychological understanding of consciousness and how it plays out in real time and real events. There are levels and layers of evolutionary refinement, as there is always shadow and ego to refine. If we aren't constantly engaged in that work, then how can we be considered to be doing the great work? And you'll never be given social credits for that type of work. Some people who are focused on content creation are making a name for themselves, should really be focused on gaining more knowledge, as the ego likes to believe it knows more than it does. Some people in Passio's network have proclaimed themselves, to me personally, to be moral relativists. This doesn't seem to matter, because as long as it serves his network, even misinformation is considered good. And this is the trouble with the utilitarian approach that says, do whatever it takes to get this information to the greatest number of people, even if that means putting moral relativists on the network. But you cannot approach spirituality with utilitarianism. Helping relativists see the flaws of their worldview is the great work, not having them join a great work network so they believe they understand when they don't. Seeing the value of each person as dependent to their contribution to the network fails to see the developing person as a substance of value and their work in consciousness. Do we care more about what a person does than their actual development? Another problem with Passio's great work definition is that it implies that it is only through his work that individuals can develop holistic consciousness and become spiritually awake. Yeah, believing that would put a lot of pressure on you, but it isn't exactly true. While his work is helpful and we can share it and draw from it, other people can and have arrived at these eternal truths through different paths all throughout history. While Passio's work describes the integrated metastructure of truths a holistic person will naturally understand, many people arrive at this understanding in their own way, even if they do not linearly organize data in the fashion he does. There are people who understand Hermetic philosophy better than Passio and have never heard of him. We should not confuse the map, natural law education, with the territory, holistic consciousness. Ultimately, spiritual information will always exist because it is part of existence. Even when every artifact of spiritual knowledge is destroyed, people will have access to it directly, as this is the magical design of the cosmos. When the student is ready, the teacher will appear, quote unquote. People receive the information when they have developed the point of readiness, because this is the whole purpose of the universe, evolution. Natural law operates outside of us. Souls have been evolving out of this plane since its existence. We are not the only types of natural law messengers, as nature herself is a messenger. And there are many kinds of messengers beyond what we know. Most light occultists work behind the scenes. Thus, we must strive to see the great network outside ourselves and outside of what we create as the intelligent evolutionary forces behind the cosmos that act in seemingly mystical and mysterious ways, bringing the precise, tailored lessons and events to individuals for their interior growth. Becoming conscious of these begets a glorious feeling as we start to understand the quote-unquote higher. Part of evolution is relinquishing the grandiose significance we ascribe to ourselves and our work. That would be hard for someone like Passio to do, who has done significant work. But that would be the next phase of his development that would grant him a higher expression of freedom. It's okay to be proud of what you've achieved, but we must restrain ourselves from turning that into pride, an accessory of the ego. There is a saying, quote unquote, when you do something bad, don't forget it, ... but when you do something good, forget it, end quote. This references the wisdom of being always aware of your errors, faults, vices, while not identifying with your virtues, strengths, or the good, which causes blindness, arrogance, vanity, and ego attachments. Humility is one of the highest virtues that we should cultivate, even to the end of our eternal return. There is no accomplishment that we could do that is greater than the all itself. My fundamental point is that generating great work material is not the whole of what the great work is. And I think that needs to be said. Some see it, but some don't, but suspect something isn't quite right. And it's that second group that I am targeting. Mark Passio's definition of the great work leaves out the evolution and ascension of the individual in a larger, infinite scheme. The definition is reduced to joining his network and social hierarchy, where you can receive his accolades and validation that you are in fact doing the great work. He has set the highest standard for what the great work is, ... when the all should always be at the apex. To obfuscate the larger picture of evolution is to distort basic Hermetic teachings. And even though this is done under the guise of good deeds, we have to understand again that the ends don't justify the means. Mark sees this as a quote-unquote numbers game, taking a utilitarian approach where the end goal is to get as many people as possible awakened to this information as the one and only solution to the world's problem of human slavery. This will make sense to people who don't understand levels of consciousness. But initiates and adepts all throughout the ages have never attempted to change the masses, ... and for good reasons. People entertain this idea often due to political, collectivism, globalism, the new age, quote unquote, save the world, mind virus, and the tools of the digital age. Before the internet, it was difficult and rare for the majority of people to have a large audience to connect with. By using technology, we can influence greater numbers, but this doesn't mean we should live and die on the digital altar. While it is good to share info on digital platforms, and people who have a strong calling for that should pursue it, it is not the ultimate arena of our spiritual work. While the internet has become a useful tool, we must admit that it was crafted by dark forces for technological slavery, and we will ultimately have to abandon it. In the meantime, we can use their tools for good causes, but we shouldn't act as if a corrupted and controlled digital reality is the end-all, be-all location for the great work. Our physical bodies were meant to interact with only a few individuals at a time and to personally know less than 100 people. While the internet has extended our capabilities for connection, we must be vigilant of its dark side. As not only was this technology created from bad intentions and without alignment to natural laws, but it represents an artificial reality with many false constructs. This is problematic when taken as real. The more digital we go, the more elusive and reductionistic reality becomes. The more we project and assume, ... the more we superficially judge others, ... the more we indulge in fantasy, ... the less we see people as people and more as numbers and things. The many dimensions of the human being collapse, and so it is no coincidence that digital totalitarianism emerges in tandem with this. The private sphere is where the rubber meets the road in application of philosophy, contrary to our virtual sphere of influence, where we are lost, mesmerized, and hidden by contrived images. Teaching our children the principles of morality is an even deeper aspect of the great work. For it is one thing to put static information together and another to interact with a developing person as to intimately guide them in a holistic and balanced way with the living intelligence. But sadly, much of the truth community has chosen to not have kids, supporting the eugenics doctrine. In turn, their work becomes their children, which will never compare. Even if natural law material went viral, it would be for the wrong reasons, because the level of consciousness of the vast majority cannot even comprehend it. Would we expect children who don't understand addition, subtraction to grasp calculus? If we just put more calculus in the world, would that help? But when it comes to spiritual understanding, it's different than math, because there are so many things you can't teach another person that they have to discover on their own for themselves. To believe that you can't get the sleeping masses to a level of hermetic wisdom simply by putting out information is to not even understand mass consciousness or how consciousness evolves. When Mark realized that he would never be able to achieve mass awakening, he turned his energy to facilitate a natural law teachers group so that these teachers could change the masses. And this extends the incredible pressure he puts on himself to his followers that is unhealthy. It still supports a diluted notion. If we believe that mavens, those with social power and influence, are all that is needed to change others, then we feed into the false paradigm and value of social power and influence itself. Mark is focused on increasing the quantity of voices and playing numbers of natural law teachers. Upon numbers, the masses. But this utilitarian belief that we beat the numbers game by having numbers that isn't necessarily true in regards to a subject matter, that turns utilitarianism on its head. Collectivists are all about numbers, as more power can be asserted that way. But occult and esoteric development is about the least number, down to the individual, the deconstruction of social power, and about which is less shared by humanity, transcending collective consciousness. The masses seek numbers and social movements to measure the validity of ideas because they are prone to groupthink and consensus fallacies, believing the narrative of the majority rules. And these tendencies prevent consciousness of sovereignty. Hence, their first step into sovereignty is prioritizing truth over the social domain as to pursue the path less taken. Until the individual wants to relinquish all his group identifications and the belief that truth is a collective narrative, he cannot start the journey. We cannot use the ways of the masses as a means to propel them into higher truths without a distortion of those truths. Ultimately, singular works that stand alone have a greater impact than regurgitated works, ... And they shine from one individual to another. Singular voices make an impact more than collectives and social movements. Mark Passio's work shines brighter alone than mixed with others on a network. People aren't awakening, not because there isn't more natural law information out there. It's because they aren't seeking it and are apathetic to its existence. People have to have an inner search for truth that is so deep and intense, they will find it, ... as it will be granted by the cosmos in some form or other.
Can I read a bit more?
Please.
But it's still lovely to hear
Good job, Alicia. Jeez.
When we share. Yeah, thanks, Alicia. For this moment to make a difference in a person's life, they must have already done a decent amount of research and inner work, ego, shadow, and they must be unsatisfied with the relativist doctrine. There are very few people who are ready for this material, and to think that the majority is ready and can be changed, and that there is going to be a great awakening of natural law is a naive and ignorant perspective that fails to understand the dynamics of self-transformation and all of its psychological roadblocks. Initiates are truly the anomalies of the matrix, and it's been that way for a long time. Of course, we want everyone to develop holistic intelligence and higher consciousness, but that goes much beyond simply understanding the basics of natural law information. The more you understand what holistic higher consciousness entails and how difficult it is to attain, which is why it is called the narrow archway, and why teachers say many are called, few are chosen, the more realistic you can be. Each individual has to develop on their own by their free will agency and overcome their own self-ignorance, i.e. karmic patterns and interior matrices. Everyone will attain higher consciousness, but you cannot dictate when. And in our current state of fear and turmoil, this growth will even be harder to obtain, as growth is predicated on love. Realizing that we have no control over the global situation is difficult, but this must be faced, for delusion is much worse than reality. At the end of the day, Hermeticism is for the few and not for the many. It is not ideal, but that's just how it is, relative to the aggregate consciousness and vibration of this plane and its inhabitants. This will be seen by anyone who has objectively witnessed and assessed mass consciousness without being clouded by desire. It's not an elitist statement, but a fact. The wise are not here to make fools wise, but to become wiser and help the few who want to become wise. While natural law information debunks New Age nonsense, still many have the New Age spirit, feeling global change is possible by our efforts. but changing the masses should never be the goal, because you can only fail in this endeavor. From this failure, there will be great disappointment, crisis, sadness, and anger. You will feel drained, victimized, and unconquered. Ultimately, this is not about a war to win, but a war to transcend. We cannot win the battle of evil in an evil world that must, by law, manifest evil consequences. But we can evolve through it and see our personal lesson in it. Sorry, I have to read that again. From this failure, there will be a great disappointment, crisis, sadness, and anger. You will feel drained, victimized, and conquered. Ultimately, this is not about a war to win, but a war to transcend. We cannot win the battle of evil in an evil world that must, by law, manifest evil consequences. But we can evolve through it and see our personal lesson in it. Making mass awakening the end goal of evolution and the great work will have negative consequences for the individuals who believe this to be true, which is why a deeper and vaster spiritual understanding is required to overcome this and the defeat it will bring. Right now, it is understandable why there is a great need for collective change, and we are in such a chaotic and dark time. The truth is that things have always been chaotic and dark for thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of years. We're just in a different phase of the imperial cycle, where it's aggravated and more on the surface. There's so much evil in so many people, both elites and the masses, conscious and unconscious, and all consequences have to play out. Too many things have been set in motion that it would defy the laws of physics to think we could revert back. We have to master our emotional states and come from love and not fear and desperation amidst living in a dreadful dystopian reality. We must prioritize our growth and resolving our psychological issues, including the issues with our childhood family, as we cannot afford to be a psychological mess during these rough times. So getting our inner house in order is of paramount significance. And for some, pursuing content creation may be a distraction from this. Do you want to take over?
Who?
You?
Oh, sure. Unless you want to keep going.
Sure.
Was I making faces? Go ahead.
Becoming more aligned to reality means having realistic expectations and not conflating desire with the actual condition of things. There's no magic wand waving that will suddenly shift the tide. We cannot become a world of higher consciousness overnight, and probably not even in 1,000 years. False hope will destroy us, but getting very real can strengthen us and help us make the right choices to at least navigate a situation that is not dismal for ourselves and our families and our friends. That is all we can do. Help those who want it and attempt to overcome tyrannical obstacles with knowledge, so that we don't follow along with the masses. But holding on to the hope of mass salvation just feeds the collectivist ideology that got us here. While the dark occultists want to control the collective, light occultists know that they shouldn't. Eventually, the break will be most important in our personal lives as we deal with the fall of civilization and rebuild through sustainable avenues, by understanding that our level of consciousness will be a factor in how things end up for us. The evolution of our consciousness becomes a primary focus. But for most people, that will be last on the list of importance, as they will be driven by fear and action rather than love and consciousness. The harder things become, the more people will cave into their psychological issues, addictions, and ideological crutches. But we must do things opposite to them and see our hardships as inextricably linked to the development of our character. Okay, someone take over here.
I'll go. The ancient Hermeticists were clear that martyrdom is not the path to enlightenment. There is no merit in sacrificing your own health and growth for the concept of the collective in an artificial reality. There are aspects of the Jesus Christ story that shouldn't be emulated, and becoming the savior to provide collectivist salvation is not how reality works or how people evolve. Each individual finds salvation at different parts of their reincarnation, journey based of their agency, will, and desire. We shouldn't see this as a collective affair, and we should value an individual above our collectivist ideas. The universe did not design you to be responsible for everyone's knowledge of natural law or to carry the heavy burden of collecting ignorance. Yes, we do have moral responsibilities, but that may be taken too far due to our inflated ideas surrounding digital artificial realities. We need to balance this responsibly with our personal lives and our individual journey. While becoming a morally good person involves helping others grow in their consciousness in a multitude of ways, that is not the sole reason you are here. No one is here to save the world, and that may be the final New Age nonsense that we leave behind, freeing us from grandiosity and unnecessary burdens. The collective fate of this planet is not our individual fate or end. Even though there are temporal karmic intersections, ultimately, the real end we are moving towards is the ascension to our consciousness beyond this plane of lower consciousness, to be free from this dimension of limitation and suffering. But we cannot dictate when that is, as laws will determine. In the meantime, to help balance our feelings of helplessness towards current events, we must accept and embrace that there is karma and purpose behind us being here at this time. As the necessary conditions for the development of our particular soul, natural law is always in operation, and there is divine meaning behind it all. Jana ESP. Check her out. Follow her on all over the place. Facebook, go to her website, watch her YouTube videos. She's a badass. Thanks for reading, everyone who read.
Thanks for bringing it to our attention. That was quite a body of work there.
Yeah. She doesn't mess around.
It was really wholesome, like listening to you all read and you know, seeing it, the whole information. Like for me, this is really mature. Like really cool. So
thanks, man.
Yeah.
I'm glad you're here. So thoughts?
I'm learning heaps, bro. Fucking, I'm learning heaps. Nah, it's fascinating for sure.
But we have to stay humble, definitely, and not get into the
100%.
I know it all, my way or the highway.
Yeah, for sure. I definitely feel like
is it true though? Does Mark Passio do that? Does he imply that it's his way?
You're breaking up, Oscar.
Oh, sorry.
Oscar?
Go ahead, Jules, if you want.
Oh, shit. Nah, bro, I lost it.
You know what's interesting is it provides the different angles that each individual who are unique as a snowflake are going to see and need and bring and process and cultivate. It's not a singular track here, and that the work can still make a difference and be important even on a micro level as it is on a macro level.
Yeah.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Is it good quality or is it dog shit?
It's okay.
Okay. So what I like about it is I would say like there's only one slight, it's not even a disagreement, but I don't know how much I agree with it, is that Hermeticism is the summum bonum of occultism and that it's the highest thing. But I say she knows what she's talking about. And if you look at like movies, you have like one good guy like 007 or Rambo or Superman or whoever the hell it is. You have this one guy who's like badass, and then you have a bunch of like stormtrooper bumbling idiots. Okay. We don't want natural law stormtroopers. You know, fan theories aside, you know, like we want everybody to be a freaking unit, whether you're a Rambo or you're a Spider-Man, like whoever you are, be the best version of yourself that you can be. So I absolutely loathe the collectivist mindset, because what these people are doing is work avoidance, trying to spread the load over like many hands. And when Mark says many hands make for light work, it doesn't mean that everybody's a 90-pound weakling. No offense. Like that nobody, like, you know, no offense to skinny people, but we want people, everybody to be rock solid, everybody to be the fucking Terminator. Every single person should be an ice cold motherfucker. And then when there's many of those ice cold motherfuckers, we don't even have to plan. Just by being ourselves, we'll affect change in the world. And then when we decide to do something, it's effective. But there can't be like this collective consciousness idea and this new age quasi solipsism where we can just project thoughts or, you know, do something like that into some like ethereal cloud or castle in the air. It's bullshit. We just need to be solid. And every time you like take a step, you need to fucking make the earthquake, metaphorically, like with your knowledge of natural law.
Yeah.
That's what you got to be. You got to be heavy, like you know, like a natural law Iron Man. You got to be heavy with knowledge. No uniformity, no collectivism, just
Authentic.
core values, and whatever your expression and expertise in that, apply it to the max. You know, like all the Ninja Turtles are different, right? You know, but they're kind of all just want to be good guys. So be a fucking savage, but be real. Keep it real.
Yeah. So I was, you guys know Manny Mandala. Shout out to Manny, badass. Check out him on YouTube. He's got awesome meditation videos and stuff.
Yeah,
but anyway,
the
Manny.
Meditate More podcast.
What's that?
The Meditate More podcast.
Yeah. So Manny, eventually, I didn't hear from Mark for a long time, but Manny brought it up to him in class, brought up the podcast and me, and he asked Mark, like, hey, you know, like, this guy knows about natural law and he's really done a bunch of podcasts, and, you know, it's like you know, like, you should probably check out his work for, you know, maybe getting on the network. And I got basically a hard no. I don't talk about natural law enough, allegedly. And I need to make myself more like Mark. I need to make presentations like Mark. I need to stop doing what I'm doing best to be more like Mark, more like Will, more like Derek, more like Logan. And so, you know, that just reading this and knowing that, you know, like, this dude just, nope. You know, it's just more disappointing. Not that I don't have complete respect for Mark, but it's just the network is a complete, it's very embarrassing.
So why not find another speaker for natural law? Why make like Mark Passio and this mob the standard, bro?
Well, Mark taught us all a lot. Mark's like, he's got such a big body of work. We're just needing to take Mark's stuff to a different level, basically, and that's why we're here every week. You know, that's why we do what we do, is because we want to take things to a different level.
He gets a lot of his works from the Kabbalion.
I thought Mark told us to do something that he's not doing, because Mark is aware that what he's doing is not working.
But he doesn't actually believe that, because since I'm not doing exactly what he does, I'm not worthy of being on the network.
Well, you are not pretending to be a super deep, knowledgeable occultist yet.
Yeah.
And that's more honest than the other people just repeating Mark Passio word salad. So I think you're a specialist. You're a specialist in veganism, and you're learning natural law. But like, I mean, I'm down to like go deep into gnarly occult stuff, but
as if there's any difference between veganism and natural law. Like, I don't understand like who makes up this like rule where there's a gnarly occult stuff.
It's the X-rated natural law for adults only.
My thought on this one, if I can just interject to add this, is like, with the elites and the circles, they will get you to such a point, but then they will withhold a certain level of information that is the key piece to finishing the puzzle on purpose. And I feel
they charge you for it.
Sure, by design. And I feel like not having this sure, it's called vegan group therapy, but it's not all about veganism. But is not veganism a critical key piece of the puzzle? And by putting it in the dark and not giving it its fair share of voice within the One Great Network or wherever, isn't that eluding people from the truth? Which, for example, Mark knows and applies to his very life. So everybody can go against it and take however long they want, 15 years to get to this point.
It's the litmus test. It's the litmus test we were talking about earlier. Who's serious? Who is serious about natural law?
Absolutely.
That's why they look so ridiculous. The carnist natural law practitioners look so ridiculous to us. We're like, well, what are you even doing? You're patting yourself on the back because you don't enslave your neighbors. Like, I don't understand what the point is if you're not going to be going to the fullest and doing less harm. And in our day-to-day life, eating meat and dairy is doing a massive amount of harm to the world.
And it's easy. You know, it's easy. I can't stop Ukrainians and Russians from shooting guns at each other, but I can stop myself from putting a chicken wing in my mouth.
Yep.
Yes. Yeah.
Yep.
Like, just do no harm.
Yeah, and like, not to go back to Derek again, but when Derek talks about veganism, I roll my eyes. I don't even want to hear what he has to say because I see how he presents himself in other ways.
But there are people as well who are listening to, like, you had, Peter Rogers on here. You've got Patty, who really helps tremendously. And there are really good health messages as well as ethical and moral.
That's the bonus.
And so, and we've got Julian on here too. He's been listening and tried a 2-week test. Julian, is he listening?
Yeah, I've done the 2-week vegetarian.
There you go.
That helped my guts big time. I'm back on like meat and dairy and whatnot. I've put weight back on as well, which is good. But hey, I fucking walked off a heart attack, guys. So
I heard about that.
I'll lean more. I'm leaning a little bit more on my faith these days. But that's not just from reading scriptures. I haven't read the Bible back to back.
Remember, faith without works. Faith without works, brother.
Yeah, that's it. I had a fucked up experience, man, in like this. It was a nightmare of sorts, bro, and I accidentally muttered the name, and that's when I had my first encounter with Jesus. Yeah, it was a bit extreme, and that wasn't the first one either. So I'll stick with that for now. And yeah, like with I dive into the Talmud a bit, but you got to be careful when you talk about that stuff. Yeah, and the Torah, Isaiah 53 verse 5. That's another one.
Yeah, the Torah is against Israel, man.
But yeah, look into Avadia as well, and Jeremiah 49, I think. Destruction's on its way. Like with the elite stuff that Alicia was talking about before, but not knowing what it is, I feel like a lot of the elite stuff is some Talmudic satanic shit. They don't believe that Satan is the source of evil. They think God is the source of all evil, and that Satan or Shaitan, he's just there to test your moral character and to see if you'll cave into those temptations to reveal your true self. So,
yeah, man.
Yeah, it's fascinating shit.
I hope your health gets better, man. We worry about you.
So do I.
You're too young.
Camera being stuck down my throat next month, though. So into my tummy, have a look.
Yeah.
Got a endoscopy, a colonoscopy. But I've got to go on for a pre-anesthetic on the 27th, so in 2 weeks.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
It's too many health issues at a young age.
Yeah, ultrasound on the heart coming on the way as well. They want to do a lumbar CT on the spine, but my lungs are fucking sweet. Hey, they said my lungs are good. They like, you got heaps of good lungs.
You're like, I ain't
I'm like, no way. I'm like, fuck, all them chest pains. I know that's my heart now. Bastards. I'm like, that's fucking, just messes with me, bro. But lungs are good, liver's good, kidneys, pancreas, all sweet. But yeah, I still get this gnarly stomach pain. So that's like fucking sends you keeling over, bro, and you can't really stand up too good. Yeah. I've still got the titanium clips where they done the appendectomy as well. So
Youch. Youch. That's sketchy.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought, fuck, man. So who
What we
leaves
doing
titanium? It's biocompatible though, so it's all right.
Interesting.
Like gold. Funny enough. Yeah. There's things to that as well with gold and the frequency that shit resonates at. Silk, cotton. What's the other one? I can't remember. Silk and cotton, you can't have those two together though. The frequencies of them cancel each other out. So yeah. But there's so much cookery that I know. Just little bits of random information though. No good.
Yeah. That's you know, that's what we're doing here, digging up little pieces of information. So Oscar, are you out?
Yeah, I kind of went to bed, but I'm still here.
The Europeans don't stir up. We are here.
But I mean, I'm up for hearing some thoughts on and sharing some thoughts as well on the.
Yeah, share some.
Sure. I mean, I think it was relevant because he does kind of speak about something that sounds like
Hey man, I just want to warn you that Torah is the darkest thing in the universe. The Torah is the Talmud. The Torah is an encrypted Talmud. It is there to harvest your soul. I'm just saying, bro, not to like.
It goes back to the Septuagint and whatnot. I know.
Darren, don't interrupt Oscar. He's gonna scream at you. And that's socially acceptable.
Then we're gonna have to slaughter a lamb to expiate the sin.
No, we'll slaughter a chicken, then a lamb, and then a goat.
No.
And then the son.
And then some red heifers. No
Sol
blemishes.
Invictus.
All right, hold on, guys. Oscar had you guys railroaded Oscar. Let him go first.
Sorry.
That's cool. That's cool. I'm gonna share my camera so you can see my facial expressions. Here I am. I'm totally ready to go to bed, but yeah, I wrote some notes. I thought that was she did have some interesting angles, right? Like I think like her overall angle, which I find interesting. Well, not to spoil it too much now, but there's this kind of idea that don't have high hopes for the future, man. Like it's gonna go down. Like it's kind of like this dystopian,
or utopian. It's utopian to think that we're gonna change anything really that much.
Yes, and she's kind of saying that you face the darkness, like face the possibility that you might not be able to save the world, but you might be able to help your friends and your kids, your family.
The Sanhedrin and whatnot, they crowned Donald Trump with the silver crown, naming him the Mashiach. So you got a false prophet as your president. Oh, you're not in America. Who's in America? Who is it? Darren's in America.
Every time the Bible tells you something's true, you should still regard it as false because it's programming, bro.
Yeah,
it's cognitive dissonance manifest.
All right, we're gonna do the Jules and Darren show a little bit later. Sorry, Oscar.
No, it's cool.
It's cool. The European Balkan show. I joke. Oh, sorry.
But I mean,
Yeah,
I really like this essay. I think there are some really cool points, and it's also
you froze.
Be a bit skeptical. Like I don't want to swallow it raw. Like there are some things where I'm like, you know, like one sentence which was a bit strange. I thought was like, if we are still in this body, then we are not masters. Like there's this kind of like it does feel like it's a bit like.
Yep.
Where you're like,
no, you're right, Oscar. It's too ethereal. It needs to be tied to the real world. It has to correspond with reality.
But I don't want to nitpick either. I mean, in some way, she might be onto something about like
she is.
Maybe it isn't all about the numbers. You know, maybe that. And then but she's calling it utilitarian. Maybe it is about the numbers. Like maybe that is the realistic thing. So I'm like I'm kind of
I mean,
like, I don't want
It's
to
about the number of quality people.
exactly.
The American Revolution happened with like 8% of the population. You know, like you don't need these huge numbers.
I mean,
But
the
that
founders were
8% was
slave
high
owners.
quality, Jeff.
Yeah, that they were very high quality people.
But they were slave owners, right?
Yep.
Yeah,
and
ultimately. I'm not.
They knew it was going to be a problem too. They knew slavery was a problem, and and they were correct, and it caused a problem, a civil problem.
It may be that where numbers where numbers are important and are needed. From what I got from it was that the focus of the individual should not be for that individual to access and change the masses, so to speak. Whereas, yes, the masses dictate what our environment and condition may be. It's not the role, nor is it possible for the individual. It's detrimental for the individual to focus for that to be solely the focus on changing the numbers, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that's why it's kind of warning against that. You're saying it can actually be a detriment to you if you're like
lowering your self-esteem,
and it's like low self-esteem. You're like, oh, I'm gonna be good enough if I create content. So that's gonna be my focus. That and she's kind of saying the goal is actually a lot in the person
living by example.
Yeah. Just interrupted Oscar.
I know. I just interrupted Oscar. You can scream at me if you want.
But it's really weird that you guys are making fun of this because I'm usually not treated like that. People don't really confront me about it, and it is.
Are you going to let me speak?
No, I can't.
Oh,
say
that was
like
Dr.
Natasha. Slap in your face if you say that.
And this is where I'll say we should have a little special word called "ouch" when somebody interrupts. Just say "ouch." You've interrupted me. Ouch.
You should never play word. And who's gonna get the ball? And he's gonna speak.
Yeah.
Talking stick.
Like the circle, VGT.
I can't help but notice, Oscar. I've interrupted you several times, and you have not yelled at me once.
Shut the fuck up. Oscar,
but you leave the keys up on the table. You wanted to.
He's giving me.
Put a little makeup. You wanted to.
Yeah, we'll pass the key around. So yeah, Jana.
Also, wait, I'm gonna go take.
I really enjoyed reading this with you all. I probably need to go to sleep because I gotta get up.
Yeah, dude. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for having the balls.
And
thanks for having a level head.
He's got big balls.
As Jeffrey said,
big balls.
Check out some of Jana's other articles. On community and spiritual business that also feels related.
We want more work from Jana.
Yeah, she's working on a book right now, so really looking forward to that. Anyways, thanks for having me.
Later, Oscar.
Good night, everyone.
Bye.
See you next week. See you on ENL. Yeah, I think Oscar might be the new host of Europa Natural Law. And he's been doing Kabbalion reading in the Natural Law chat on Thursdays. And Europa Natural Law is a Sunday morning. They're fun shows, good people. Action and excitement.
I think he did a great job today, especially for his maiden voyage. He was very diplomatic. He gave everybody a fair share and if that's his first go, he did great.
And most of all, he didn't censor Jeff.
No, actually, Oscar stood up for me quite a bit over there. When Derek and when Sarah kind of like got out of control and said, you aren't allowed here. You aren't wanted here. He stepped in and was like, nah, that's not how it goes around here. Which
he stays objective. I'll say that.
Objective-ish.
Well, yeah. I mean, relative to
relative to the other people we're dealing with.
You're tearing people apart. I'm crying just thinking about it. You're hurting people's feelings. The bobbies are gonna come knock on the
Is
door.
that supposed to be Yvonne?
Well, it's the mother figure that cares about your feelings, and it's like a mum and or a nana, and you're hurting people's feelings, and we just rather not do the show.
You're trying to tear the network down.
Don't be a fucking
You're
cunt.
tearing him
Don't be
down.
a
You're
cunt.
checking him. You're looking for his testicles.
Oh
We
my
all just need
God.
to get along and support each other.
Oh my God, you guys. With the fake
Here, let's do a natural law reach around. You go, and then I go.
Oh my God.
Is that a Cockney accent? Is that
Allie
an
just
attempt-
blew cranberry juice out of her nose.
Oh no, let me think about it. I think it's a Cockney. It's definitely a cockerel of some kind, maybe a pigeon language.
Yeah.
Fucking Trump.
Fucking Trump.
Rubbish. That's all rubbish.
It's poppycock. It's poppycock and pish posh.
But I like the Australian accent more because it's fucking
Do it,
beautiful.
Ariane. Do it.
Well, Julian can give it to you in Spain.
No, dude, Julian comes in my show, right? There's like 10 people here. We're all deep in some not today, but it's happened a couple times. This guy shows up. Everyone's just like, oh, we want to talk to Jules because he's that accent just like charms any Americans. Americans are just all Australians. But no,
And he said
he got based to stay. It's not just your accent.
Because he comes from the land down under.
I want Julian to go to
under
a cookery show with his nan. A cookery show with his nan.
Yeah. When are you going to
Show
do that?
my
A
nan.
vegan cooking
we
show.
We had a Mother's Day yesterday. I cooked a barbecue for my mum and my nan. It was good.
There you go. You should have recorded it.
I didn't eat none of it though. I was like, I don't know why, but after I cooked it all, I was like just looking at all the meat and I just couldn't eat it. I was like, fuck.
Nice.
Come home and had like I had like
broccoli.
Bro, you're like a vegan Crocodile Dundee in the making.
Look at the beautiful broccoli.
Nah,
You're going to drive the
for a
chicks
couple weeks.
crazy. They're going to convert because of your mad Aussie appeal.
Yeah, maybe. When I worked in the chicken farms, though, like, that's pretty hectic.
You call that a Satan? This is a Satan.
Arian.
That puts you off chicken, man. Like the chicken, you try and eat chicken when you work on that facility, bro. It's like the chicken taste how your socks smell when you take them off at the end of the day.
Gross.
Like, no
So
good. No good. I couldn't eat the chicken.
There's an actual study that just came out that says the less meat and dairy you consume, the more you're disgusted by it.
Yeah, I
so
think
you're probably slightly feeling
because
that.
of the fucking bovea additives that they're putting into it. That's going to
gross.
mess with a lot of people because it's they have a legal limit which is allowed to be left over on things, and that leaves room for contamination and for error, right? But the problem with that is it's like our fucking our bowels and whatnot, they're not the same as a cow, bro. Can you imagine if that additive winds up in your like intestinal tract from you consuming dairy or just eating the meat? What's that going to do to your system and whatnot? If it reduces the cow's methane output by 99%, what the fuck's it going to do to your internals?
Yeah,
sounds like something nasty. There's not enough research done on these things long term.
Corpses, man.
It's unfortunate that we have severely irresponsible farmers destroying our croplands.
The leading cause, experts supposedly, I can't remember where this is from, but they're suspecting the leading cause of death by the 2030s for young adults will be bowel cancers and whatnot.
But
from cooked meats.
Let me try to connect the dots here. And like the time difference is not even that bad here. It's near 11. But like, did you just say that they're injecting something to reduce the methane output?
No, they're feeding it to the cows. They're feeding it
so that they don't fart.
Yeah, 99% reduction in methane output. Not just bovea, it's BOVEA. It's something else as well. They're feeding to them.
So,
but then again, American cows, you give your cows fucking trenbolone and all sorts. Like we export $1 billion worth of cattle to America every year, but
and it's got to hit your wonderful cultured butter stuff too, right? Like the Aussie butter
yeah, absolutely,
is like
everything.
So if people are ingesting something where there's fart blocker, are they going to have fart blockers in their body? And what's the impact on a human with fart blockers?
Well, not only that, if we have a look at what Pfizer done in 2021, they actually acquired a company called Arena Pharmaceuticals, right? And some of the key drugs that Arena Pharmaceuticals specializes in is immunodeficiency therapies and gut inflammation drugs. I don't.
Immunodeficiency, doesn't that mean they just need
immunodeficiency, like immune system deficiency syndromes and therapies towards that. So the time that they bought this company and whatnot, they also discontinued a medication that the FDA had fast-tracked for specific heart conditions that is a side effect to a medicine they released, safe and effective in 2021. Same thing that I've got a couple of. So
wow. Well, thank you for sharing. Sorry if I diverted the conversation into Fartville, Jeffrey.
Have you heard of medical medium, Jules? What's his name? Anthony Williams? You might be into his. Try and find his books pirated online or something and check them out, because it's
Pirate Bay's up, bro. Did you know that? Pirate Bay's running, brother.
Huh?
The Pirate Bay. She's back up.
Yeah, Pirate Bay's back. Fuck yeah.
Can I read something quick
here? These are really good books.
We have an orange tree.
All about healing your gut.
For these oranges.
Can I, guys? Can
Wait,
I?
I know what that is. That's artichoke, isn't it?
Yeah. Good for you. Go ahead, Arian.
Some of them.
I want to read something for you.
Read something at 5 a.m. in the morning.
Yeah. Isn't man an amazing animal? He kills wildlife, birds, kangaroos, deer, all kinds of cats, coyotes, beavers, groundhog, mice, foxes, and dingoes by the millions in order to protect his domestic animals and their feed. Then he kills domestic animals by the millions and eats them. This, in turn, kills man by millions because eating all those animals leads to degenerative and fatal health conditions like heart disease, kidney disease, and cancer. So then man tortures and kills millions more animals to look for cures for these diseases. Elsewhere, millions of other human beings are being killed by hunger and malnutrition because food they could eat is being used to fatten domestic animals. Meanwhile, some people are dying of sad laughter and absurdity of man who kills so easily and so violently and once a year sends out cards praying for peace on earth. This by C. David Coates. Yep.
That's awesome.
Yep.
Beast. Oh boy. Mike the Vegan. So I attempted to get Mike the Vegan on the show, you guys. I really fucking tried. I got on his Patreon, where he said that if you get on my Patreon, I'll meet up with you for 15 or 20 minutes. And I hit him up and I was like, hey, I'd love you on my podcast. And he's like, yeah, sure, as long as you're not some carnivore podcast tricking me. And then I never heard from him again. So I tried, but here's his latest video about oats.
Glucans as well. For example, this study, which took human cancer.
Started over there.
Hey, it's Mike here. And can oats, magical oats, detoxify the forever chemicals known as PFAS? They're in the news a ton. You're probably familiar with them. I've done videos on them before. And we have recent studies actually looking at oats and an active ingredient in oats and its ability to detoxify, lower the levels of PFAS within the body. And this is really a response to a clip that I saw by Dr. Rhonda Patrick.
Study used oats. The beta glucans, which is, by the way, a fermentable type of fiber, they actually caused excretion of the forever chemicals.
In particular, we're going to be learning about beta glucans, which are super interesting, a ton of research around health benefits. And we're going to talk about the practical aspect of how much oats you would need to eat in order to get the amount that we see in some of these studies and what other foods beta glucans are in, etc. Oat. Let's go. I'm going to warn you right now. I'm extremely positively biased toward oats. You should not listen to a single word that I say on the topic of oats. I'm just kidding. But I do have them regularly in my breakfast rotation. I feel great eating them. So yeah, I do like them a lot. And of course, I'm all about the whole grain consumption, not that sugar-laden packet of instant oats that you might see in the supermarket aisle. But if you ever see a comment by an account named Oat Simp, just know it's not me, okay? Anyway, lightning fast refresher on PFAS. PFAS stands for either per or polyfluoroalkyl substances. It's a whole group of various chemical, really industrial chemical compounds. They disrupt hormones. They're in about a third of groundwater globally, which is insane. And they're also a class 1 carcinogen, according to the WHO, like processed meat. You obviously don't want them in your body. And in addition to them being in water, they're also in various foods. For example, meat, which is a whole video that I did in the past, looking at vegan levels and how they're lower. I recently saw a clip by Dr. Rhonda Patrick, who is a PhD biochemist. She's often making the rounds on social media, making scientific claims. Usually I agree with her, and here she is.
Oh, the other thing that just came out, this is interesting, also animal data. So forever chemicals, I mentioned forever chemicals, those take 2 to 5 years to excrete, but there's studies showing that they're called beta glucans, and they're in oats and they're in mushrooms, but the study used oats. They actually caused excretion of the forever chemicals, PFAS, in animals, which is something that doesn't happen.
All right, we're going to pop the study right open, but really fast, it's important to understand what beta glucans are. It's pretty simple. We're talking about a type of soluble fiber. They are made of chains of glucose, much like starch, but these bonds between the glucose are stronger, which is what allows them to make it further down our digestive system to our gut, where they have a bunch of super positive effects. And yeah, to get nerdier here, the difference between those bonds is that starch has alpha glucosidic bonds and beta glucans have, you guessed it, beta glycosidic bonds. Now you know. Okay, let's look to the study she mentioned. It's this one, and it is a 2025 study, which is, yeah, unfortunately done on mice, and it's just a pilot study. Don't worry, we're getting to more research after this. But yeah, as you know, I'm not a huge fan of mouse studies. Oftentimes they don't translate to humans. In this case, I think they do, as we'll get to. And it's also the case that they're often undergoing cruel and unusual punishment and killed. But in this case, that unusual punishment is basically just having their drinking water completely contaminated with PFAS. Anyway, we might as well get to the results. They say they observed lower blood concentration trends in the beta-glucan fed mice for various PFAS compounds. And additionally, this had secondary effects, such as these beta-glucan fed mice actually having a lower fat to body weight ratio, which is wild, as well as some lower triglyceride levels in various parts of the body. But Rhonda believes that this does apply to humans. And why does she say that? Well, she mentions a different study.
The reason why I also think it's happening in humans is because there was a human study, not with oats, but it's a drug that's used to lower cholesterol, and it does the exact same thing that the beta glucans in oats do. It was shown to clear forever chemicals in people.
And if somebody vaguely mentions a study, you know I will not stop until I find it. And actually, it was pretty easy to find. It was this study looking at a bile acid sequestrant drug. And we'll get into that relationship between beta glucans and bile acid in a bit. Again, yes, it is a similar mechanism. But yeah, it was a 2024 study that lasted 3 months, where they gave people the bile acid sequestrant drug called cholestyramine. And yes, this was a randomized crossover trial on humans. Yeah, they gave them the drug and placebo, and then they switched that over so that we could see if there were any time effects. It's just a better way of doing things. And they found that for one type of PFAS in particular, PFOS, they saw a 60% reduction, which is no joke. This is especially wild because PFOS is a longer chain type of PFAS, and longer chains generally stay in the body for longer. So from various studies, the half-life of this thing is supposed to be 5 or more years, with the CDC putting out a range of 3.3 to 27 years. Yet within just a few months, it went down by 60%, which is more than half. And for other types of PFAS, we saw a 20 to 50% drop, again, in just 3 months, which is also huge. But there's another study that also heavily supports this idea that I don't think Rhonda Patrick had seen at the time of filming that, and it was done on humans. It's a Canadian study, and it is from 2025, very recent. The study used oat beta glucans, about 1 gram of it out of 2 grams total. From
Is this all oat
powder, and then they also fed a control group
oats?
some brown rice powder, which doesn't have beta glucans. I will say this study was only a third as long as
your mic is muted.
What'd you say, Jules?
Bro, is that beta glucans? Is that in all oats or just these ones?
I believe all. Yeah, all oats. Oats have a really good macro balance. The fat, protein, fat balance. It's really, really good if you, I guess if you want to stay the same size, if you're not trying to lose weight or gain weight. I mean, you could gain a shitload of weight eating a ton of oats, but
yeah,
reasonable.
They're caloric, quite caloric.
Yeah. After this, I have a question for you, Jules, so don't leave.
Why did Mick the vegan shave?
Nothing hard, nothing weird.
All right. Oh, good.
that last study that I just mentioned, it was only 4 weeks long, but even then they found that 3 different types of PFAS were lower in the beta-glucan group, and total PFAS was also statistically significantly lower. So this got me wondering the practical question, how much oatmeal would you have to eat to get that much or even more beta-glucan? And well, from this study, 75 grams of oats has about 3 grams of beta-glucan. And yeah, that happens to be roughly the amount that I eat. A cup has 81 grams, and I eat, between 3/4 and a cup when I have it in the morning, dried, which then cooks out to more. So it's wild that I'm eating probably nearly 3 times the amount of beta-glucans that were used in this study that lowered PFAS just with my oatmeal in the morning. And that's where I would like to see more studies where they have different doses, higher doses, all compared to see what we get. And I would also add that barley has significantly more, not quite twice as much, but close to twice as much beta-glucan as oats. And another fun, interesting fact, the beta-glucan content of both oats and barley depends on a lot of growing factors, such as the weather and fertilization, etc. But I would just go ahead and say that this is great news from a practical sense, because unlike some other studies that are out there, whether we're talking about curcumin and turmeric, or we're talking about bromelain from pineapple and eye floaters in my recent video, where you would have to just eat so many freaking pineapples, it would be impractical. This is a case where you can easily get this much beta-glucan from a normal amount of whole foods. But this is where it gets really interesting to me, and that is what is the mechanism here. And that brings me back to that bile acid sequestrant drug. And I will say right off the bat, even though those are also used to lower cholesterol, and they lower cholesterol in the same way as fiber by taking that bile acid and basically just evacuating it out of the body like a little train, and then not having that bile acid reabsorption means that because bile acids are so close to cholesterol that you have to take more cholesterol from your blood to create more bile acid. Kind of complicated, but from the Canadian study, they say that bile acids are chemically similar to those long-chain PFASs in pH, weight, and more, and are transported the same way, and thus, quote, gel-forming dietary fibers may enhance elimination of PFAS as they do bile acids. So rewinding a bit, these longer-chain PFAS chemicals rely more heavily on liver detoxification, on being put into your bile acids and excreted into your digestive tract, where they are then evacuated, hopefully. The problem is PFAS can just continually be reabsorbed in your intestines after it's dumped and create this sort of toxic loop, especially when you're not getting that beta-glucan and other fiber, because fiber's fighting PFAS in 2 ways here. First of all, that fiber is just going to be binding PFAS when you initially eat it. And then also, as your liver dumps it, it's going to intercept it and prevent that recirculation. So in that way, it's sort of like a vacuum sucking it out of your bloodstream, as opposed to just letting it continually recirculate, which is really what is going to be happening on a standard American low fiber diet, because how else are you going to get rid of it as efficiently? And this is where there's a logical realization that has to be had. And that is when we're seeing PFOS, for example, having at least a 5-year half-life in these other studies on people on a standard American diet, but then we can reduce it by 60% just through bile acid sequestration in 3 months, which is 20 times shorter. Then it becomes obvious that a lot of these aren't actually forever chemicals. They're just forever chemicals if you're not eating fiber. Otherwise, with fiber, they're just another toxin that can be detoxified in a reasonable amount of time. This is really interesting because we can look to that vegan PFAS study and just see, okay, what does a population that generally eats higher fiber? There are some processed vegans out there that can keep their fiber pretty low, but what is it showing? And that brings me to this chart, which is fascinating, where we see a trend where the longer that people are vegan, the lower their PFAS is, sort of on average. I mean, it seems like some people are able to get it down there really fast, but there might be some other people, again, who are maybe consuming higher PFAS and not eating as much fiber. Maybe that's this cluster up here, but still more time on a vegan diet, lower levels. And while beta-glucan in oats is awesome, it's definitely a way to do it. And Rhonda Patrick even goes on to say, she's eating oatmeal to try and do this.
So I've actually been adding a lot of oats. In fact, I had some oatmeal this morning because I'm like, oh my gosh, this is incredible.
But we just can look to any more effective bile acid sequestrant type of fiber. They're not all created equal, but for example, we have that psyllium husk as well as pectin, which are both good bile acid sequestrants too. And then of course, it's not just oats, it's also barley and certain mushrooms, which we'll talk about in a second. But first, I just wanted to hit on a few ways that beta-glucans are just super effective and super healthy, and looking to actual human studies, more human studies at least. And we have, for example, this one, which found that, yeah, beta-glucans do decrease calorie intake by increasing satiety. Again, this is sort of like a nature's Ozempic situation. It's all part of the same equation. Great. And we have several studies showing that oat consumption lowers LDL or bad cholesterol. We have studies like this one showing general beneficial gut effects, especially with bifidobacterium, which is super positive. We also have studies showing improved insulin sensitivity and lower after-meal blood glucose spikes in people with type 2 diabetes, which is great. Just to hop back to a petri dish for a second, we're just seeing so much anti-cancer stuff with beta-glucans as well. For example, this study, which took human cancer cells in a petri dish, exposed them to beta-glucan, and they say, quote, our results indicate strong anti-tumor properties from oat beta-glucan, and at the same time, no toxicity for normal cells. That's what you want. And we also have these fungi-derived beta-glucans, which are slightly different in their structure. It might have some slightly different effects, but we have some cool studies. For example, this one right here, which found that beta-glucan might decrease seasonal allergy suffering, which is pretty amazing. It's a small study, only like 23 people, but still they found, as you can see here, quite a big decrease in just overall subjective allergy suffering, as well as a lowering in things like inflammatory markers and better psychological states as well. And we have this massive meta-analysis of randomized control trials showing that oats in general lower inflammatory markers like C-reactive protein, pointing to not just beta-glucans, but also an antioxidant unique to oats shown to lower artery oxidative stress. In the end, yes, I think Rhonda Patrick was right. Well, there is better science than that mouse study because it's on humans from that Canadian study showing that oat beta-glucans lower PFAS levels, compared to controls, which is amazing. And while there could be even more mechanisms, it appears mostly that beta-glucan is able to lower the PFAS level in our body because it's a bile acid sequestrant. Our liver is once again dumping these PFAS chemicals, detoxifying them with our bile acids into our intestines, where sadly people are probably just reabsorbing them over and over again. The same thing happens with hormones and other toxins. But in the case of having fiber there, especially these more effective fibers like beta-glucan, pectin, psyllium, etc., then we can totally trap that and just get rid of it, which is great. So we can just get rid of that PFAS fast. And that is also supported by the lower levels in vegans that we see, especially decreasing over time, longer vegans, less PFAS. And of course, the benefits of oats in general and beta-glucan goes way further than just PFAS. And so, yeah, oat simp, Mike the vegan out. Let me know down below what you thought, if you learned anything. And of course, feel free to like, subscribe, all that good stuff. And
You muted, bro. Still
There's
muted.
no sound.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay. So yeah, Jules. Oatmeal in the morning, Jules.
Oh,
Peer pressure.
Hold the fuck up.
Peer pressure.
I got some. I feed it to the chicken. She like some of the other chickens. They pass away, but this chicken, Mumsy, she's the mum of all of them, bro. She's still alive, like 6 years on. I feed her oats. She's the only one that gets them. She's going through a molt right now, bro. And we're about to hit winter. She's a bit silly, but she'll survive it.
All right, Jules. So I want to hear your opinion of this presentation.
Keller.
Let's do it.
I'll be back in a sec.
Hello, everyone. My name is
That
Logan
can't
Hart,
wrangle like
and
me,
I'm Will
bro.
Keller. And welcome to the very first episode of
Rangers
Fuel
Unite
with Hydrogen podcast. Very excited to kick this series off and share all the new information or maybe stuff you haven't heard before about this very up and coming new body of science and a revolutionary way of healing the body, optimizing the health, and I'm excited to get into it. So before we get into some of the more specifics of hydrogen and the implications of that, let's start off by just talking a little bit about the thing that matters most, ourselves, right? Who are we? So Will and I are both experienced content creators. We've been very active and putting out podcasts and YouTube channels mainly focused around spiritual philosophy, the principles of freedom and morality, right? Offering those sort of deeper, more esoteric solutions to the many problems.
He's blinking
of the world.
too much. He's nervous.
But you have to kind of work from both ends, the metaphysical and the physical, because this realm is where the work is done, and you can't discount one or the other. They both matter. So what better way to maximize your effectiveness in the three-dimensional world than to make sure your body is functioning the best that it possibly can be, keeping your positivity and your emotions high, your brain is functioning better, you'll live longer. Like, there's so many benefits to caring about your health and putting in the work to make sure that you're going to get the most out of that quality of life. So again, I've been a content creator about 5 years, and I'm excited to start this new venture because this is a bit of a different approach than I think Will and I are both used to. A more broader audience, a more direct and simplified, just straight to the point. And I'm really excited about it. So, Will, do you want to share more about your side of things?
Yeah, absolutely. And well said on the introduction. And it's a perfect segue because we're talking about healing. And I do think this is an ongoing process, being in the physical realm, you have a body. It's not limitless. So it's up to us to take care of ourselves. And that's exactly where my journey began in 2012, where I was battling some health conditions with autoimmune, specifically psoriasis, and kind of really doing my own research and diving into the how and why and what and how can I regenerate myself? How can I stop this ailment in its tracks? And it led me to a good friend of mine at the time introduced me to hydrogen water. And at that time in 2012, it was not that many people have heard of hydrogen water at all. It was really rare. It was more well known in the East part of the world, in the Asian countries. And diving into that, it was really awe-inspiring, because first educating myself on what hydrogen water was and how it affected my body, and also experiencing positive results and healing from that. That I always call my first love, because it sent me on a path and a trajectory of just truth seeking in general. And, following the research and the scientific studies of what hydrogen water is, and it really was an eye opener. So of course, getting into certain communities and getting into some, top large water ionizer communities and manufacturers and companies. But dealing with sales and machines and devices was one thing. The research, the science was another. And that's really where my heart was laid, following this ongoing progression of information and studies. And I continue that and really had a realization of these big companies and the lack of certain attributes that they had. And we'll dive more into that, later on. So I left those companies and still followed the science and the research. And, fast forward many different life paths, Logan and I are reunited, and this huge, profound topic enters into our aperture, our perception once again.
Right. And the passion for the science and the healing benefits remained through that. I had a similar journey, although doesn't go nearly as far back as yours will. I got into the space about 5 years ago as well. And similar thing. I was fascinated by...
No audio, bro.
It's funny.
The hydrogen just vapored off.
The audio's gone again, bro.
The only science that exists. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
This is my hydrogen machine.
Oh, hydrogen.
Nah, bro.
Journey, Asia. Journey, Asia, esoteric, wu wei, feng shui.
So I have a threat. The only thing I know about water, like I've seen the hydrogen machines and all that other bullshit on the Facebook ads and whatnot before. Yeah. But the only thing I know about water that actually works is there's these vortex filters they use in the universities, right? I've got a friend that's doing a horticultural course, and they're about $200-300. You can buy them online, but what they do supposedly is they split the water molecules into smaller sizes to allow better nutrient uptake or something rather. I'll try and find them online for you.
I think they structure the water as well, Julian, because oh my goodness, I'm eating my homemade bread. Sorry. When the water goes through traditional pipes like cities and everything else, it loses its natural structure.
Right.
And therefore, it is not healthy. So it'll create structure. It may balance the pH. It may mineralize it. Yada, yada.
Right.
Yeah, it's water is what they call a polar solvent. So it actually has a polarity to it, and it does make a different charge for what it's worth.
This is my hydrogen water.
So like reverse osmosis and all that, and alkaline water versus like the pH water, the acidity and whatnot, that's all important. That's legit. Like with the alkalinity side of things.
I know it's real. I don't know how much of an effect it is. You might be talking about
But we know if your
5%.
blood's too, sorry to cut you
Yeah, I
off,
mean,
if your
it
blood's too
matters.
alkaline, you get sick, you die.
Yeah. Yes. No, it matters, but I just like, how crucial is hydrogen water? I mean, we're talking about two different things. These guys are talking about electrolysis of water, where
Right.
I mean, you're huffing Hindenburg filling.
Yeah, so you
You
think there's
know,
merit to it? Or you think that is fucking
no, I think
killing
I
cunts'
mean, no,
legs, or-
the inhaling the hydrogen water. I will say that there is no evidence that it does help. I'm not
Right.
saying it cannot help. I think drinking certain water with effervescent, gases in them, it's fine. I mean, we know mineral water is good for people. I'm just saying, like, what they're saying, their claims are just patently false.
Yeah, just bogus. Full
No
of
pun
shit.
intended. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's just like it won't prevent. It won't do what they're saying.
Yeah, the claims making you
They've
live
never
longer and things
proven
like
it
that. Like, if
in
you drink
any
some of
way.
this water, get hit by a bus, you're not going to live longer, are you? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
I mean, but they
fucking-
never proven it. I mean, like, it may work, but like, if I just invented something yesterday and I never tested it, and I told you that it's going to help you and it does, I got lucky. It
and
doesn't mean
it
that I
targets a
know.
vulnerable audience as well.
Yeah,
Like a less
and
intelligent
why
audience
would
that
I price gouge? Let's say, what if
can't
it did
discern.
work? Why are they price gouging and you charging a insane profit margin? I mean, like, dude, that's not okay. If something costs $300, if I were to buy it retail, why are you selling it for $5,000? I could tell you, like, a grapefruit spoon that I have in my kitchen is the best one on the planet, and I got it from the fucking dollar store. But like, sell it for $1,000 by making bogus claims.
Say you
You
broke
know?
into the fucking museum and stole it from Tutankhamun's
Yeah,
tomb.
exactly.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's some
Darren-
Joseph Smith type shit,
Well, marketing scammers target
I know
dumb
a
people.
really good machine I invented. This
I'm a marketer.
this one,
Uh-huh.
and then you put water here, from the tap, and then when you put the water here from the tap, then you take this and then you blow it in the nose. It's really good. It's
I
cheap.
have one that I plug into the wall, but then I throw it in the bathtub with me real quick.
Yes. This is made in China. It's really cheap, And this water you can take from the tap, and then you can hydrogen it in this, and you can even put in the other part of the body, and it's a filter.
Yep. Oh, wow.
Sounds believable. Where can we order it?
It's really selling it, you guys.
I will make it on the Telegram chat and everything. It really,
I'm
if you say
delusional.
something bad about it, I will block you.
Can you guys hear me? Check, mic check.
Yes, there we go.
Okay, thank you. Jesus Christ. So the hydrogen water machine industry is a polished con dressed up in pseudoscientific jargon. It promises miraculous health benefits from molecular hydrogen, but delivers overpriced water that's no better, if not worse, than what comes out of your tap. Independent testing often shows these machines raise the acidity of water, contradicting their own marketing with falsely claims alkalizing effects. Not only does this undermine any supposed health benefits, but it also can disrupt your body's natural pH balance if consumed excessively.
Okay, so what's the natural pH balance? It's around the same as a vulture, isn't it? 2.5.
Even if you put
stomach?
2, it converts back
it changes
to 7.
depending on your diet. The stomach
Right.
acid changes it depending on what you're eating. It could change quite a bit.
Remember, like, this allopathic concept too. I mean, these guys like want to flip individual switches instead of treat the organism as a whole.
And they're animists, right?
They're animists, bro.
Yeah.
Basically, they're natural law atheists. It makes no sense, bro. They don't
Let me
have.
finish this.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, you're good.
Worse yet, most of these machines are sold through multi-level marketing schemes. Where the real product isn't healthy, it's recruitment. People aren't buying hydrogen water machines because it works. They're buying into the fantasy of passive income and pseudo wellness status. The only ones consistently profiting are those at the top of the pyramid, while the rest are left with worthless machines, bad credit, and known scientific backing to show for it. In essence, the hydrogen water scam is a cocktail of false hope, scientific illiteracy, and financial exploitation. A grift that preys on the valuable or the vulnerable under the guise of help. So yeah,
with
it's like,
that, Jeff, do you reckon there's ways that we could teach people to like do their water in better ways without a fucking machine that's going to make them sick and acidify them?
yeah, or they have to pay for the power to have the machine run to make the water, like, and if you're healthy, your body naturally changes the pH of water. So the whole hydrogen water scam, or the alkaline water scam, is pretty much hubbub. Kangen water is another multi-level marketing scam, which invented the whole alkaline water thing that came from Kangen, which is the same scam verbatim that Logan and Will are doing right now to Mark Passio students.
Yeah,
he doesn't seem
you
to
got
care.
it, though. Like, honestly, the fact that humans have to correct water, bro, is like peak delusional.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I'm not talking about remove impurities. I'm just saying, like, we've just discovered in the 2000s, to like, it took us thousands of years to discover that we're all fucked up because humans haven't had electricity to fix their water.
Yeah.
It's
And these guys are animists.
Ancestrally, you could say that.
Let's
So-
watch some more.
Hydrogen itself,
what-
but as
I
I
am-
Go ahead, Alicia.
Well, so I think, Darren, like, you're talking about if it's in the middle of nowhere, of course you don't need to do anything to the water, but it's been so adulterated by fluoride and God knows whatever else that, I mean, I personally steam distill all my water, and then I do one of these little
Based on real science, and there's real chemicals that you are removing. It's a good practice because you remove. I'm saying these guys aren't claiming to remove toxins from water. They're claiming to put the good stuff into water, and claiming that after thousands of years of existence, humans have finally reached the summit of Mount Cupid and discovered we were drinking water wrong this whole time.
Yeah, and it's funny because we've been covering this for almost since they came out, probably 8-9 months, and we've found that there are literally tablets that you could drop in your water, that you don't have to plug into the fucking wall. You don't have to pay $6,000 for that makes your water even more,
water, bro.
more
That's what I've been
hydrogenated than the machine even does, and you aren't paying for the machine and the power. So it's like,
and you don't need to nebulize or we use a cannula. Yeah.
And that's like, if you even believe in this stuff, but these guys don't. They're broke asses who can't make money with their own great work. So they're scamming, since they are in a position where a lot of people are watching them. They can, and this is very telling for the it's very telling of who these guys are. They can't have a following without manipulating and trying to scam that following.
And they don't want you to know that the hydrochloric acid in your stomach consists of a hydrogen atom and a chlorine atom in an aqueous solution, and all you have to do is add something like a citrus fruit, and you create. I mean, bro, like and you're not going to get lighter than air monoatomic hydrogen. Is not something that's bioavailable to you. It's all smoke and mirrors.
And a lot of these machines are making H3O.
Good God, dude, that's fucking tritium. That's like,
Yeah.
it's almost as bad as breathing radon gas.
Yeah. And so some of these machines, you know, they'll work fine for a while, and then they'll start like making, you know, crazy H3O acidic water, and you're literally doing the opposite.
What
Like
about
we
deuterium,
watched
like
this,
heavy
we
water?
watched this guy that did this little series. He did like a skit about the hydrogen water machine scam, and he tested a bunch of the machines, and it raised the acidity of all of the water. And these guys, Will and Logan, are going to sit here and tell you that it lowers the acidity.
But this is tested.
Dude, if you slice a cucumber and you put it in a glass of water, you will have accomplished more than what they're doing with their machines.
This is tested.
Yeah. And it's like, and we're going back to bioavailability again. Can you even absorb hydrogen from breathing or drinking it? You know, and like Peter Rogers said, a doctor, legit medical doctor, is like, hell no, you couldn't pay me to use one of those things. And
Hydrogen
these guys
is by definition a positive ion. It literally is an oxidant. It will cause cancer eventually.
Yes. So these morons are telling people that they need to be plumbed into this machine, plugged into the wall. And these are the cloak wearers, you know, these are the
oxygen
black
keeps us
shirt.
alive and at the same time kills us through oxidative stress.
These are these self-proclaimed shamans that wear cloaks and wear, you know, they got swords hanging in their rooms and stuff. You know?
They got a whole freaking wizard factory.
Yeah. This guy, this dill hole on the right starts his network, calls it Wizard Factory.
Can I ask, speaking of network, and it's linked to this conversation. So when there was the donation that supported the One Great Network and the individual people got some money, for this one, did this fund the water company or did it go to their website on the One Great Network? Does anybody know, or is that too probative?
No idea. Yeah, you'd have to ask them probably.
I don't even know. I'm starting to doubt if that fucking bullshit was true.
Do you think these guys are actually scamming, or they're actually drinking this shit and they think it's fucking working?
This is another one that I have really good. You put this in your nose with water and then you pump it. You know? Really good.
So the guy on the right, I don't really talk about that much because I don't really see any potential in him whatsoever.
Which one's on the right? Which one?
This guy, Logan Hart, right here.
The one that's in the garage? Is in the garage?
No, the guy with the poop stains on his carpet on the right.
Okay.
So I've been, so the guy in the video on the right, I've had, I don't know why, but several of his ex-girlfriends approached me to tell me about him. One recently, and she told me I could read this. I asked her. I had posted the link to this podcast, and she was like, "Oh, I've had some pretty terrible experience with the One Great Work Network," and I was like, "Do tell." And so she DM'd me, and she said, "I'm not in the mood to deal with his loyal fans mocking me, and I have a business tied to my page I can't jeopardize." This is what I responded: "Sure. I was in a relationship with someone tied to the network who talked a lot about truth, sovereignty, and non-aggression, but acted in ways that were complete opposite behind the scenes. He lied, manipulated, gaslit, cheated, all while still presenting himself publicly as some sort of evolving spiritual guide. He violated my trust, my home, and everything I thought was safe. When things fell apart, he shared selective screenshots pulled from and I normally wouldn't get like, I wouldn't go to an ex, like I wouldn't, you know, there's two sides to every breakup, and with the truth being somewhere in between, right? And I normally, an ex-boyfriend or an ex-girlfriend, you know, like you'd listen to them, but they're pretty, you know, they're probably not the greatest source of accurate information. But this is the fourth time this has happened to me, and I'm starting to see a pattern. Fourth, third time, third. Yeah, three. They didn't see the emotional manipulation, the lie, the disgusting. Okay, so yeah, my experience with the One Great Network, anything but great. And honestly, if this is all the truth and natural law, like look like to them. I want no part of it. If the truth matters, so should integrity in all areas. And he's a snake oil salesman trying to scam people with these hydrogen bottles. I have screenshots of everything. She sent me all kinds of screenshots about him talking about, using this other guy's tactics to sell these things and how he knows nothing about the hydrogen machines whatsoever. And he's just completely scamming. So I was all, oh wow, thanks for that. And I sent her the link to this to the snake oil podcast, and she was all, oh no, yeah, I asked him about that back in September when I saw it posted on Justin Pedini's post. He was very forceful for me not to watch anything you put out, that anything you said about him was a lie. He's very good at controlling the environment he posts in. He blocked me when I was commenting. Yeah, we know these guys are blockers. So I could keep commenting to his echo chamber, and he blocked me though. He very much has imposter syndrome, and while he's eloquent with his words, he doesn't have the integrity he claims. So, yeah, she sent me a bunch of stuff about the hydrogen thing, and I had asked her. I was like, "Wait a minute,
Well, I think that's all you really need. She's giving you the
story, huh?
She's giving you the evidence with the hydrogen stuff to completely shut this whole thing down. You know what I mean? It's just going to be unfortunate for the people that don't get that knowledge.
But here's the thing: is that. So Logan is business partners with Will Keller. Will Keller is the de facto acting head of the One Brain Network, and also with all the students who are coming in for the new media course, that all funnels through Will. And if for example, some of us has been blocked for trying to be truthful about things, and he just has the samurai sword of block. But how is this ethical? So if you've got record allegations which could be proven fact or fiction, then at least, and why isn't there an investigation as to this? And why isn't this person at least temporarily put in the timeout corner whilst investigation happens? Because this, the fish rots from the head down, and this is just not good.
Yeah, I think the neon sign might be compensating for something missing.
Savage. I have that 4-minute clip of Will describing his behavior as bad.
Pull it up.
Yeah, you want me to share it?
Yeah.
We'll watch this for a minute until we do that.
The company that I was involved with kind of was taking a step back as far as just not optimal in terms of the technology and some of the integrity of just the overall way of going about things.
Oh, and so you went to China.
Didn't resonate with me. So I took a step back from that. Didn't feel good about promoting those things, but I knew hydrogen was legit. So basically, we want to set the stage before we start getting into some of the basics of hydrogen. This episode will be, introducing hydrogen therapy, molecular hydrogen therapy.
Molecular.
Ooh. Molecules, things, stuff, science, money.
Base. Molecules.
And just before this gets pulled up, can I just ask a question to Jeffrey? Of the X's, what was the red thread? What was the same? Was it the manner of behavior? Was what were they saying the same story?
So the three in question, the first two, he cheated on one with the other, and then cheated on the one he cheated on, and then they broke up. And then this one now, he was cheating on her the whole time he was with her. So he's a truck driver, so he's just driving all over the country. So it's pretty easy to just meet chicks in different towns and have all these relationships and
go
shit.
to the truck stop, download Grindr.
Lot lizards.
Grinder.
Oh my exes,
Grinder. So they all basically said the same thing. Let me read the juiciest part. I forgot. Give me a second.
How dare you?
I know. How
You
dare
had people's feelings.
One of the lads I had beef with over on 420 channels and
You're
that.
breaching contracts.
So this is
I
about the
tried to-
hydrogen. This is about the hydrogen machine. So they're super shady with this hydrogen thing. He's completely broke, lost all his crypto life savings in February because he's an idiot. They don't have money to pay for these machines up front. He had someone order one, but PayPal put a hold on the funds. So the person had to wait 21 days for it to get shipped out from China. So he had to wait 21 days and then they shipped it out from China, which probably took 3 weeks. And then it took another 3 weeks to get there. He uses ChatGPT for almost everything he does. They're copying some other guy's hydrogen spiel. He can't answer any questions about the validity of the claims they're making. And then she sent me like 20 screenshots of him like explaining it all to her. But there was another thing. Hold on. I must have missed it.
Yeah, he's a scam.
He controls the environment he speaks in, which is huge.
Yes, he blocks people who question him.
Are we?
Oh, they didn't see the emotional manipulation, the lie after lie, or the disgusting, degrading things he tried to get me to do. Things I honestly thought he was joking about at first. What have we talked about before that that is Logan Hart's
coprophilia
thing? I've pointed out the poop stains on his floor.
Oh no!
So much that he rearranged his entire living room to cover them up in his podcast.
What's coprophilia, Darren?
That's fecal.
He likes a good game of Who Flung Poo from China.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
That's some fucking movie 43
Each
type
one of
shit,
these
man.
women complained about him trying to get them to shit on him.
Cleveland Steamers and stuff.
Yeah,
that's fucking gnarly, man.
And so,
good old Dirty Sanchez.
Why are you kink shaming?
I mean, not to kink shame, but like, if you don't know, even animals know that they shouldn't fucking mess with feces, you know?
All right.
And then it was funny because he tried to blame that on porn.
Oh God. So
there's something else.
I thought it was the people who poop.
It's outward pointing. Oh, it's porn that made me like
it's
this.
People that poop. It's people that poop.
People that poop made me do this.
We can shove this up his ass to drain the poop.
Have you seen those cow dung festivals in India though? Maybe there's something to it, bro. Maybe there's merit to it. I don't know. I'm not trying to justify it.
That's religious bullshit superstition.
Yeah,
that's different.
So
we're not talking about the enzymes in the gut biota of ruminants.
Is this that he wants them to poop on him?
Yes.
Yes.
Like I followed
during
Peter
sex.
Peter Nygaard, who's one of the world's biggest prolific serial rapists at like Bermuda, Bahamas, whatever, and had the fashion empire. And he would do that to these young girls. He would make them do this to him. And there's something really like he's a psychopath. Like there's some serious undercurrent of like this isn't kink. This is like some serious.
He's a great work warrior, Alicia. Do not talk bad about him.
Poop warrior.
You know, I keep flagging this thing called safety, whether or not it's the children or whether or not it's the students or whether or not like what the holy hell? Who? And then who's the gatekeeper? His business partner. Well, of course he's going to get a hall pass.
Yeah.
A Hershey Highway pass.
Oh, God.
Oh,
Darren,
doesn't this have music on it?
No.
Oh, you changed it? Okay.
No, it's just a font. Yeah, no, this is just purely a clip of Will talking and pontificating about how he is an idiot.
So you guys think that's fun?
I baited him.
I'm not going to drop names or anything, but there's an American streamer I know, and he hit 100 viewers on stream at one go. This is YouTube, man. He shot himself on stream.
Oh, that's terrible.
Yeah, no, he did it on purpose too.
Well, I would think
he said
so.
if he made the statement, if I ever reach 100 viewers on stream at any one time, I will shit myself. It was his missus' birthday, and he pooped himself.
Ugh.
He even done the reach around and pulled it out and showed it on camera for everyone. Here you go. And he jumped on my stream and he felt the need to come tell me this. And I'm like, hey man, I'm not one to judge, right? This is not my job.
I wonder if, since
But
he's
there's-
broke, if we could pay Logan Hart to do that on the show if we get hired.
Look, man, they're chill
Give send go.
They're
Number
chill
two.
stoners for the most
He'd
part.
probably be into it. If Allie asked him to do it, he'd be into it.
I have a vacuum here. I can
Mr.
vacuum
Cocoa
it out and I
Butter.
can cook it.
Oh, jeez.
Mr. Peanut Butter. Yeah, it's funny because Logan Hart is actually Mr. Peanut Butter, not Will Keller.
He's Mr.
Shit spoon.
Oh, Ariane. Oh.
I missed it.
I'm
What did
definitely
he say?
Shit spoon.
Oh shit, dude. Oh man, he's like Mr. Cocoa Butter.
Oh no.
You guys want to have some fun with ChatGPT? Will Keller, a self-proclaimed truth seeker and spiritual guide on the One Great Work Network, has increasingly exposed himself not as a liberator of minds, but as yet another opportunity hijacking the language of consciousness to peddle pseudoscience and profit schemes. While he wraps his rhetoric in talk of sovereignty, natural law, and moral responsibility, a closer look reveals a man more concerned with selling snake oil than spreading the truth. Chief among the red flags is Keller's enthusiastic promotion of so-called hydrogen water, a baseless wellness gimmick with little to no scientific merit, pushing this miracle tonic as a health breakthrough. Keller conveniently fails to mention that the entire pitch is lifted from the same pseudoscientific playbook used by MLM charlatans for decades. The product is nothing more than overpriced, rebranded water, propped up by anecdotal testimony and buzzwords. It reeks of deception cloaked as enlightenment. But it doesn't stop there. Keller's involvement in what amounts to a multi-level marketing scheme reveals an even deeper contradiction in his supposed values. For someone who rails against manipulation, mind control, and exploitative systems, he has no issue enrolling in followers into a classic hierarchical sales funnel, encouraging them to buy in, sign up, and bring others into the fold, all in the name of health and sovereignty. It's a textbook example of cognitive dissonance, preaching freedom while mimicking the tactics of corporate parasites. Rather than offering original insight to meaningful contributions to the intellectual and spiritual awakening he claims to support, Keller regurgitates the philosophies of others, particularly Mark Passio, without expanding upon them. His delivery lacks depth, his context lacks innovation, and his ethics in light of his business ventures are questionable at best. In short, Will Keller is not a guide to higher consciousness. He's a walking contradiction, a man who talks of liberation while selling you a bottle of false hope and a downline. His version of the One Great Work looks suspiciously like the same old grift. Ooh, that's brutal. Yeah. It's been a lot of talking today.
Well, no, that's a perfect segue. This is all about Will's cognitive dissonance. Should I play it? The account that I used was Dunning Team Kruger Force, and he could see that. You know, she said a question from Dunning, so don't forget that when this was like a week after Will blocked me from the Gilded for calling him the B word.
We know for a fact he knows what Dunning-Kruger effect means.
Does he know what bitch means? Because that's what I called him on Gilded, and he blocked me. Yeah, Sharmuta. And he blocked me. So, like, but that was after, like, 3 or 4 months of, like, hey, bro, can you just tell these people just, like, for the record that, like, carnism is immoral? And he just ignored me. And, like, and then I said a bad word, and then he blocked me. And then he blocked Alicia because she supported my bad word. So, like, I'll just play this, and he describes his own behavior because that's what I asked in the question.
Shout out to Noah. Noah's in the house.
Whoop whoop. Let me know if you can if you need any volume adjustments.
Do it.
Okay. Should play.
Mr. Shitspoon.
Mr. Dookie Spoon.
Still here, bro.
I'm sending you a huge hug, Will, because
Turn it
you
up.
are so
The
patient
not
and
tab,
so good and
the
so
not
wonderful.
team.
And there's something that I
Yes.
wanted to go over before
I don't know what
we
the.
end.
Oh, my bad. I think I muted the tab, or maybe I didn't share my audio.
You didn't use
I
it.
We
got
can
it.
hear it. It's just low.
Oh,
You like some
okay.
hydrogen water.
Put the captioning on.
You're
Can I?
deficient in hydrogen.
Here, I'll put it in the StreamYard comments. You can pull it up, Jeff, and your volume will be loud.
Okay.
All right.
Put it in the private chat.
I don't know. Let me do that. Yeah.
Do that.
You should see. You do what you do.
Oh,
Oh
there's
wait,
Jeff
that's
again.
not
What's
even.
up, Hammond?
My
Oh, hi,
bad.
can you hear me better?
Yeah, sorry about that.
hello.
There you go. I'm
it's
sending
my
it now
fault.
in the private chat. That's the YouTube link there.
What?
Close that. That's not the bottom one. Yeah.
Play the Shitspoon.
Hold on. Did you hear that stuff we were talking about, Jeff?
I'll give you.
Yeah, I heard a lot of it. I heard that Mark gave you a no about joining the One Great Work Network, so maybe I was wrong about him, like not being afraid of the confrontation or criticism. I was kind of disappointed to hear that.
Yeah, we all were.
Yeah, because I can't see any reason he'd tell you no, except he doesn't like what you're saying. Like,
Yeah, or what I mentioned earlier. I'm just not I haven't done the social thing with all his friends, and I don't know. But yeah, we were all pretty surprised to hear that it was a hard no. Basically, he said that if I change my entire thing, then I can hit him up then, and I might be able. He'd consider me then, but I'd have to completely change everything I do.
Yeah,
Basically,
or when he
and just
sees
be
the
a-
results and that he was wrong, then he could add you to the network too.
Or
Hopefully.
if you buy his machine.
Yeah, it might come
no,
with
he's
a
not the one
voucher.
selling the machine. What did he want you to change? He wanted you to stop calling out the uncomfortable truths and criticizing the people in his network.
Did you see my
I
machine
guess,
letter?
but I mean, he said I talk about veganism too much, which I don't even. He said it.
Oh, just that you didn't do like a
Mute up,
natural
mute
law
up, guys.
presentation like he has done.
Yeah. I
Like, you
don't
talk
have
about
work that looks just like his, and the veganism thing. I spend too much on veganism, which I don't even see how that's possible. Because I can't get any vegans to watch this show because it's not about veganism. It's about natural law for the most part. We occasionally
That's a huge
talk about
part of
veganism.
it.
As
We wanna
within, so
It's a huge
without.
part of it, but
Yeah, if we don't want to be enslaved by Bill Gates, we have to stop enslaving other animals.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
No, he said it himself. Like, we can't have good things if we're not good people. I mean, we got to stop doing the bad we're doing, each one of us. So, yeah, I don't see why there should be a limit
I
on how
think
much you
Mark
talk about
Passio-
veganism.
I think when he went vegan, he lost half of his fucking viewership. And so he doesn't want to talk about it anymore. He doesn't want to focus on it. He doesn't like militant vegans, even though in my eyes, militant vegans are the guys burning down fur farms. I'm not militant at all. So it's a little funny definition, but I get it, but I don't. I get that he's like wanting people to find it on their own, but like I don't think that's what it is. And then we're finding out that like all the cool carnism slides and shit, Jana made all those, you know? So it was like I was feeling inspired, you know, it inspired me seeing Mark being, you know, vegan, but it turns out that was just Jana the whole time. And you know, most of Mark's most memorable slides were made by Jana. So, you know, I thought Mark was vegan, but Mark is actually just kind of plant-based vegetarian. You know, like he kind of his opinion of veganism puts him down there. The fact that he doesn't do more activism or doesn't hold accountable the dipshits around him year after year after year, the carnist dipshits that he holds up, he doesn't hold them accountable in the least bit. He actually makes excuses for them that his carnist dipshit followers throw in my face on the daily. Mark doesn't care if people eat meat in him. Mark doesn't go after people that eat meat. Mark just got, like there's loads of them. Mark says we shouldn't get after each other about our diets or whatever. Like the parallels between freaking the Apostle Paul and Mark are like huge.
Yeah. I'm not so quick to judge. Sometimes I'm like a devil's advocate, but I'm just trying to be objective and see like what could he possibly be thinking. And I'm thinking like he knows that if you're going to follow natural law and truly work for evolution, not involution, like to do it all the way, you will end up becoming vegan. But maybe some people, like if they get into natural law, they'll go down that path and do it all the way and be vegan. But if they start with veganism, it might scare them away. So he's doing it from a strategic point of view, like let them get interested in it first and then learn about they really need to be vegan.
I
don't know if I agree with that strategy, but it could be like a good intention reason for.
That's his intention, but I just disagree with its effectiveness because the people who won't entertain information about veganism are the same people who won't change themselves at all. Like it's not even like I would love somebody to just be a carnist but agree with me that like they're morally inferior to people who don't eat meat. Because that's the kind of carnist I was. Like I knew it was wrong, dude. I just did it. But I would never ever and never have told somebody like you're a bad person for wanting to not harm animals. Like what kind of retard says that? Like you have to be fucked up. Somebody's gonna say like Corey Enderlot on the network, like veganism is immoral, and I'm like, bro, you're literally a trash ape. Like, I don't care if somebody like, I mean, dude, like, you could be eating a steak and like somebody's like, I'm a vegan because I care about animals. I'd be like, yeah, sure. Like, I get it. Why would you want to kill animals? Like,
yeah.
You're a bad person if you rescue animals.
Joey Carbstrong just did like a reverse psychology video where he posted up somewhere and had a sign that says animal cruelty is okay, and he had all these carnists sit down and argue with him about it, and they were using all the vegan arguments, and then he'd be like wait, what are you talking about? Like he totally started busting him on it, and it was a pretty clever video.
I love that. That's what I kind of did to Will. That's what I did to Will here in this video.
That's because we play chess and they play checkers. They don't understand that we're putting them in a position where no matter how they react, they're gonna look bad because they're not in line.
That's why we get death threats. That's why we get censored.
Yeah.
I mean, that should be Mark's clue right there. Bro, we've gotten censored and death threats. It should be like the number one reason to put us on the network.
I thought that maybe like a bunch of those guys complained to him about me. Yeah. And I would have thought he would have fucking thought that was rad. Like, oh, this guy's got everyone fucking upset. I want to check out his shit.
But he had the audacity to be a petty tyrant, like one of the few people ever. And
exactly.
He was like, oh, these guys have balls, bro. They're like doing what I did. And like,
yeah.
He's like, fuck those petty tyrants,
Yeah, to answer your question, Jeff, I don't think he actually looked at my work for more than 5 minutes. And you got to kind of watch a couple shows to get what we're doing here. But I don't think he cares enough to really deep dive anyone. He just looks for the basic aesthetic. He looks for all the slides and the normal ass boring 90s style of presentation that doesn't work anymore, that's been holding him back the whole time. He wants everyone to downgrade their great work to his mediocre work. And no one's going to do it. Like Jana said, no one's going to do it as good as him. So what's the point of making all your people recreate not a good version of your shit? Like it just doesn't make any sense. And then I'm too vegan.
Well, it comes down to that same attitude of the ends justifying the means, where we should allow, or he should allow, moral relativists on the network in order to spread more natural law. But again, that's falling into that same collectivist groupthink that we are supposed to be against, and that what natural law teaches us is not moral. So it's morally inconsistent, unfortunately.
And who's going to be excited about learning from something from someone who doesn't practice what they fucking preach? Not
Put
me.
us behind a paywall for the
Like
for
Derek
nasty
the other
stuff.
Derek the other day said Jeffrey doesn't want to learn, and I'm like, what the fuck are you going to teach me?
Dude,
You're
we need to
preaching
suggest
context
a
all the
One
time.
Great Work Network paywall for VGT and have it be a subscription, so that way we can't offend the main audience, but people will be so curious that they'll just pay $5 a month to for the bad stuff,
So
and
I forgot. I haven't even told the entire story. So when Derek flipped out on we still haven't even finished the story. When Derek flipped out on Oscar, who's the nicest guy, me and Alicia made some comments, and Alicia's were pretty scathing, but mine was, productive. Hey bro, don't forget your shadow work. You're live on TV representing all of us right now. But the next day there were tons of comments in the Europa Natural Law chat by people being like, oh, all those pussies in the chat couldn't handle Derek's righteous anger and all this garbage. So I went in there and corrected them, and Derek just started cussing me out and like tagging me and cussing at me. And then today we had Europa Natural Law again, right? And so I go in the chat to get on the show. Derek shows up and he's all, Jeffrey, you're a piece of shit. You're not wanted. You've worn out your fucking welcome here, man. I don't want to deal with your shit anymore. You're just a monkey on my back. Go back to your podcast with all your stupid idiots over there. Blah, 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 blah. You're not welcome here. Blah, 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 blah. And then, so to reaffirm what I was saying in the beginning, that Derek is he needs to do some work and control himself. He gave it even another example today, and then he didn't go on the Europa Natural Law podcast because he was so unhinged, he was so out of control that he couldn't even go on the podcast.
May I say what
and
I
everybody
felt?
was mad at me because of it.
What did you do, man?
My,
What did you say?
and
Nothing.
my probative comment, I'll read it. This is the one that I put after watching the tantrum. I said, watching Derek, may I read it?
Yeah.
Watching Derek have an egotistical temper tantrum is shocking. Why do you all put up with his behavior? Derek needs to watch it back and see how much shadow work he desperately needs to do. His antics detract from the topics being discussed and the other panelists, like a child having a narcissistic me tantrum. Then I collected, and I understood that perhaps it's just the way he internalizes things. And then I said, which I think is polite, I'd suggest you all have a shared word like cookie, which signals, Derek, you're having a moment, best rein it in. That way it creates a safe and empowered space. It helps Derek instantly know when he is boundary foot faulting and then can adjust his behavior. So it's not a permanent YouTube legacy on his Achilles heel moments. So, that's not like that bad. And then I don't know what happened thereafter, but I think something I said was taken out of context and brought in like a Trojan horse, and funnily enough, self-destructed the group. So.
Yeah. And they don't want, and I kept watching the show over and over again over the months, and Derek would just be like throwing his ego around, like he runs the show, like he, will just like, for one, he interrupts more than anyone, so that's the funny thing on top of everything. So he interrupts, he throws his weight around like he runs the place. When I first met him, Nemo had to take his moderation away because he kicked Allie and Braxton out of the podcast, out of the chat, because he was having a temper tantrum. So we've seen several temper tantrums from the guy. And so when we brought it up, Alicia, everyone just acted like this was one thing and it was righteous anger.
That's
and I was just like,
burn, baby.
This is what I want to read. So then someone, I'll just say who it was, Eve B, said, it's okay, Alicia. We're all grown-ups. An outburst of righteous anger is not really a problem. Certainly doesn't bring out the response of some bad parenting that responds to naughty step mentality. It's like, this is you're calling. And then I said an inability to self-regulate emotions is not righteous anger, nor is forced shadow work parenting. Like they have got this muddied in their heads.
Yeah. No, they're all so painfully in denial. It's ridiculous. None of you in this group have the discernment to see the difference between a temper tantrum and righteous anger. So this is why people think Mark is a psycho, is because they don't have this discernment and they think Mark is just throwing a temper tantrum. Like, you guys are being the people you complain about the most. And like, it's just crickets in there whenever I talk. But then they're just all, that sending me links of Mark Passio talking about righteous anger. And I'm all, you guys are. So not only did I clarify, in concise terms that you're wrong, you're going to continue to you're just going to double down and continue sending me links of Mark Passio righteous anger videos when that wasn't what happened. It's like, and this is why I'm questioning paying attention to any of this shit anymore. Cause like, we're literally, it's again, back to Mark's pearls before swine. Like, we're wasting our fucking time dealing with these guys.
I think they're serious, bro. I think they literally can't.
Are you getting out of here, Jules?
Yeah, I got a cruise. I just want to say thank you.
Later, brother.
Doing this today. I love jumping up, catching these shows.
Eat some oatmeal for breakfast.
I will. Keep
Nice
doing what
meeting
you're doing, man.
All right,
Keep
man.
doing what you're doing. This is
Good
good.
luck with your tests.
Later,
I'll
bro.
keep you updated with it. But, go on.
Good talking to you, man.
Poor Jules has no idea what we're talking about half the time.
Wow.
It's all inside stuff.
Yeah. He did well. He was still trying to take the cream from the top of it. He did well.
Dude, these people on the network literally think it's the same. They're like, yeah, Derek was doing the exact same thing as Mark. And
No,
it's
it was
like,
unbelievably embarrassing to experience the fact that none of those people could see the difference between Mark was doing. Well, it's mostly that guy, Teddy, Theo. That guy's pure trash. Like, I've never seen him say anything smart. He was the first guy to criticize my work, despite the fact he has zero whatsoever. And everybody's like, oh, don't go after people for not having work. It's like, no, I'm going after them because they're going after me and they don't have work. They're criticizing my work when they don't have anything. Like, they don't have anything to say if you don't have anything. I mean, you can say stuff, but criticizing what I do on my podcast or what presentation I'm going to do when you don't have anything, it's just kind of like, I would do it. Just like the first couple Kabbalion readings on Europe and Natural Law, I didn't show up because I don't fucking know anything about the Kabbalion. I'm not going to open my mouth up about something I don't understand.
You could learn by teaching. It would be interesting to go over stuff like that on the show.
We have been.
Yep.
And
that's what the readings are for. Yeah, it's good.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I need to start paying attention to this show more. You guys stand out because out of all the shows that I've joined in before, you're the only one that's actually asked me to come back. And whether you're approved by Mark or not, you are doing the great work.
Thanks, bro.
And yeah, it's I want to do it myself, and it's a lot easier to collaborate than do it completely by myself. So
you should definitely watch what you missed today on this podcast, because we had a reading earlier and it was some super important shit.
No, I heard the reading. I was watching on YouTube. I drove to a place where I could get better coverage.
Awesome. Okay, so we're gonna watch Will Keller, I guess. Boom.
This was a hit job by Dunning-Team Kruger Force.
Dunning-Team Kruger Force. Shout out to that guy.
I'm sending you a huge hug, Will, because you are so patient and so good and so wonderful. And there's something that I wanted to go over before we end, but there's a
I
question
did.
from Dunning. So that
It's even quiet on
you
mine. I think you just recorded it pretty quiet.
Is it a violation
Let me put on the
of
captions. At least we can read it.
TI misrepresent what natural law is, or to stay silent when lies are being told? Well, yes, if you have that awareness of what is going on in the world, of natural law, and you don't speak out, of course that is going to have an effect, right?
Of
Staying
course.
silent is, being complicit to evil, turning the blind eye to violence and transgressions is a wrongdoing. It's not helping the situation whatsoever.
Yes.
And, we saw that
Agree.
a lot within the last 5 years. People not speaking out. I've seen videos so many times where, someone's getting physically assaulted on the street, and there's like 10 people standing around with cameras filming it, right? I mean, it's horrible. It just shows you kind of the level
Will would definitely fill.
care.
What a hypocrite.
I know.
So
He's definitely.
that process of internal discovery of why someone is being silent and turning a blind eye needs to be unveiled.
He's the master of that.
Yeah.
And start that journey of activation.
That's why he was able to answer the question so well.
How would somebody do that?
I love her probing.
Oh,
And it was sad because, yeah.
Called the shadow work, even though that's a trendy term.
Oh, trendy.
She kept pressing him, and he was getting mad during this podcast.
Yeah. And ask yourself the hard questions of why you are not activating. Why do you stay silent? How come you're not speaking out?
Mr. Peanut Butter!
The first principle of that is being honest with yourself, right? The ego will make all types of justifications and excuses.
Spitting fire right now.
Facing that honesty.
Wordsmithing.
Within. And working through it. Asking those simple, straightforward questions. How come you haven't started, and why?
How come you scam people, and why?
How come you block people, and why?
It's actually
Why are you lame?
to just do it, especially when you can connect with someone like Will or I mean, even me. I'm willing to have these discussions. So if you want to come on,
But Will isn't willing to have the discussion
in this way
He's a
and share
blocker.
your knowledge.
Runs and hides.
I
But I'm not
create a platform
surprised.
that's safe
Because he has blocked arteries.
And then you block your arteries, you block your heart, and then you close your mind.
You're embodying authenticity, and that is very much needed in this day and age. Where
Oh
you
my
are
God.
Being honest with yourself. You're accepting where you are, which is part of shadow work. We have to accept our current 0 point, where we are at, and then you're going public, and you're having these conversations for other people to see. That's
My
important
God.
for people to
Good
see, right?
Lord.
We need to get out of this.
Will I
this
block people,
mindset,
Keller?
This mind control of that. I have to have it perfect. I have to have it 100%. I can't show other people that
You
I
won't
am
block
wrong,
people.
right? We are human. We need
And remember, all the blocking started when Braxton asked Will Keller, how do you kill an animal in line with natural law or something like that?
Really?
Yeah.
Only if it's in self-defense.
Yay, Braxton.
Not good at all, because he after that he went on the tirade about it's pretty whack, bro. Your show's pretty whack, Jeffrey Phillips. Oh my God, like everyone's just over there talking shit. Like, that's what started everything. A simple question: how do you kill an animal? Or what was it?
What's the ethical way?
What's the ethical way to kill an animal? That's what Braxton asked Will, and Will had a temper tantrum about how vegans are polarizing. basically repeated anything Mark had said.
Animism.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Animism, bro.
Circle of life, bro.
Will animism.
That's the Crowley.
Thelema?
Thelema, bro. Thelema.
My chicken just proves your point.
Thelema.
Do you even thelema, bro?
Do you even thelema?
This chicken proves him wrong.
My name is Thelema Keller.
Even Mark Passio says, Mark says, stay away from thelema. Pretty much, like he's like, that's like the last thing you should go to, and it's like all these guys talk about it.
Will's
Thelema.
thelema is in a dilemma.
Dude,
it's
crazy.
Of education and learning from our mistakes and teaching what we've come to know, and it's a great process for other people to see.
Oh,
Yeah,
and if you buy my machine, you will learn natural law.
Yep.
Yeah, people keep on saying that it's okay to be a predator because it's the natural way, and we're the apex predators because we're the most highly evolved. But truly, like unity is a higher state of.
evolved human has the right to kill us because they can.
Well, no, let me say something. A higher state of evolution is unity. Duality is a lower state of evolution. The Earth in general has internal duality, and that causes involution, not evolution. So, like us having such a high level of conscience, being an influential species on this planet, if we practice the external anarchy, not violating rights of anything, we could lead the way for other species to do symbiotic behavior, not predatory behavior. Make the whole Earth continue evolving. Like us being an apex predator, leading the way for Earth to be like a predatory planet, stunts the evolution of the planet. So, if you look at the big picture and like the long timeline, no, it's.
If all the hunters go out hunting one day, we're fucked.
It's part of nature, but nature has polarities of involution or evolution. So it's a bad natural way to be a predator.
Yep.
They don't rule themselves, internal monarchy, so they rule others.
Right. And then, I mean, Mark even tells us, you can look it up. I mean, their mindset is the same mindset of Anton LaVey. Human is an animal just like any other, and he has the right. Bingo. They're de facto Satanists, bro. They can call themselves whatever they want. It's 100% Satanism.
Self-preservation, moral relativism, eugenics. No.
Every single thing. Yeah, I know. it's bad.
Check.
Perfect analysis, Jeff.
Bing, 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 bing. Red flag.
Yeah.
It's so sad, man. It's so sad. He has like, they have like the skills, to all the fancy, how to say, articulation and everything. But it's like the other guy has shit stains on his carpet. That this guy promotes like totally opposite of natural law. Machines. Like I can promote this with a fancy marketing. Whatever. Like, and we are talking about them, and they are on a platform that it's crazy that we are the ones that are like idiots to some of them, and they are not opening up for people who are like this brainstorming and housekeeping. We are basically housekeeping the shit fake. I don't want to say shit, but like people make mistakes. We are human, but when somebody says what's the mistake, please correct me. If you can, then that's mature response. If you correct, okay, I see your argument, it holds water. Okay, I will process it, and then I will correct my behavior.
from the start when I came to the show, I said to this like, what the hell, like, and yeah, it's really sad. It's really annoying that we talk about them. I mean, it's not that we talk about them, that nobody of them has the courage to come here because they don't want to be like public shamed or whatever. I don't know.
It's
wouldn't
truth
you want?
inverted.
Yeah, it's like it's like business. In business, like, don't you want to know what your competitors think of you or what your critics think of you? Like that's where, and like the quote from earlier, if you do something wrong, don't forget it, but if you do something right, forget it. It's like you should be only focused on what is wrong, and you should welcome criticism from all people unless you're hiding something. Which,
should be
it's just,
cooperation, not competition.
I don't know what they're hiding outside of just being fakers or just tryhards.
Fake it until you
they're
make
trying so hard that they're just missing the whole point. And
but there's a cost to that. They don't know the cost. They are not aware.
Well, they want to be teachers so fast. They want to be gurus so fast that they've rushed it. And any of us who actually have like figured any of this stuff out, we're like, what the fuck is this guy talking about? Like this person oozes fakeness because they're trying to do something because they want to be teachers. They want to be respected. They want this artificial. And this Derek always, oh, you disrespect me. The fuck do I have to respect you for? Your first impression, your presentation to me, you didn't know who the fuck I was. You flipped out on me the second I walked in that chat room. I could have been the next $1 billion donator to fucking One Great Work. And Derek flipped out on me, and I was like, oh, fuck these guys for all he knows. That's a bad presentation.
And she
that's
said,
all I ever
was
said
it
was,
Jana?
you need to present yourself better if you're going to be representing Mark and the fucking One Great Work.
It makes natural law people look like a bunch of dill holes, which makes people not want to look into it.
Just like a couple
Which is
vegans
what I was
ruined it for
saying.
a lot of people.
Yeah.
It's so illogical. It's crazy. It makes you want to knock your head against the wall. It's just, it's insane.
Yeah.
But
and they're all way into Sethicus Boza, who I believe ripped Braxton off because Braxton paid for one of his overpriced classes and promised Braxton he would be in the network afterwards and never delivered on that. I'm pretty sure Bracky can correct me if I'm wrong, but Seth Casposa sells courses for $3,000. Yeah, he got $700 from Braxton and told him he'd be on the network afterwards. He's all, after you take this class, I'll talk to Mark and you'll be on the network. And he never did it.
I think Slav took that as well, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. I $3,000. $3,000 for a course from this guy.
Hey, is there any person that can like comment them directly? Why, like, something in connection with this show?
Oh, they watch the show, Ariane. Don't worry, they'll hear it.
No. But that they can, that like somebody who knows what's this show about, to ask him, like they don't know or something like that, to get a response, honest response. Why is he avoiding connection with us and collaboration, or like just to, what is he afraid of the most? Like what? Like
we threaten
what's the
them.
problem? Where is this stuck? Where are you stuck? Unstuck,
If you were gonna do this hydrogen scam, would you block the shit out of me? Hell
Teach me how
yeah.
to make a better machine.
No wonder he blocked us all. He doesn't want any of us near his scam that is targeted directly towards dumb people.
My face is right on the body of the trash heap.
Machines. What's that?
Or he present evidence if it works. Present evidence. What are you afraid of? Right.
He said, "Hey, if you watch those videos, he says that there's loads of studies that back up everything that they're saying. Loads of studies. The one,
is
the
like-
one Chinese mouse study that happened 30 years ago is the only evidence he has.
This is like the Jeff Berwick light. What was it? The light, the LED treatment that
Oh, yeah,
Max
yeah. Light bed.
also,
Yeah.
and he had, who else did he have on there? Max, and oh my God, he had, what's the guy's name in the UK? What's his name? The big
Right here. It's all of these guys. Max Kaiser.
Yeah.
All these dudes.
crazy.
Yeah. Look at this machine, this light bulb. These guys holding a light bulb to his
light
neck. And the machine
Right.
the machine was made from Home Depot, like not even Home Depot, Harbor Freight garbage. Like it was a toolbox, and like it was like all this weird off the shelf stuff, and they're selling it for $10,000, but they're not selling it with any. They're smart. They're not like Will and Logan, who are dumb fucks that are making all these claims. These guys say, we don't know if it works, so you can't ever bust us on it, but you're paying to get into our club. You're paying to get into our club. You're not paying for the device. When you get into our club, we send you a device, but we make no claims to that device. They're smarter than dumb fuck Will and Logan, who are just, they just have money signs in their eyes, and they're just not even thinking about it. And these are the trivium masters of trivium. Master great work. Mark Passio has vetted these guys and understands that they are on the level enough to be on the fucking network. But he can't, he can't look. He doesn't spend the time to look at anyone's shit to actually understand what they're doing. And this is an example. I get the hard no. All the dumb fuck moral relativists get the hard yes. Like, obviously, he cannot vet. Like,
we'll have Will watch it and tell him what he thinks. If it should be
go
on the
to
network.
Mark go to Justin Padini's Facebook and look down his Facebook page right now. Homophobia, fucking racism, mystic new age bullshit, stories about Godzilla and flying dinosaurs and Nephilim and how cave paintings are historical, are accurate historical record of actual facts and not just drawings of people on fucking peyote on the rocks. Like, dude, but this guy, this guy is on the network, and we don't get on the network because we're not anti-vegan like fucking Padini.
He tells bad jokes, and that just changes people's minds and changes the world.
No, dude, we watched that video, Padini, 5 years before COVID. He was spitting fire, so I'm not surprised Mark put him on the network back then. But something happened to that boy's brain since then. I don't know. Something happened to him over COVID. He might have. I think he got the vaccine. But he lied to everyone about it, and it fried his brain. But he did. Yeah,
they freaking changed his channel, dude.
No, he and remember he would hit me up crying in the middle of the night. I'm so depressed about all my friends leaving New York, and I was just like, what are you talking about? Like, are you retarded? Like, I'm confused. Like, you still, I mean, I get, wanting friends and stuff, but he was like crying. I don't know. Drugs, COVID shots, boosters.
Can you guys hear me now? We keep like talking about them, but I'm now like wondering what can we do to
exactly what next?
What can we do to like take their attention, like just to reach to them in some way, to make a bridge, and just to reflect somehow to reach them, like in some level they can understand.
We can only do what we've already done and keep doing what we're doing. It's up to them to make that decision. We are not going to convince them of anything, but we can definitely point out that
crazy
they're
that he didn't want to show up on the show because you're gonna be on it. Like,
yes. Will Keller is going to punish your open natural law group.
mommy and daddy
Child
issues.
punish the whole group like a child because I'm there.
Manipulation.
Manipulation.
Parental abandonment issues.
Narcissistic personality manipulation, creepy, emotional. Yeah.
Take your toys away, Jeffrey.
Yeah, and then Derek had to run in and tattletale on me, and it was funny because no one responded to him. That he's all Jeffrey's. Since Will would come on the show if he had time, and Jeffrey wasn't here. It's like, wow,
He's a
bro.
bully. Jeffrey's
Wow,
a bully.
bro.
He's bullying me into not scamming.
It just affirms what we've been saying. He doesn't have emotional regulation. Like it just affirms it. This isn't a one-off. This is time and time and time and time and time again.
He was screaming at me earlier today, and Oscar was like, Jeffrey, why are you being disrespectful? As he just called all of us fucking idiots. And it's just like, dude, you guys are fucking delusional. Stockholm syndrome. Yeah, big time.
Sorry to interrupt you. You can
No,
say
I interrupted
ouch.
you. Sorry.
No, we're good.
Go ahead, Jeff. What were you going to say about Seth?
Oh yeah, I saw his show yesterday. He had something kind of interesting. I'm very skeptical about it. It's kind of gross. It was a doctor and alchemist who was promoting to drink your own urine. He was saying it's the true alchemical.
Coming around again.
Urine therapy is it's like every few
New age
years
bullshit.
it comes back.
Yeah.
I heard Santos Bonacci, another
Santos is a fucking Looney Tune.
Bunch of dill holes.
Yeah, a bunch of fucking dill holes.
Bunch of pee drinkers, bro. Pee drinkers and dookie spoons. Like, come on, bro.
Dookie spoons and pee drinkers.
Yeah, we were dealing with fucking coprophages and pee-pee monsters, bro. Like, get out of here.
Even animals know not to do that shit. You're putting yourself below. Well, I mean, yeah, in a way. Some dogs, maybe not dogs, but most animals. Well, I mean, most dogs won't shit on themselves. You know.
Yeah, they were saying it's a source of stem cells.
Oh boy.
You know what else is a source of stem cells?
There's vitamin C.
I heard of vegan ways to get stem cells.
Remember, Mike the vegan was just talking about all these people with health problems because they're recycling the same fucking garbage through their body and not actually getting rid of it with fiber. So it's like, what do you think drinking your own urine is? And dude, I've been dealing with these people for like 10 fucking years. Every once in a while, everyone starts talking about drinking their own urine and how it's the new carnivore diet. It's healing all my ailments. And I make my children do it and all this shit. And it's just like, oh my God, have we really resorted to this?
They're basically claiming like you're getting what antibodies and stuff like from it. It's ridiculous, dude. If we would have a tube that like sprays our piss back into our mouth if we were supposed to do that.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why they invented yoga, Jeff. What do you think?
It sounds ridiculous. I never really fully looked into it. I heard about it too.
I mean, gorillas
Is that
eat their own
enough
shit.
to pee into your mouth? Is that what you're saying, Darren?
Yeah.
I don't know much about yoga.
All right.
I mean,
This is
Maybe-
another. This
This
is
is another
just
crazy episode.
That's the Ouroboros, you know, and it's like
And it's not only Alicia talking about poop.
I know.
Mr.
I
People-
love talking about poop, but I don't want to poop on somebody.
Mr.
That's
Apple
damn-
Juice. Mr. Apple Juice.
God.
Cacaology.
Oh, cacaology. So, what was the stem cell thing? Sorry, I missed that. Like, my
More
mind.
pseudoscience, carnivore diet caliber shit.
Urine contains some stem cells, I think, like from the bladder and from the kidneys.
Oh,
It's
what
called
about bukkake? Is that healthy?
poo-poo stem cells? Dude, that's why Logan's into it. He's trying to absorb the stem cells on his chest from
Yeah,
the-
exactly. Like a pearl necklace of stem cells.
Well, I'm gonna bring this full circle for you because I followed the Peter Nygaard trial because I have this criminal thing going on. Anyways, and he owned, where was it? Bermuda, Bahamas, somewhere like that, whatever. He had his own like resort over there, and he played the government, so he was able to legalize human stem cell transplant. It's the only place in the world. And what he would do is he would rape. So I'm just like, got the line to this other guy, Logan. Like, I mean, I'm talking, it's fucking shady behavior. Excuse my language, but it's just like, it's so demented. So Peter Nygaard would sorry, I had to go into the memory of it. Peter Nygaard would approach have sex with these young girls on the island. He would impregnate them, force them to have an abortion, take the aborted fetus and inject that as stem cell for life and youth.
Yes.
Okay. His son, Kai Nygaard, to whom I've spoken to, was like a big advocate of it. Probably didn't realize how super shady like the fetuses were being obtained. Like the dad was aborting and injecting his own aborted fetuses.
Jesus fucking Christ.
I've seen him at trial. He doesn't look youthful anymore. Let's just put it that way. As soon as you stop it, you age pretty goddamn quick.
Well, that's because he's a demon.
This is the same guy who wanted the girls to poop on him. So pooping and stem cell. That's why I was like, what? What?
And you know what else has some of that? Thelema.
Thelema.
Thelema has some of that. Yeah. You got to look over the Odor Templi Orientis. 9th through 11th degrees.
What?
Yeah.
It's part of the initiation?
Butt stuff, gay stuff.
Booty poop stuff.
They talk about the fluids, the body fluids, red ones, white ones. Yeah.
No thanks.
Yep.
No thanks,
It's part of
Crowley.
the it's part of the ecclesiastic mass of Golden Dawn. I mean the OTO.
Sacrifice of the shit.
Can you believe none of these fucking pussies have ever come up here?
Yes.
Yeah. Because they're soft, peanut butter soft.
No, they are afraid that we're gonna get from them. Like,
Well, I mean, look what poor Oscar. Look what just happened to Oscar. He's never heard anyone say anything good about me ever. So when you were saying that shit, Alicia, his mind was being blown. When you were like, "No, the show's really good and all this stuff, it's really good." People are. He was just like, he zoned out. He like meditated out and he went into a different place because he didn't want to hear anything he was hearing. It was crazy.
Well, he had like bless him, he's a lovely guy, but he had this like Joker face, and it was like, and it's like, yeah, caught like a deer in the headlights.
Dude, he knows what it means. He knows that sitting through this is like jeopardizing his thing with Europa.
And he feels he has to stick up for it in some way.
It's
all those people. It's been funny going on Europa Natural Law because any random dude who shows up and takes shots at me, it's like these guys feel like they need to like go up and tell me off or something, but like they've all completely failed.
The problem is they
Derek,
think
Jesus
they're
Christ.
some kind of experts or something, maybe.
Yeah, that's why he got mad for getting interrupted, you know?
Dude, he didn't even get interrupted.
I know.
There was no interruption.
He got saved. Oscar saved his ass.
Him from looking.
Yeah, I know. He interrupted the silence of dead air.
And then we made Oscar watch it, and he couldn't deny it. He couldn't. He stopped denying it after that. It's like, bro, I hate to see what you deal with. You think that's normal?
Yeah, you're interrupting me, but you're going to do a good show. Like,
and he didn't scream at any of us for interrupting him, and we interrupted him a bunch of fucking times. So how is he comparing his behavior with Derek's? Like this just doesn't make sense. There's no trivium being done here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's with the reverb?
Brother Jeff's mic.
Mr. Tablespoon.
What are you still here, Jeff? Oh, there he is. Yeah, Mr. Tablespoon.
Darren.
Oh my! It's really. I mean, no matter who the character is, it's deceit. It's trying to distract and cause chaos and make everybody try to clean up their mess. Just like that, even at Europa Natural Law, Derek has created this cluster of a situation, and everybody else has to clean up aisle 6. You know, it's like, why are you not seeing how badly you're being played, people? You are being played and manipulated. You are normalizing abusive behavior. And like, if you like bring that with you for the rest of your life, you're going to be impregnating that shit to the people around you. It's just nasty all around. It's not
Don't drag
good.
it all over the
Why
floor.
are you here? You know, like, I don't get it. It's so funny.
Clown shoes.
Because
I
my
don't
French
know.
is not good.
They
But
want
yeah,
to shut the whole group down now.
Yeah, and it's that's what's crazy. Like I was watching
Why?
like these English people, they're like so proper and everything, and they don't want confrontation, and they just let him. Like they don't want Nemo doesn't want Derek screaming profanities in his fucking show 5 times a day. Like, and they just I'd see them, I'd watch them all cringe. You know, everyone would make like a face, especially everyone when he flipped out on Homie the other day. Everyone was all, "Ooh, shit," you know, like people are having this reaction, but no one has the balls to say anything to him because he's on the network now and he's connected with Will and does all these podcasts.
There you go.
with these guys.
It's like the Emperor has new clothes. The Emperor of Rome. I'm going to call him the Emperor of Rome, not because he deserves it, because it's just a mockery. It's just ridiculous. So, but Braxton has said a couple times that he believes that Derek's outburst was actually his way of venting out at you, at least in that one moment with your presence there. Let me see if I've got this right.
Oscar led him on. I think he led him on the show. So I think it was like he was
Oscar's
pissed that
been nice
Jeff
to
was.
me. Yeah.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
But this was the one before. So like I don't know which
I'm
one
not
he's
so sure if that outburst was directed at me, but I know he's uneasy with everything now because I'm there. And he is upset that no one else is backing him up. And whenever, and like the time he brought up Will not coming on the show, no one responded to his message. No one was like, "Oh, that sucks," or "Oh, fuck Jeff," or whatever. You know, he wanted a reaction to that, and he didn't get a reaction to it because he was being a child. Like, "Oh, Will won't come here," and it's like, we can't have nice things because Jeffrey's here, and it's like, oh, like, you know, okay.
What
And
about
I
that
said, I was
zombie
like,
chick?
I told them I'll gladly step down if you guys want Will to come on the show. And it really sucks that it's come to this point because me and Will should be way past this by this point. It really sucks that he's not willing to have this conversation. And like, it's like, you know, he's mad that everyone's not talking shit to me, or he's mad I haven't been kicked off for sure. And it's been funny watching him have to tolerate me because
like, play with us. We want to play with you.
And things were cool for a while because I was doing, you know, I was going on that show and me and Derek were riffing together. Like, he's good at stuff and had some good points. And we went back and forth. And, you know, there were a couple of days that there was this one day especially where Derek showed up and he was like, "I'm ready to do this show." And he was spitting fire the whole time. I'd never seen him like in such good form. And I mentioned it to him 3 times. I was like, "Dude, you carried the whole show today," which is super rare. Like, good job. Whatever mode you got yourself in today, do that more. Like, I've supported the dude immensely, but when he fucks up, I tell him. And I wasn't doing it in a mean way. Just like, "Hey, everyone, how about you not blow smoke up his ass? Be his real friend and tell him the truth and say you're being kind of crazy. And if you're going to go out and teach, you got to get this in line. You got to be able, no one's going to pay you. You know, if you're trying to make money, no one's going to pay you if you're losing your temper. What kind of guru loses his temper? A psycho guru. That's not actually a guru. Like,
I'm not losing my temper."
Aria just flashed at 6:36. You need coffee. I don't even drink coffee, but
Get
I
out
think
of
you
my
need
show.
coffee. If you're not in stand-up and an actor, you need to be. You're missing your calling.
If you mention me one more time,
maybe we need to
Europa.
just start doing like funny like skits, like Dave Chappelle skits or something.
Oh my god!
Yeah.
We'll all I'll figure out some way of us all submitting, being able to submit, and we'll just make Ali will edit it all together, and it'll just be able to do comedy from now on.
Oh my god. And so, and this is again with Braxton, just a comment that's come up, and so you wouldn't know necessarily, and I don't know who could say, but like with the presence of Ali and you, how he, did he feel usurped? Did he feel uncomfortable all of a sudden? Because it seems like the group at Europa Natural Law were uncomfortable
in the
calling
beginning.
him on his shit.
Yeah.
And so
Yeah, like the child.
Interesting.
Like
Bracky.
Derek. It's like you gotta tread carefully when Derek's angry.
Yeah.
And therefore, he says his ego wasn't being stroked, because of your presence.
Yeah.
His mommy is not watching the show. That's why.
Nemo put me and Ali on their YouTube page as contributors.
Like on the their link.
Their link.
Website link of like all of the people who are on the show on their YouTube.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that we're on there with our YouTube link. So I could imagine that would be pretty disheartening for him.
And all the shows we did, like we had really good responses. We had good stuff to say. Like he
you're a loaded weapon there, man.
That I was on the show, that we were up there. He definitely was upset because, and I'm sure, Will and them are all like, oh, you need to fucking talk some shit to him, or, you gotta, since you're up there with him, you gotta call him out on stuff. And like,
probably
he often tried to like call me out in the things he was saying, but it was just straight up projecting, and he was just wrong.
Did he really say idiots to us, like for us?
Oh, did you hear the other day? He said, I humiliated Jerry, therefore I'm a bad person and need to be kicked out of Europa Natural Law because I humiliated Jerry once. And I was like, wow, that's, that was after Sarah Cross tried to kick me out of the group too. She tried to kick me out of the group too.
Jerry, is there a Jerry in Europe or a Jerry in the US?
No, the Jerry.
The one and only.
Yeah, our Jerry. So I don't know when I
Original
humiliated her, but Meg told Derek that I humiliated Jerry, and they kicked me out of their group, which I left that group. And then what was it? Cav showed up and said some weird stuff about re-examining Mark's work after being wrong about it for a long time. Did you see that, Alicia? That was really weird. I don't know what he meant by that.
What?
So Cav, the guy who started the whole Dr. Natasha debate.
Oh, yeah.
So he showed up with Meg to Europa Natural Law, and he posted an introduction. He's all, I'm Cav. I used to think I knew about natural law, but something happened recently, and I really had to go look at Mark's work closer. And I'm humbled that I've learned this new like he said some crazy shit that kind of sounded like we had maybe gotten to him and actually made him like research things or come to some sort of different conclusion. But at the same time, that could have just been it could have been anything else too. It was kind of, I don't know. What do you think, Darren? I showed it to you.
Yeah, it was kind of open-ended, but I think it was like, obviously he was basically insinuating he's there to learn some stuff, not just like argue or
So sorry, I'm.
And then Meg was talking. Meg showed up and immediately was, oh, Jeffrey's here trying to cause trouble in our. We don't need you here, Jeffrey. No one pay attention to him.
Well, let's get this straight.
That's her first post.
Her Meg's friend Jerry, the UFO specialist, the ET talker, the spellcaster,
the death threatener,
and the one who's teaching natural law,
the Death Threat Network,
psychology, Dustin, who's on the One Great Network. That one is calling you out. Okay, got it.
Let the threats begin.
I should be shunned because I humiliated Jerry once.
Oh my
I guess.
god.
The Death Threat Network.
Death Threat Network. the one great lurk. What? How many others do we have? What was the Funnel Fest one you had, Darren?
Oh, fucking up natural law 4 conference.
Fucking up natural law.
Funnel, yeah. Or
Hilarious.
fuck ups under natural law.
Fuck ups.
Gary's lucky that this isn't a group that would call the cops on her.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude.
Seriously.
It's weird. And then
You
they
know,
then they
and
come.
the
They try to
receipts
get
are
Jeff
there.
blocked
Yeah.
again.
Yeah.
Again.
I have my weapon, so
Remember, if we hurt your feelings, you can kill us.
when I put the hydrogen, then it becomes a nuclear weapon.
A nuclear weapon.
Yep.
How much
It's
are
a
you
healing device.
How much
It's
are
a-
you charging? And is it a private membership?
Oh shit.
Yeah,
Yep.
it should be able to turn our fart into a weapon.
$4,000, not $5,000.
Not 5. It's cheaper than Will and Will.
It'll sell more. 4,000 is better.
If you refer a friend, it's even cheaper.
Whoa.
You have to buy it because you're saving money.
And once the PayPal money is received, what is the shipping time from China?
3 months.
6 to 8 months.
$700.
Your mileage may vary.
That's a screaming deal for enlightenment.
Yes, but I
Then you,
guarantee I
That's
have
going
a
on
bunch
the
of
head.
studies
That's
that
fine.
approve this.
Look at Ariane in this picture.
I mean, the insanity is real, and it's just, and what's really sad about all of this is it all starts with a human wanting to be a better human, wanting to understand their place in earth and sand and sky, and then you get embroiled in this shit.
Yep.
We have to ambush these dudes like we're fucking TMZ and try to get them to answer a question.
with the wrong one, boy.
Yeah,
Not in your fucking meat industry propaganda cult. You're in a fucking cult. I'm not in your cult. You fucking losers. Fucking trash apes. There's a song for you. You'll find the fuck out, boy.
It's pretty whack, bro. It's pretty whack, bro. It's pretty whack, bro.
Esteban.
Esteban. Oh,
She
when's he gonna come
Breaching
around
contract again.
When's he gonna
What
come
are the
around
three
again?
expressions of consciousness, Jeff?
he was fun. Man, we've had some times.
And the Sotos, remember, which got linked to globalists and then went quiet.
He totally misunderstood what you were saying when you were like, "Oh, we've covered him on the
That's
show."
the threats.
Sometimes he's all, "What are you even talking about? We've never
I'm
been
threatening
covered."
you with my machine, Jeff. If you continue to make fun of me, I'm
sorry.
Yeah.
Say ouch, ouch,
Don't sell Jerry one, please.
I put this
Jerry,
in the electricity
That's her
and
new
I
name.
boost the power.
Scary Jerry.
Scary Jerry, say in the mirror 3
Logan
times.
Hart. Logan Hart is Mr. Peanut Butter. What's Will? Yeah, it's a dope.
Oh wait, Mr. Poop Spoon, Mr. Shit Spoon.
I have a good, how do you say, holster here, you know, put in my head.
Militant vegan content.
You are missing. If you're not. You need to be in theater, acting, comedy. Like you have missed your mark.
Yeah, man.
Our viewership is going up right now.
Whose shadow work is it anyway?
Yes, the Eastern Europe is full of good, good machine makers and We are like from Nikola Tesla, you know, he made the first machine, you know, with the radiation, and then they thought he was a scammer or something. I don't know. They draw back money for his scam, you know, whatever, you know. So
get up here, Braxton.
What did you have for dinner or breakfast behind our backs here? Because was it chickpeas? Like, what was it? What have you just eaten?
I ate salad and some proso. It's like a grain or something like.
Wow. Wow.
But
most
yes. It's not grain. It's like alkaline grain. The most alkaline grain or something like that. Proso. I don't know how to say in English. It's really good. I didn't have chocolate. I'm not hype on chocolate, but I maybe look like it. But
you might be able to sell that as well.
And of course, I have this machine. This machine, when you put inside, then you can't sleep. Because then the water breaks the brain barrier, you know, and the brain is full of creativity and this content that I'm giving you. But if you talk shit about this content, then I'm gonna threaten you with this, and I can use this as a weapon also, you know. I can use this, and you don't want to make me use this, you know.
You can instantly block people. You just point it at the screen and they're just instantly blocked.
Yeah, I think Braxton needs to get on with his phone. Like, I don't know. Can you just go on with like?
You can go on with his phone.
You don't need an app, do you? You can just you can just go on like any URL and then drop in the StreamYard, and then he can.
Yeah, you can send it on my phone here. Also, really good.
Is that an Eastern European phone?
Yes. You know, see, I take a battery like this, and then nobody can call me. Not Google, not anything, nothing. You know. Then the woman that threatens us, you know, I can track her with this phone, and then really good. I have really good machines here. This phone that tracks people, and I have this machine that makes you creative when you pour hydrogen. You know.
If anybody like actually just hits this part in this episode, like they're gonna go, "What the hell is going on?"
This is what militant vegans do.
This is what militant vegans do. We have podcasts
about death rays, Tesla death rays and shit.
Oh,
Marvin the Martian type stuff.
I'm not militant at all. I mean,
pretty whack, bro.
Pretty whack,
bro.
So good.
Pretty whack, yes. I have this also. This is a machine, you know. You know, it maybe looks like some toy. It's actual toy, but it's actually when you go like this, and then you break in the brain, then you have more vibration, you know, and then
I think that's what's happened to some of the people that we're talking about.
yes, they have lack of vibration in the brain, and then you have to use this really good, you know, and then when you use this. It's unique. It's one. It's a total high technology. It's not discovered yet. I made it in my garage, you know, and I don't have the funds still to make it, you know, popular.
Yeah.
But it's I have you know, many scientists are discovering this. It's called, you know, when you make it. How do you say? You can use it for vibration. You can use it to put it in the, you know, in the stimulation of your rectum. You know.
Like, oh my god.
Yeah. Okay.
I broke
actually. I can't do this.
He's going deep with the bit. Yeah, you have to breathe air through a Chinese machine to be healthy.
Yes.
a $4,000, $5,000 Chinese machine.
Yeah,
And
it's
don't
crazy.
worry,
That's what we found out.
there's a guarantee it won't ever fail. And as you're breathing in air through it, poison your brain, which is 2 inches from your sinuses. Fucking
Yeah.
dumbasses.
Yes.
We need to find out who buys these things and warn them.
Yeah, we can't do anything natural. We need machines in order to cleanse our body, right?
I'm glad at least we found out it's only been one and it hasn't been like 100. Because that'd
Yes.
be pretty bad.
So
pretty whack.
imagine
pretty whack, bro. Pretty whack.
Breach of contract. Breach of contract.
Breach of contract.
What's been one?
What's been what?
I want to say, imagine that
They've
there
only
is
sold one of those machines.
Oh
Wow.
God. The Jeff Berwick ones?
No, the Logan Hart and Will Keller machines.
Oh, they've only sold one?
Yeah. Yeah. Look.
One was
Who's
enough.
dumb enough? Like, really, who's dumb enough to buy that? Like, it would have to be someone who's like in love. It's like some guy who's like in love with Logan or something. Like, it has to be some creepy, weird stalker thing. Like some dude who wants to have Will as a boyfriend or something. Some old lady that's like
Two
simping
dudes,
on
one
them.
cup.
Yeah.
The 2 dudes, 1 cup.
Yeah, no, he's doing the
Put out
thing.
the spotlight.
That thing right there with the lights.
Yep.
It's crazy that what I wanted to say. We talked something about. You said that there's one person that is doing it, but Alicia said one person. She asked you this one person, and then after that, I wanted to say that it's crazy that there is that if you leave your body alone and stop doing like nasty stuff to it, right? You just drink water, eat fruit, right? 8%, 80%, and nothing else. Exercise just.
Yeah.
So simple solution, but people have to complicate it all the time to
Sleep,
earn money.
water, carbs. Sleep, water, carbs.
Exercise.
$5,000.
Yeah. No, that was like during COVID. It was like everyone was so unsure about their health that everyone lost their minds. And like, dude, I wasn't scared once. Like, I was not like, I'm not worried about my health because I know I'm healthy.
I went
But these
gardening a lot.
people that feel like they need to be attached to machines to be healthy, they have no confidence of their health because they're not eating right, they're not thinking right, they're not right.
I was so pissed, at 5 p.m. we had curfew every day, and it was like I was just watching on the window like a granny, like is anybody gonna pass? On anybody gonna illegally walk on the street? No, nothing.
Yeah.
Like war, right?
Me and Allie met during COVID.
Wow.
We went camping for like 16 days straight in 10 different places.
No one was everywhere. It was all.
It was so dope.
It was all taped and roped off. We were just like.
We're just
went
gonna
under the
camp
tape
over
and
there.
Camped everywhere.
Camped in all these parks.
It was awesome.
There are these hot springs in California. Deep Creek Hot Springs. It's like the best hot springs in the world. There's like 7 springs down in this canyon. You got to hike out to it. Nobody there. We went out and we're just like, we had this whole magical place to ourselves. It was pretty tight.
Some people, I was really sad, and some people said that worked like private at home, like, oh, it was so good for me. I was working at home, I was at peace, I said, yes, but your peace was good. You fucked up my peace, right? My freedom. So for your comfort, my freedom, I didn't have because you were really nice, and and I said, what's the point of it? Like you're sacrificing comfort, freedom for comfort for, I don't know, like
anyone who didn't upgrade their life during that time is a fucking loser.
Dude, I worked and I freaking bought my house. You know,
I worked
And-
my ass off during COVID.
Yeah,
Working at a fucking restaurant doing a slave job just to get ahead in crypto and shit.
Yep.
People here are like, show me the papers. You know, if you're walking on the on the streets, if you're going to work, right, you have to show the papers to people. If the police stops you with the car, you know,
So many people just like gave up on life during that time, and like all these people got like, I don't know. It's like, what you mean we get an unknown amount of time off from normal slave life? Like, that's fucking awesome. Like, I'm gonna come out better than I went into this. That's for sure. You know. And so many people just, oh, I'm depressed. I want things to go back to normal. Normal? Are you fucking crazy?
I don't.
I don't.
My life didn't really change at all during COVID because I isolate at home because that's what I enjoy.
Yeah,
you know.
have some peace. Yeah. I know.
Yeah, I got my dogs and I just chill, you know,
Yeah.
and
It's not the
but
new
to
normal.
force people to do that's insane.
Oh my god, this woman cooks so good. You guys have no idea. Oh my god.
What you got?
Yeah, rice with some stuff.
Nice.
Rise up.
Rise up.
Rise up. Rise up.
Yummy,
Let
yummy,
us
yummy.
pray with rise.
Let us
rise up
Oh.
and let us pray.
You guys missed out. We got to watch Alicia eat for the first time in like 4 months or something. How many months was it? 8 months?
5
months?
5. Yeah.
How good was that?
Was that the melon or the tomatoes or something?
It
or
was
the
rice and tomatoes, I think. Yeah.
No, it was rice. The first cooked
It was
food.
so emotional.
I almost cried.
No.
We were like, oh my god, she's so stoked because like fucking rice is amazing when you need carbs. Like,
You
woo.
try to make Turkish. There's a Turkish meal, sweet meal called sutliash. It's like rice with you put plant milk or vegan milk and like sugar, or like it's sweet.
Oh, like a rice pudding? Rice
Yeah,
pudding?
like sweet rice. Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
mango
With
sticky
cinnamon
rice.
on top or something.
Have you had mango sticky rice before?
No, what is that?
Oh, it's just sweet rice with mangoes, sliced mango. It's like it's a
Nice.
mind that blows your mind.
Wow. So it's cold.
Bracky DeRiga.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, Bracky ate. I don't know if he's ever eaten so well as he did when he was here.
Well, he's a good cook.
He's a good cook, but like to be like
He likes
to have,
pretzels a lot.
to have like square meals, bomb meals just cooked for you daily. He was like, oh my god. But he cooked a bunch. He cooked tacos, tortillas, blue tortillas, the corn, the blue maize. Oh my god,
Eat the rice if you want to live.
blue corn. Have you guys tried blue corn cooked with blue corn, like the real corn?
No,
that stuff
Corn.
tweaks your brain, man. It is real ass.
Really?
Food. Like nixtamalized
Blue corn. Nixtamalized blue corn.
It's where what did they do? They put vinegar in it or lime in it, and they I've been mimicking more of Allie's macro style since starting to cook for myself again. Yeah,
You make like
Bracky. I've never seen someone put 9 salsas on a burrito before.
salsa.
Oh, lime
Medium.
salsa.
Baila de la
Yeah,
salsa.
the nixtamal. Yeah, we talked about that months ago as well. I remember somehow. Yeah.
It like brings out the other nutrients or something, like makes it absorb easier into our bodies, and it just
I know
eat
the
it.
spinach and lemon is really good.
Very cool. We'll try to look out for that for sure. But like, it is astounding because there's so much choice in what you can prepare: hot, cold, cooked, raw.
Yeah.
I mean, today I shared pictures with you guys. I made, what was it? Kimchi, those little, what are those things called when there's sushi that are triangles?
Little rice bowl triangle things.
in the
like you get in Japan.
paper
Yeah.
that you like peel, and I did that with like kimchi inside and homemade oil-free mayo and stuff. It's like
You need to do a cooking show that just like has natural law stuff mixed in with it, because your presentation of all your food is like you got that figured out.
I was laughing because like we send each other food pics, and so Alicia's foods are like it's all beautiful, it's great presentation, and then like I'll send her a picture of my rice bowl, and it looks like
it just looks like poop.
It's like it's really yummy, but it just looks like
Her
shit
stuff
compared
looks
to
so
your
much
food.
better.
Yeah.
Mrs. Rice Spoon.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you
That
had
was
a good
funny. That was
combo.
one thing that reminded me of Jerry when she was freaking out on me. She was like, "I've never even seen you post a single vegan recipe before. How can you even?" Yeah, like it was. She said some of the dumb at Jerry. She was like, "You call yourself vegan? You don't even post recipes." And I was like, "Oh my
You don't
god!"
care.
Yeah, that was in
when
her
we
hub.
started taking the course, the new media course, when was it, like end of last year? Actually a bunch of us were in it together there. She would post in our group chat every meal she was having, and she wasn't cooking, she was eating out.
Yeah. Or it was like some plant-based garbage, whatever, not the stuff you should be eating all the time.
What do you think, guys? Like, if people like, I observe how people like behave when there is a lot of takeaway, because I like work in a restaurant and everything, and a lot of delivery, right? People are became so lazy, like always not cooking so much, at home. And I say, if it was like banned or something, would people eat healthier? If they like were, because of the inconvenience, they were forced kind of to do it at home. So like, I don't know, like.
I don't think they know. I don't even think they know.
They're in their
what
own
it-
shit.
Mhm. And the problem with eating out a lot is that restaurants by de facto need to lure you by flavor and taste, and the way that you achieve that is through fat and oil. So it's not going to be healthy.
No.
Palm oil, deep fries, all that stuff. Yeah.
Or even the salad dressing oil. Like it's,
Restaurant industries, yikes.
My mother sometimes when she makes something, or and I come to lunch or something, and say, I said, is there any oil in it? I put just a little bit of oil in it.
Just a tablespoon. Just a tablespoon.
Yeah.
All right, 5 hours, guys.
Really good.
That's a lot.
That's a lot.
Better eat
I
like
know we haven't done one for a while, so we had to do a long one.
Olives than oil. Like,
I think this is the second show in a row where I didn't get to anything. I didn't get to 90% of the stuff I wanted to do, but
really,
it just keeps happening. No, I write so much notes, and then I just never end up using them, and the shows end up being fun anyway. So, and I'm like, oh, next week I'll do it. And
is there something on the list as you scan it, you're like, damn it, I really would have liked to have just said that?
Probably not. Let me see. Maybe we'll see.
Then I wouldn't have my act with my machine,
Where is it? Get that thing
As
out.
you look, Arian will entertain us with a commercial.
Yes.
Economicus propagandus programus. The new water system.
Let's send Ariane's presentation to Mark.
Dude, you get on the network.
Get on the network, bro.
Oh God! Oh, this is a different
My
outfit.
because
my God.
the government will take away my machine.
What is that called when you really get into character and acting? The something
method acting.
Method acting. Wow,
Yes.
he's there.
Oh,
there.
I guess maybe just one thing. What I've been having a lot of fun and success doing little side project of activism is I've joined a bunch of carnivore diet groups and on Facebook, and it's been hilarious collecting screenshots of what the new carnivore dieters are going through. But I've been DMing people that have been asking questions to the groups, and I've been sending them really good information. And like most of the people are pretty happy, like thankful about it, which is very weird and receptive because they're genuinely looking for the right thing to do, I think. And there are so many people that aren't a part of the carnivore cult that's just like the Joe Rogan cult that's just like, oh, it's healing everything, like
it's not their identity.
It's not their identity yet.
Trying it.
Yeah, they're trying it out and they're asking. What's that?
Did you see Woody Harrelson?
Atkins? Sorry,
yeah, Atkins died with heart disease.
Yeah.
Big time.
I saw a video of Woody Harrelson on Joe Rogan, and Joe Rogan asked him, "Are you like a vegan?" And he says, "Yes, I'm a vegan, and I eat like raw food." And I don't know, like something like that. It was kind of good,
Well, Joe got like in trouble a couple years ago. I think I don't know. He was just being too anti-vegan, and so he like actually had a show where he was like, I haven't been on it. Or like he like kind of apologized to vegans for some reason, and then he's kind of been a little bit more neutral. And there was that video we watched, I think, last time with the debate. That's a really long one, but the debate that happened on Rogan's where Joe ended up like siding with the vegan eventually, but that's all bullshit. Joe's a fucking mind control MK Ultra scumbag. Yeah, but anyway,
it's amazing. He was so slim when he was on a show. Like, I don't know how he got.
He was only 4 feet tall, so
big,
It's not hard to stay in shape when you're 4 feet tall.
Okay.
I mean, and this is well, good for you for doing that, by the way, because that's another seeding. You see, it's like, oh, you don't make a difference, you don't do anything, but like all of this is a total curated effort, right? Well,
and more people do it, it'll be awesome.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, and we put ourselves out there. Some person will find this or something. Maybe like, hey, wait, these people are questioning themselves, questioning other people.
I went in there just to troll people, really, but ended up it's like, oh, a lot of these people like are actually receptive, which is kind of interesting. And then I
didn't come anymore. So.
Yeah, a lot of people aren't like necessarily like fanatic about it yet because they probably just found it as like a fad, right? So they're literally just open to ideas.
They just want to lose weight, most of people.
Yeah.
Like, and you brought the likes of Peter Rogers on, and I mean, you've got Darren and I talking, like, even in cookery about atomizing spray for like,
cutting down on oil.
Like, Mr. Tablespoon and Miss Teaspoon, and I'm like, get an atomizer, but oh my god. Wow. I can't talk oil anymore. It's just like it's gone.
We need hydrogenated oils is what we need.
Yeah.
Anonymous hydrogenated oils.
But like, and then, and obviously just trying to work on the starch and understanding that. And it's, oh my God, it's hard to keep a straight face through this. But like, it's a real, I can't because I can see it.
Oh, sorry, guys.
Dude, do you guys know the difference between a chickpea and a garbanzo bean? I've never had a garbanzo bean on my face.
Oh, wow.
All we are saying is give peace a chance.
Don't drink pee. Don't snort hydrogen.
So what was the Mike the vegan point that peas are not good for health, like because something?
I didn't get that.
Like are peas like not good because he said that oats are cleansing the peas out, or like I don't know.
You must have been sipping your water on that part. I didn't get that. I got the oat part, but I didn't get. Did he talk about peas and it was me that missed it?
He said something about peas, you know, the green legumes, or how to say, yeah, the beans. That it's not something good, or I don't know.
I didn't catch that. Did anybody else hear that?
It had something that makes, you know, something in the stomach. Yeah.
What, lectins or something? Or
Yeah. I don't know. I'm not sure. Yeah. Then he said that oats cleanse it.
Yeah. That it causes harm. Is that what they were saying?
Yeah, like it causes...
I think they're talking about lectins, and I know you can overdo it on like beans and cause yourself some discomfort, but you really have to overdo it. And I choose chickpeas and what do you call it? Chickpeas and lentils.
Is peeing on you like chickpeas, or like?
Yeah, that was the joke. Exactly. That was the joke, Ariane. Exactly.
Crazy.
Play on words, plus all the weird stuff that the other natural law people are doing.
Chickpeas are great hummus to make.
Oh,
hummus.
in the chat, Jeff said, "Looks like we're gonna call it a night."
Yeah. So
Yeah,
I guess so. This will be one of the first ones. If he's having technical difficulty, we'll have to like embrace this moment, because it'll be, unless they're gonna do it, it's the only one where Mark's video won't close off the show with his beer.
Oh shit!
Yes. I think
Close with your weapon.
Every brother that is gonna try my hydrogen machine.
Oh, he says I'll leave the stream running so Ariane can keep the bit going.
Yes. So, if you want to donate to my project machine, you know, it's really effective.
It's a crowdfunding
GoFundMe. Like the other scammers on the Great Work Network are like promoting. So this is like I'm all transparent here, right? So
yes, you're very believable. I can see the good and not the bad.
Yes, I mean, I don't have anything to lose, you know, nothing.
No, I believe your marketing story.
Only my credibility, but you know, it's. I mean, you know, I don't.
Right.
Smash that like button and make sure you subscribe.
Yes.
So as we wrap up, then a big thank you to Jeffrey and Ali for having the bravery to do this and to pull it all together, and the incredible work. And thank you for red threading all of us together. It's so good to meet all of you and do this together. And is there anything you guys want to say?
It was fun.
Yeah, it was always good to reevaluate or to reflect on things, and it's about respecting yourself. We are respecting ourselves, we're respecting each other. So re-watching, re-evaluating, seeing if other people are progressing, that they are eventually not even on the other Europa natural law show, you know, they're also like manifesting something that other people on the Great Work are manifesting, you know, projecting. So it's good to that we learn also to how to say, to notice these patterns of
yes, it is a pattern.
Yeah, these patterns, and you can see the red flags, and you can notice it in yourself by reflecting like this, and then be open. Not be one of those people that are not open for criticism, right?
Oh, you're back.
Yeah. The founders of VGT.
The founders of VGT.
One goal, one unity.
Yeah.
The key is in the
The key.
Yeah, that was so funny. The key thing.
I'm giving you the key of the machine, hydrogen machine.
There you go. This
Here
is
is more
actually
fancy.
a Christmas ornament from King Henry VIII's Hampton Court Palace shop.
And this is actually a key of the gate of the house. So yeah.
Excellent.
The
Okay.
one great key.
Yes.
One great key. Oh, we just lost them again. Oh my God.
Yes.
Care,
The key
is
to the 8th principle.
care is
Care.
currency. Don't stop giving a shit. And I think that is like care and truth is at the core of what this is all about. Care and
Yes.
truth.
You need to care, to know the truth, and then to act. Yes.
Yeah. All right. Well, I don't know if they're going to come back or not.
Namaste. Thank
Well
you.
done, you. It's like 7 in the morning. I don't know how the hell
Yeah,
you do
I'm
that.
gonna sleep maybe 3 hours and 4, and yeah. So
That's crazy.
yeah,
Okay.
it's like a few times a month. It's not a big deal. But, yeah. I like hanging out with you guys and like learning stuff and.
Yeah, we're not like the boogie people, are we? I mean, look at it. Like we've got a sense of humor. We talk about
Yeah.
poop. We talk about like farts. We talk about
We have like no taboo topics here, right?
no taboo topics. Darren is. Oh, you're on mute, Darren.
Mr. Peanut Butter.
All right.
Okay, guys. I wish you
So
good night.
Jeffrey and Allie say good night. So we'll wave good night for all and jump off. All right.
Good night. Yeah.
Thank you all. If anybody stayed to the end to watch, thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Derek, for recording us.
Before we get into that,
Oh,
I want to state what is our intention with this podcast. Why should you, follow us, not just listen to this episode, but subscribe and follow our journey, because it very much is going to be a journey. This is a new realm for us in terms of like all the combinations of our skill sets that being applied to this thing in particular. And really, we just want to almost like document our own learning process, sharing what we know and what we are learning. So we want to lay out a good, strong foundation, especially in these early episodes. So it makes a good place for anyone to start at episode 1 and move forward and build that foundational base. But then as we move forward, Will and I are going to be staying finger on the pulse of these new, there's so much new research and studies being done ongoing. And so we want to be the ones to have first access to that information, but then distill it down into very simple, digestible form and redistribute it out to you. So we're kind of doing all the heavy lifting, wading through all the scientific jargon, and then just condensing that down into very simple, easy to understand language so that you guys can stay on the cutting edge of this amazing new thing as well. And so we're all in this journey together as hydrogen grows. And essentially, we want to help be at the forefront of bringing the awareness to this, and then also access to the technology, which we'll get into towards the end of the episode. So do stay tuned for that.
Yeah, man. Well said. I'm excited for this because, like you said, it's like to the viewers, come on this journey with us. This is growing. It's inevitable that the awareness and the knowledge will spread and people will become aware of the healing modalities of molecular hydrogen. And people are already utilizing this this profound elemental magic, so to say, natural, holistic form of therapy, of healing, of maintaining the upkeep of the body, the mind, the spirit, all of that goodness. So it's going to be fun to kind of unfold the foundations, but also to continue the journey with the viewers as well.
Absolutely. So Will, do you want to kick us off and just start with, introduce the concept? What is hydrogen therapy?
Absolutely. So before let's kind of define our terms, right? We have hydrogen therapy. Now, there are many forms of hydrogen. What is hydrogen itself? So the 3 forms of hydrogen, you have molecular hydrogen, which is the gas form. Hydrogen itself is the gas. It's the smallest and lightest element, and it's also the first element on the periodic table. So this is important because the universe is made up of 90% hydrogen. It's a foundational element. It's the essence of life. And there are many forms of what hydrogen is, right? So you have hydrogen, and when a hydrogen atom is paired with another hydrogen atom, then it becomes a hydrogen molecule, right? So this is also known as molecular hydrogen, diatomic hydrogen, hydrogen gas. And this is the form of hydrogen that we are specifically talking about. When we say the term hydrogen, most people will associate that to water or hydrogen fuel power vehicles, or maybe the hydrogen bomb. But these are all separate things. This is not exactly what we are talking about. We are talking about molecular hydrogen, two hydrogen atoms paired together, meaning that it is a stable molecule and it's in the form of gas. Therapy, right, is the administration of molecular hydrogen. And there are 4 common methods. There's inhalation, breathing the gas. There is molecular hydrogen gas that is diffused or dissolved into water itself. There's saline injection. And there's also topical therapy as well, where you are bathing in hydrogen-rich water. When we get into the forms of hydrogen, it's important to understand that the atoms are comprised of a proton, which is a positive charged, a neutron, which is neutral, and then an electron, which is negatively charged. So when you have molecular hydrogen, they are paired by a covalescent bond together, which means it is a neutral molecule, meaning that it is extremely stable. Opposed to that would be the hydrogen atom, which is positively charged and is extremely reactive. It is an unstable molecule. So that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the stable form, which is molecular hydrogen. And I put an emphasis on that because it is very common when you're talking about hydrogen. It's either associated with water. Well, why do we need therapy when we're drinking water? It has hydrogen in it, which is an oxygen and 2 hydrogen atoms. We are talking about the therapy of administrating molecular hydrogen gas as an independent source, and then also adding that into water.
H2.
H2, exactly. Molecular hydrogen is H2. And then, of course, the therapy portion, which, you know, we can expand on that. But the therapeutic benefits and the use, the application of H2 gas, molecular hydrogen, is not new at all. In fact, it has been around for hundreds of years. Hundreds of years.
Right. Well, thousands if you want to consider that ionization actually occurs naturally when lightning strikes a body of water. So this is like the OG nature's version of electrolysis that will actually separate those oxygen and hydrogen atoms and produce that H2. Now, in the late 1700s, that's where as far as we know, the earliest reports of H2's medicinal benefits. So they just started becoming aware of that at all. Almost 300 years ago. That's pretty wild. And then fast forward all the way to the 1930s. That's when research on electrolyzed reduced water began in Japan. So this general awareness is a lot further along in Asian countries to this day. It's a lot more known about and even integrated and implemented in especially Japan, Taiwan, Korea. They use it for medicine. They have them in hospitals, many of them. So again, we're trying to take what is being moved forward and bring that especially focusing in on the West, America, Canada, parts of Europe and Australia. And also this is really fascinating to me that in the 40s the deep sea divers were using hydrogen to counteract divers' sickness or the bends. And or decompression sickness, and they were using extremely high dosages, and since then there have still never been any negative or toxic effects ever recorded or documented with the use of H2, even at 100 times, hundreds of times more concentration than the normal therapeutic levels that the common machines of the day are utilizing essentially. So you literally can't get too much of it. Any excess is just diffused from the body. After it uses what it needs, essentially. So then in the 70s, Dole, Wilson, and Fife discovered that hyperbaric oxygen therapy could have potential therapeutic effects such as inhibiting cancer growth in mice. So it's like starting very small, general, very vague awareness, and then as science does, it starts getting more specific and figuring out, okay, what are its more specific uses, and then when you dial that in, then you can test in a more targeted way and get more results. So it was in the mid to late 2000s, essentially, when things started kind of picking up, like getting exponentially more tested and well known. In 2007, Osawa and some in his affiliates published a groundbreaking paper in Nature Medicine showing that inhalation of 2% hydrogen gas could reduce oxidative stress and neuronal damage in rat models. The study opened the door to much more research on hydrogen's antioxidant properties, which, again, if you know anything about disease and chronic disease, inflammation and oxidative stress are pretty much the root cause of virtually every illness. So you're starting to see that it's like, because it's the broad implications are so potent for this, because it's getting at the very root level.
And in the early to mid 2000s, to add to this, especially when the Nature Medicine article came out, that was really the flame that just started to spiral into a higher level of awareness for molecular hydrogen therapy. For sure. And in fact, Japan started to recognize H2 gas as a medical novel emerging gas. And it really had a lot of attention on there. And that's great. That's fantastic. So looking at it now, there's over 3,000 studies with over 200 human disease models, and it's really growing as time goes on. It's quite incredible. So let's talk about hydrogen therapy itself. Right? What makes molecular hydrogen therapeutic with all of these benefits? Well, molecular hydrogen is an selective antioxidant, meaning that it's a stable molecule and it's the smallest. So not only can it
enter the body and go to every organ with ease. It can even go down to the DNA and RNA level and influence and benefit the mitochondria. So when we think about disease, like you said, Logan, where it comes down to oxidation, and inflammation. Most people know about antioxidants and they take vitamin C and all this kind of stuff. But the antioxidants in chemical form such as vitamin C can't get down to that base level. So molecular hydrogen can not only go to those lower levels, it is selective, meaning that it knows and it can regulate young, healthy cells and boost their vitality and aid and assist them, but also the older unhealthy decaying cells, it can actually spark, which is called cellular death, apoptosis. And that's a process of detoxification as well. So it has these multiple effects, like a selective antioxidant where it can both regulate, upregulate, and downregulate your body's own capabilities to keep the body in balance, in homeostasis. Right? So this is a natural modality. The body recognizes hydrogen because hydrogen itself is produced in the gut, and the body itself is about 9.5% hydrogen. We breathe, we exhale hydrogen gas that is produced in the gut. So the body is absolutely comfortable with molecular hydrogen gas. It loves it because it's adding a security level to the body, activates the body's own antioxidant response element pathways, which lead to the production of
Cheers to the people who did wake up and activate and become peers in the great work. Nothing but admiration and thanks. And this forced shadow work has not been for you. It has been for those who did not respond to the fucking call of freedom. And you guys already know that. I don't even need to repeat that. But I will say with my Vienna lager here, cheers to the people who really did the great work. The ones who really activated, the ones who spoke out, the ones who put the message of freedom publicly out into the world through the creation, the creative expression that came from within themselves to publish and communicate it to those in need of that knowledge. You're my brothers and sisters, and you're my peers in the great work, and thank you. To every